Hello everyone, my name is Nathan, and today it's time for the fourth part of our Oxygen Not Included, the movie series about building a duplicant hotel. This video is about parts 61 through 80, so another 20 episodes compiled for you to enjoy. Thank you for the support, I really hope you enjoy. In the previous episode, we finally finished the petroleum boiler. It's now working. I just implemented one safety feature that seemed rather important. Namely, I added a thermosensor with the setting below 100 degrees. So if the petroleum is below 100 degrees, the door is gonna open and the flow is gonna continue. The reason for doing that is so I can guarantee a nice flow of temperature, because whenever I have no oil incoming, the petroleum here is also not getting cooled down, and sometimes it's lagging behind, therefore heating everything up, and that is something I definitely don't want. Now I think we can leave Ari here to his own devices. I'm gonna send Nisbet back to the main planetoid, and we're gonna do that right now. Nisbet, you ought to come back, and then we send you over to the next planetoid. There she is, trapped in the teleporter. Let's send her over. And back we are. Right here, everything I believe is functional so far. We even have lots and lots of water right now. I think there is a meteor incoming. Yeah, in just 100 seconds we have a meteor shower, but afterwards I'm gonna send her out here with the colonizer rocket. Now there's one thing missing here, and that is a couple of wrap pills. I'm gonna fix that and then we can go. Meteor showers are happening. Is it one of the good ones? Yeah, we're gonna get some more regolith in the joint. On Blazona, of course, we solved the meteor problem. This would be great to do on the third planetoid as well, but I guess there are some more pressing issues right now. Actually, in the design here on the second planetoid, there is one thing I forgot, the canister emptier. We can place that bad boy right here, and this is going to allow us to empty the oxygen bottles automatically as well. In the meantime, on the third planetoid, I'm making little progress. I first have to install the payload opener in order to be able to get all those payloads that I sent over from the first planetoid, and there are just a couple of cable pieces to go now. But now that the meteor showers are over, our colonizer is completely filled up. I think we're gonna go ahead and do that. Change the destination to... I can't do that yet. I have to first install a launch pad. Well, I guess we can just fly into orbit, but I will have to change the crew to Nisbet instead of May. Well, actually, we could send May, thinking about it. May is just as proficient. Yeah, I think I'd rather send Nisbet over to the hotel planetoid. She will do pretty well there. So yeah, in this case, I'm gonna stick with May. We're gonna begin that launch sequence, and in this case, we still have to build a rocket platform. Can we do that? Yes. No. Actually, wait. There it is. I never find this icon for some reason. We have some iron that we can use. For now, I think I'm just gonna install it here. Is this enough space? Yeah, we just need 35 tasks, so I can probably get it up there. And I'm also already gonna build a couple of ladders. There it is, finally. Payload opener is ready, and it's Lyra's current errand. There are gonna be so many payloads that are actually essential to our mission. Like all of the gold I sent over a little bit of ceramic, I believe, and other things that we needed. But I suspect we're gonna need a whole lot more. The whole moving of Lyra is actually more pressing than I thought because of all the chlorine gas that is now spreading. I guess it's because I ran out of algae, honestly. So that was to be expected. But if we can finish this together with May in a couple of cycles, then we should be good to just move over. And of course, that also means we can then make a proper infrastructure for the oil, and we also need a proper infrastructure for our wrap bolts. Something similar to what we have on the main planetoid, so that we can just shoot one payload after another. Very good, Lyra. Thank you for prioritizing the right stuff. And now we can also change this to the actual planetoid. Nice. In the meantime, all my material is now trapped inside because it cannot really go out. I first need to build this conveyor chute that I can actually not reach, right? What the heck? This is horrible. Maybe if I take apart this tile here, then I can go beneath. Yeah, there it is. Gold amalgam chute. Wonderful. And now my material can go out. Ah, so good. It's gonna be so good. It's even worth the radiation vomiting. But don't worry, Lyra, some rat pills are on their merry way. Oh, as a matter of fact, it's already here. Wow, this actually went really quick. May, are you ready to do the good deed? We have the wrap pills. Lyra is also allowed to go inside the rocket, I guess. Yeah, that's good. So now May will be helping out with everything, and I would suggest we also bring up a bunch of materials. Though I don't really see a lot of igneous rock that would be good to bring up. Yeah, maybe this part here. I mean, in general, one thing we can already prepare are the conveyor rails going all the way up. Now, I probably want to do this here, just like we did on the second planetoid. So that means all my material will be shipped up here, and we want to go straight down and down and down to wherever we need. For instance, right here now, we could bring this over here, then set up an auto sweeper, maybe one here, another one there to cover the entire part. And I'm also going to set up a conveyor loader for each of these guys in order to then bring these up. We have a little bit of power that we can grab from here. Yeah, this should be good. Just need to make sure that we can actually kind of build this. And I'm gonna go straight up. Not too much air is gonna escape from here. And most of the gases I cannot really utilize. Maybe the natural gas, but then again, we just have enough of it. Lyra is finally going for the rappel. Was about time, so we can be a little bit more efficient about this. But I probably want to focus on building this system here, at least with priority 6, so I can guarantee that I have a lot of materials on the top that I can use for building directly. And I'm going to be losing less time in the end. You know what? I just noticed I built this a little too close for comfort. That is unfortunate. We have to go out just one more block in order to be able to also go down with our transit tube in the end. Of course, right off the bat, we don't really have enough materials. To make it much less dangerous for my duplicants, I decided to completely disable the atmosuit checkpoint. So they're going to be spending most of their time inside the atmosuit. And if they need to change it, they're going to do it inside the Spacefarer module where it's actually safe. But right now, this was just costing me too much time with all the gases that aren't oxygen. So now Lyra is gonna poop and eat with the atmosuit on, but they can easily do it. She's even gonna sleep with the atmosuit on, and when the atmosuit reaches, I don't know, about 3/4 of an empty tank, then they're gonna automatically dock it again. And with that, we can be way more efficient. Also, just because they don't always run inside of the base and do the entire undocking procedure. So now there's just a little bit to build in order to ship the materials up, and then we can be way more efficient here as well. And I'm actually not sure. Can I still not reach this? I should be able to reach these gold tasks. So why are you still... Oh no, did I... Wait. Ah, it's the aluminium that is missing. Okay, well, we can fix that by just adding it right here. Refined material. We're gonna need a whole bunch of aluminium, and this is automatically being shipped up. Let's just make sure, yeah, it's going into the correct launcher that is pointing towards the third planetoid. And so all we have to do is open up the bunker doors. It's gonna shoot for a couple of cycles, and we should be getting all those precious materials. But in the meantime, I just want to finish the rails, as it's gonna make everything so much easier. Also, I figured we're gonna need a whole bunch of plastic. Let's see. Yeah, that is working. That is shooting. Maybe we're gonna do some plastic in the same batch here. Actually, it might always prefer the aluminium. I'm not sure. So far, I didn't pick up any plastic. All right, that's what I call teamwork. They're really quick together. Looks like we're done building stuff here. I'm just gonna sweep up everything here, all the materials, and they will be directly shipped up into my base where I can use them. Oh, it's gonna be so much better. Another something related to the oil that we can already prepare is a pipe going all the way up. And this pipe is basically gonna feed all of my liquid reservoirs kind of as a buffer storage before they will be sent over to the main planetoid, or the second planetoid, I should say, the petroleum boiler. And I think I'm also going to do this on the other side, but I need to be careful with my power usage. Right now, I still leech off the extra natural gas that I had, but maybe we're just going to do one part after another. Also, everything that I built out of gold, I'm now going to build out of iron because that's the material I already have on the planetoid. Okay, I think we're finally done with this main part. I'm going to allow them to finish the piping, then take apart a few more things here. Well, we need to leave in place the infrastructure for the bathroom right now, but not really for much longer. And then this ladder here should go all the way down to the bottom. Also, time to take apart my first attempt at the base. I later decided to build it on the top. Now we can already think about the structure here. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and replicate what we have going on with our rappel system here. And instead of having the science stuff here as well, we're just gonna go ahead and have one single interplanetary launcher. So it might not even be necessary to go this big. On the other side, we have the materials and, you know, why not? But yeah, we're gonna have to build this part very soon. Let's maybe think about where we want to do it. On the second planetoid, we didn't leave any space until the next building, so I'm probably going to do that here as well. Let's just assume this is going to be the exterior, and then at some point I'm going to need a launcher. I'm probably going to put the launcher right on top of here. Now this actually will require a little bit of space for the wrap bolts to shoot through, so we're at least going to need one tile. And yeah, I guess then the rest is easy, except there is a cable here. Oh, that is going to disappear. Yeah, maybe let's already move this over so we can get rid of that cable. And as a matter of fact, the cable is going to be moving straight down here. Yeah, we should be able to also already connect this. Okay, it is now quite a few cycles later and I've made substantial progress. As you can see, I've dug out a lot of the terrain. I made the walls a little bit nicer. I also made some progress up here, but actually not that much. It's more of a connection between the bottom and the top part where we have the cable and everything in place. I have access to the entirety of the terrain. I opened up the ceiling in order to get rid of the gases. And I think one thing I want to test out is these fossils. Can I just go ahead and excavate this? Actually, this requires a skill, the masterwork skill. Okay, never mind then. We're gonna do this in another episode. I'm still picking up the materials that I grabbed from the top, and I also installed some more auto sweepers. Now I just see a huge mistake with which I couldn't really live, so we're gonna fix that as well. But yeah, you can see we're making extremely good progress. I believe in the next episode we don't only move into the new base, but we also activate all of the oil wells and make a contraption for the steam vent. So yeah, if we manage to sort out the base and everything in preparation for the next episode, that would absolutely be amazing. Well, now this is the moment I've been waiting for. My two dupes just going nuts here in the base. They have all the materials they would ever require, except the ones that they don't have, but we can fix that in a heartbeat from the main base. Now I just see these batteries got activated, which is a really bad idea. Let's cut this cable. Nothing can run until we actually get some oxalite in here. Speaking of oxalite, I believe we're completely full here. Oh, almost. Look at that, 20 tons. Just a couple of meteor showers it took. So I think we will be able to supply the third planetoid right here. We don't even necessarily have to produce it on the main planetoid, the oxalite here. I'm still doing it so I can charge up my rockets, but you get the basic gist. Now I just see I completely ran out of oxygen because I was using the oxygen for both of my duplicants, of course. So I think what I'm gonna be doing... Oh, actually, yeah, we're gonna make our way back briefly to recharge this rocket. But I can't leave Lyra here without the protection. Ooh, this is gonna be an issue. Oh, actually, look at this. We have 923 kilograms here. That doesn't really help me because I need to get this inside the suits. So yeah, I think I'm gonna take a quick break from building and we're gonna make our way back. Now let's make sure that both duplicants are on board here. So May and Lyra both need to be inside the rocket. I don't want to sentence Lyra to her death by just leaving her here like this. So we're quickly gonna make our way back, and maybe instead of having that many solar panels, what we could do is just hook up the rocket to power. So I will be building a cable to actually hook it up, and then we can just have a second cargo canister. There she goes. Wonderful. Let's make sure there's some space on the main planetoid. Let me see. Yeah, we could go ahead and go for another load of water. Just gotta make sure to fill up the oxalite here. There it is, completely fueled up. Begin that launch sequence. Any duplicants that are inside should leave, except for Nikola, of course. Very good. And now we can just wait for the return of the other rocket, and we should be able to easily fill it up because we already have a lot of the oxygen in storage. Alrighty, once again, a whole bunch of cycles later, and as promised, I got myself a second module, now made my way back, and I'm just about to build that power cable I was talking about. We have plenty of food, we have plenty of wrap pills. I should be able to hopefully finish at least the base so that the next time I need to go back, I can leave Lyra to her own devices. Right now, the duplicants are eagerly building. I just sent over a little bit of plastic. For some reason, some of the payloads landed in the wrong spots. One of my intentions on this planetoid is to use the ice meteor showers in order to help me cool down the steam vent right here, but this is something we still have to build. But you can see, making progress. I'm now almost done outlining the planetoid, and we should be able to get into the next steps. But it is now crucial that we keep on building this module. Maybe before we do that, we should make sure we finish the cable so we actually don't run out of power. But yeah, I have to say, I'm pretty happy with the progress here. Once the entirety of the base is done, we don't have to worry about Lyra anymore. It was really getting a little bit crazy in her old base. There we go, another delivery system that we can take apart. Also, I'm gonna stop providing the fridge here with power because I'm only really left with berry sludge there. So I'm not doing myself any favors keeping this running. I'm also gonna start cleaning up the ladder mess a little bit here while I'm finishing the base. Let's just see how far I can get maybe in the next half an hour or so. I didn't have to get it under wraps to be able to finish this video. Okay guys, I'm tuning back in here with Nikola because I have a sad announcement. He's probably not gonna make it back. I'm so sorry, Nikola. He ran out of food because I forgot to set this to a higher number. He had like 10 kilograms of it and I just forgot about it. So he spent his time with a full and ready to go rocket and now he's gonna suffer the consequences. He's got 1,410 kilocalories left, nothing to eat, and we still are on our merry way. 2.7 cycles. It's not gonna be enough. So honestly, this is extremely sad, I have to say. We will still be able to save the rocket, I believe, but we will require a replacement for Nikola. And in this case, I think it's time to clean up the bodies a little bit. On a positive note, today's net stress of Dreamer 5 was 0. Either way, we need now the tasteful memorial, and I never find it. I have no idea what this thing is categorized as. Plumbing would be fitting. Ah, it's under medicine. Okay, let's do it. We can even do it with ceramic. So I guess we're gonna start lining up a couple of tombstones, and unfortunately there's gonna be one for Nikola as well. Either way, let's not be too sad about this. I'm still working on the planetoid here. As you can see, whoop, lag, and we also fill up the bottom part a little bit. I want this to be a flat surface so I can properly set up a pumping system. 2.4 cycles left, and how many kilocalories? Oh man, how can you still smile? He still didn't realize what's about to happen. I can't believe we lost all 3 duplicants to starvation. This is just incredible. Yeah, there it goes. At least he gets to do another phone call. If it's not a last meal, it's at least a last phone call. Oh, actually, this is the perfect way to die. Let me see. Will you die on the chair? No, that would have been perfect. You know, he just comes back and the other duplicants find him there. Well, I guess that means we're gonna have a look out for another pilot. They don't really need to be skilled in anything other than being a pilot. Maybe we can have a look out for traits such as using less oxygen or food per cycle would also be good. We're now down to almost 100 kilocalories. Let's see how far we got. Yeah, not too far. 1.4 cycles left to go. He might die in his sleep, so he never knew and he never has to know. Oh, no, there he is, dying during the save game. Of course, the save game has to ruin the moment again. Dying on the pooper? Are you serious? Oh, Nikola, you will be remembered. Wait, where are my dreamers? Are they already buried here? Yeah, look at that. RIP Dreamer 5 and RIP Dreamer 4. Oh my gosh. Nikola is gonna join you soon. Looks like they decided to continue the base now. Very good. I need to send over some more ceramic, I think. Let's do that. There we go. Yeah, I should still have some. It's open. Very good. I'm just gonna send over a couple of tons. Just enough to build that steam room. Another colony achievement. What's happening? Get a room. Build at least one of each of the following rooms. Ah, how am I getting this just now? That is so weird. It's not like we changed a room now. Maybe something else I need to send over is a little bit of glass. That would be great, so I can build a couple of solar panels on the 3rd planetoid as well. I would like to end up with a similar structure at the top like on the 2nd planetoid, just so that I don't have to do anything about these asteroids ever again. Nikola's body is about to return, just a couple of seconds to go. Thankfully, this thing has an autopilot. We're just gonna allow the rocket to empty itself. And then I guess somebody needs to collect Nikola. I'm gonna allow the duplicant's entry in order to refill everything and also pick this poor guy up. Oh, there we go. I almost missed it. Knees bad. Oh yeah. totally forgot about that. I gotta love it. Oh, cheat. Now they all come and mourn. Ah, come on, guys. You barely knew him. So another capability we need is to shoot the payloads over to the other planetoid. I'm actually going to do this right here. We're going to come up with a similar design here, maybe a little bit smaller. Just the 3 wrap bolt generators I think should be enough. That means I want my wrap bolt chambers to start as of this point. Now let me see how much space we're going to require. There's going to be the floor. I want them on metal floor. There's going to be my plastic ladder, and there's going to be the first contraption. So we need the transit tube access point somewhere here. I'm going to be swinging over like so. Get that transit tube crossing in the joint, and this should be all I need in terms of space. I'm going to get started with about 3 mechanized airlocks. Let's see how that feels, and probably another chamber. But we first need our planter boxes. There's going to be 1, 2, and another one there. Or, we probably want to go further. Or maybe we do it a little bit differently and have 2 planter boxes on each, and then another planter box would have to go below the door here. Yeah, I think this is how I did it. So we can now build the wrap bolt generators, and they should go right here, I guess. And in this configuration, I can only have 2, but they would be extremely powerful. But then I'm not really convinced this is going to be quick enough. Yeah, I think I want to go with 1 more. So there would be another 2 planter boxes and another door here. Let me see. I don't even need this ladder. This can all just go. So now like this, I could have 3 wrap bolt generators easily. I have another wrap bolt chamber here, and this will probably be perfect. Yeah, let me see. We need wrap bolt reflectors now. 1 reflector would go right here. We also need some joint plates. Like I would have a joint plate there, probably another one here. So now we exactly know the dimensions of this room. Yeah, I think I can just put this on the wraps, and I should also be able to build most of it. This here I think needs to be also replaced with a joint plate. And then we also have 1 wrap bolt reflector above each of the chambers. This means I need a total of 8, 9, 10, 11 Wii which I don't think I have. Oh, I actually might. I might have just enough. Let me see. I put them all into the storage here. Holy cow, are you kidding me? I have 11. Okay, this is perfect. I have 11 seeds. So now what are we missing? A bunch of receptacles and auto sweepers. Yeah, you get the basic gist. You've seen me build this already. I just wanted to let you know that I'm working on that next. But of course we should go ahead and prioritize the base. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be finishing the base and also this building off camera. So in the next episode, we should be ready to get the oil process started. We're going to be working on a system to combine the cool steam vent together with the oil wells, and then also the meteor showers in order to get some coolant. But yeah, there's still a long ways to go. Looks like we can spend quite a bit of time still on this planetoid, so I'm happy about that. As long as the exosuits don't break, it's actually not that bad. But when they break, I lose like 60 kilograms of oxygen in just one go that I cannot reuse. But yeah, I think at this point we're gonna wrap it up. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed today's episode and you're not too sad about Nikola. In between the episodes, I made sure to finish the living module here for the 3rd planetoid. So today, hopefully we can make the switch. All I need is a little bit of oxalite in order to get things started. I also already have the cooling loop in place. Well, that's another thing we need, some supercoolant, but we can send everything over from the main planetoid. My big issue right now was to get the oxalite over to the 3rd planetoid. I don't want to do this right here, so I decided to do it with the system, and if this goes down all inside of the tiles, we hopefully will not be losing too much of it. There are some occasional gaps right here that I could avoid, but then right here there are like 2 tiles that I can't avoid. They're always going to be emitting some oxalite, except maybe I encase it and eventually it's going to be fully pressured. Yeah, you know what, thinking about it, this might actually be the perfect idea. Just encase this, and over time it's going to be so much pressure that we even don't lose anything here. And then right here we could maybe take apart the ladder and the transit tube and replace it with something solid. I just want to make sure that I can get the extra oxalite over without losing any of it. I'm quickly gonna deconstruct everything here so we can get rid of the materials, make this nice and cozy. By the way, in the previous video, I had some occasional crackling in the microphone sound. I tried to replace the USB cable, but I'm not sure if that fixed the issue. Unfortunately, I didn't really hear it during editing, so I can only really tell with the finalized product. Maybe let me know if it is better than in the previous video. And you know what? I just noticed I only have one Atmos suit. I need to deliver another one. But there we go. Now these 2 blocks are solid, and then if we do this, then everything should be fine. Let's also give this some drywall, just to be thorough about this. Is there anything else I need to hook this up to? I already got the pipes. Let's maybe make sure these pipes are all insulated. Yeah, one pipe is the petroleum and another pipe is the polluted water that I'm getting. In the meantime, of course, on the 3rd planetoid, we're now working on the wrap bolt chamber. We got more or less everything ready. Slowly but surely, things are overheating here. So I'm gonna disable auto repair. Otherwise, my duplicants are always gonna be busy with that. Actually, maybe one thing we could do is bring the ice over here. We have like lots and lots of little ice pieces just hanging around. If we sweep all of these up, they're going to be brought over here and some chill can spread. In the meantime, I think it's also time to switch up our diet. For instance, we have inside the gas range the surf and turf. Now, our biggest issue with that is that we cannot actually reach it. We made sure to be able to reach the spice grinder and also the microbe musher and everything. We can even reach the egg cracker, but not really the gas range. So depending on what we want to cook here, like the surf and turf, we need to switch things up. This is going to be a great meal quality, giving us plus 12 morale and also a radiation resistance of plus 20%. It's also going to slightly increase our kilocalories. So let's do this forever. We're going to go ahead and cook this up. Let's just see what happens. Okay, we're picking things out of the refrigerator, which is fine. However, at this point, it's probably advisable to not use the barbecue and the cooked seafood anymore unless we use it for cooking. That means also inside the spice grinder, I don't want to waste my food. Like the barbecue and the cooked seafood shouldn't be treated anymore, but then the other food that I'm currently getting still will. We might even want to do the fried mushrooms since we get that occasionally. However, that means barbecue and cooked seafood are gonna spend their time in here and this auto sweeper cannot reach them. So what we might be able to do, let me see, I want to move this kitchen light. Yeah, this is still gonna be good if it is over here. So let's get rid of this one. Just gonna remove the auto sweeper temporarily so I can build a ladder and actually get this going. And in here, we also don't want to store barbecue or cooked seafood anymore. This is only the food that we actually keep. Yeah, as a matter of fact, gristle berry is also not something I want to do. We just have berry sludge and omelets, and now there's gonna be a new food. Good. Now I want to introduce another conveyor loader. This one here should be reachable by both auto sweepers, like this one here can also reach it. Perfect. As a matter of fact, it's already powered. Wait a second. Could we just get away with adding it to this conveyor loader? Right now, there are no filters in this. This is actually interesting. So I get the barbecue and the cooked seafood out of there. It will be automatically added to this machine. Yeah, I might not even need this conveyor loader. I'm still gonna install it so I have it in place there for the future, and then finally get the auto sweeper back. That should be everything. Okay, there we go. We're picking up the seafood and the barbecue. It gets put into... Wait a second. It gets put into this guy. Yeah, we need to take barbecue out of here as well as cooked seafood. Where is it? Right there. And as a matter of fact, we want to pick up all the other foods no matter what we have there. But barbecue and cooked seafood are now going to be used for the gas range instead. Awaiting fuel, is that all it requires? Wait. Ah, we already got some stuff in there. Okay, so now we just need to cook faster than we actually get the food. Because right now it's just laying here on the floor. Well, eventually the dupes might pick it up. But the idea, of course, is that in due time we will be able to cook that up before we get new stuff. So I guess all we need to make sure is that we actually get this pipe. I apparently moved it. There we go. It's all in place. Joshua is already on his way and using the gas range for the first time. Wow, it was about time. We could have done that quite a bit sooner. And now that we got our first surf and turf, we want to make sure it's added to the spice grinder and that people only eat it once it's spiced. Yeah, so surf and turf is going to be added to the list. Now we have 3 really good types of food, and surf and turf of course should also be added right here, so it gets automatically delivered into the system and back into the freezer. Very good. That was actually quite an easy upgrade. Now we just need to remove it from the consumables, right? So I guess as a general rule, I should allow all the foods for the dupes that aren't on the same planetoid. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Mima is our new pilot. replacing Nikola. I got her on board because she has a piloting skill of 7 to start with. So surf and turf is allowed for everyone now, but we want to disallow barbecue in general, I guess also for new duplicants. I would say that was quite an easy upgrade. Let's get back to the second planetoid. No, that's the third one right here. No progress. Mima is radiation vomiting already. I totally forgot to give her the pills. I think she just took the rat pills now. Yeah, there we go. She takes it now. Okay, well, either way, she's now gonna spend her time in this rocket, in the liquid rocket, with a little bit more food than Nikola. Oh, and of course, you also mentioned how I could have saved him, for instance, with mush bars just flying back to the planetoid. Or I could have quickly sent over some food from the main planetoid. Oh, well, it wasn't the most important dupe to me. Mima is a very good replacement. Well, she's not in best shape right now, but she's gonna be. Now, honestly, this is a little bit of a race against time here because we need to cook up all the barbecue before it goes bad. Let's see, I have 420,000 kilocalories of cooked seafood. And where's the barbecue? 232,000. Yeah, I'm never gonna be able to cook that up before it goes bad in this situation. Yeah, this might be kind of a shame, but it's just a temporary problem. Maybe let's just make sure Joshua focuses on this guy here, setting it to priority 9. And I think I'm gonna set up a mechanized airlock here, so I still have the opportunity to go inside, but I'm gonna lock it so it doesn't happen by accident. Looks like we have another meteor shower upon us. 4.5 cycles. Okay, that's long away. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Joshua, go for it. Like there's no tomorrow. We're already up to 84,000 kilocalories of surf and turf. Also, maybe we should think about doing something with the meal lice. Like, I cannot really utilize it. Probably we're going to be using it to feed the tree, the resin tree. Yeah, probably that's a good idea. I'm now interested in making a little bit more progress towards this area. So we need to make sure to be able to reach it. Let me see. How do we do that? Probably just up here. Ooh, materials. Wait, how did I do that on the main planetoid? I went up here. Oh no, I left more space. Are you serious? Okay, well, we can still leave more space. We just have to do a little wiggle jiggle. I'll be right back once I made some progress. Also looks like we are now on the planetoid here. Of course, loading up some liquid, or maybe not. Ooh, looks like something went wrong here. Yeah. Yeah, for one, we're now also picking up the polluted water, so there's something we need to do about that. But on the other side, looks like we melted away some stuff. But there are the 400 kilograms we needed for this. So we need a liquid rocket port loader, build that out of gold, and we should be golden. I just need to make sure that I let Mima out in order to build this. Is she gonna do it? No, of course not. Why would she? It's her downtime. Yeah, I'm not even sure she's gonna be able to do it. It's pretty hot. These ladders are like 900 degrees and she's got no suit. We still have a little bit of oxygen in this gas cargo canister. That means we still have time to get the base running. What I need at least is to get the atmosuit dock running and also have oxygen inside the base. If I can do that and maybe even fill up the loop here. Yeah, I should do that too. Oh my gosh, there's still a lot to do, but we can do it. And then I guess we can send the oxalite over. Let's check what happens here once we receive the oxalite. Oh, everything comes to a halt. Why? Geez, sometimes I just don't get it. I mean, what's wrong? This is all good. Oh no, the items are just queuing up. Interesting. Either way, what I wanted to do is let the items get out here from the teleporter. We're also going to install a mechanized airlock right here, and then they're just going to go through a bunch of metal tasks. Let's make sure to empty this and that. So once they go through here, the oxalite is just going to travel, and then at this point, it's going to be filtered out. So this is set to oxalite, and it's going to open up this chute, and the oxalite is just going to drop here. This is already overpressured, so it will not be able to off-gas, and then my duplicants can just pick it up. Now it looks like Mima is suffocating. Is she really suffocating? Well, I guess she is. Yeah, she's really slow. Actually, thinking about it, I believe Mima isn't even capable of building. Yeah, check this out. She's not capable of building this. Oh, this is so frustrating. So we have to get back into the rocket and we don't even have a possibility to fix that. Mima, you're absolutely useless once the infrastructure is just not functioning anymore. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. For now, we have enough water. It's just a little bit of a pain in the butt that we wasted all those resources to actually come here. But now we're gonna make our way back again to the main planetoid. You know, I think I'm gonna stop the flow of items a little bit. Just get all of this out of the system. Like, this constant flow of materials currently is clogging up our system on the main planetoid. Yeah, of course, this is an exceptional amount of materials, but we can see everything is kind of clogging up. That's not really what I want to see. It's also unnecessarily straining our cooling system. Alrighty, some time has passed. My liquid rocket just came back and it's going to be filled up again. In the meantime, I would say I'm done on the third planetoid. Just building the canister emptier. I also got my pipes in place, so technically we could get things started. The way I want to get it started is first fill it up with a little bit of oxygen before then starting the cooling loop and everything. Now, in order to get some initial water in here, I think I'm just gonna transport it over. So if we, for instance, empty out a couple of these pipes, then we should already have enough. The supercoolant should be delivered to this targeting beacon. Then we're gonna put it into the payload opener. So all we have to do is really connect this to down here to fill up the supercoolant. This also means we can get rid of the other payload opener. We're going to be using this one here as of this point, like so. And that also makes me want to reroute the rails here on the top a little bit. Now, I already tried chipping over a little bit of oxalite right now. Yeah, we are overpressured here. Now, there could be an issue with it not being all the same gas. Oh, it's all oxygen. Okay, never mind then. I guess it was too little polluted oxygen to stay active. In this case, all we gotta make sure is that the oxalite doesn't vanish right here. So I want to make sure we build this really quickly. And then the oxalite should be all protected until it actually lands here. And we should be getting the full amount of it. Right here, we can already see I have 29 tons of oxalite. Of course, we can only store 20 inside the bin. So if I put this oxalite into the conveyor loader, we should be fine just delivering this over. And you can see here, so far we have the full 20 kilogram packets. I had to exchange the normal doors with mechanized doors, of course, but right now that seems to be good. Let's check if they also arrive at 20 kilograms over at the main planetoid. We still face a little problem that I'm gonna show you just in a second. And right here we are losing a little bit because of this part here. I actually totally forgot to also set up a mechanized airlock right here. This is rather important, and we're also gonna close this since we don't really need to access it. So there's a little something to fix here, but we don't lose too much. We still have 19.8 kilograms at this point, and whenever we have some oxalite here, it should be dropped right there. Wonderful. So now we lock the door, and because we have 2000 grams of oxalite or oxygen already here, the oxalite isn't gonna off-gas anymore. Good. Now with the last step, there's gonna be an issue. If we bring this up to, let's say, this conveyor loader, then we still struggle a little bit because we have like 1-2 tiles where we are in the open. So first of all, we wanna possibly rotate this guy around. If we do it like so, there's only gonna be one tile where it really can off-gas. It will not off-gas right here, but then there's another tile it can off-gas, and I believe as soon as it's in the interplanetary launcher it should be safe. But there's still 2 tiles where we lose a huge amount, or potentially a huge amount. In the future I could probably have this inside a room that is pressured, but the interplanetary launchers are never going to be pressured. So yeah, in my opinion, this is a huge problem. Let's try to bring all the oxalite right here into this storage bin. And that should be okay because it is submerged in a little bit of supercoolant. Okay, now we're bringing all the deliveries right here. It's enough to technically get started. And you can see it's also not being used up at this point. Now the question is, what happens if I put it in here? Because this conveyor loader is still submerged, it might actually not off-gas while it's inside the conveyor loader. That might be important. But yeah, I would say we're gonna bring this over and then observe it. Right now we're going out. These packets here are at 19 kilograms. So we lose 1 kilogram in this tile. Let's see how much we lose over here. Ooh, I can't really tell. 35. 54. Actually, we might not lose that much. If it's just 2 kilograms per 20 kilograms, that is totally acceptable, to be honest. I can see some oxygen here, so that means this thing is off-gassing. That is really bad. We can test this out by cutting the pipe, so we can check this. no, we're still losing it. I don't believe it. Okay, so we might be better off turning this around so it counts as submerged. Okay, I'm now wrapping up the base here for Lyra, but she shouldn't trap herself inside just yet. There we go. You can also finish the outside, and what we can already do... Oh, actually, I should have done this before. This is really bad. I should have sent over a little bit of supercoolant as well. Let me see if we can do that right now. We just need to add liquid right here. Yeah, it's actually easy. Oh no, it's actually possible. We can get inside the base even though this station isn't powered. Okay, that's gonna work out, but I still need to get outside very briefly in order to bring along the bottle. And with bottle, I mean the oxygen bottle right here. That's already 85 kilograms of oxygen that we can use, and I just need to move it over into the base. Right there, for instance. And then once we have a little bit of oxygen inside, we should be able to let the machinery run until we have the cooling in check. Wait a second, this is going to the wrong planetoid. Let me make sure to target the correct one, and then supercoolant should be going up. A little bit of naphtha as well, this cannot hurt. By the way, by now I get a seed every harvest. My farmers are this good. Good, let's try this again. Oxalite, I want my duplicants to bring it along. Maybe set it to a little bit of a higher priority. At least the oxalite inside the storage is safe. And now I want to check if the other oxalite is safe inside of the conveyor loader. We have... Wait, 980? Okay, yeah, that seems to be fine. So because it's switched around now, I'm not losing the oxalite inside the conveyor loader, but I will still be losing 1 kilogram as it passes through the rails. And honestly, this might be acceptable. Ooh, 17 kilograms. Ah, that's a little bit more. Yeah, we might be losing 25% through this method. I'm not really happy. Maybe we're just gonna submerge the conveyor loader entirely in liquid. You know, that could actually be a good idea. We're gonna deconstruct these guys again and then lay the conveyor loader on the ground. In the meantime, some of my payloads have arrived and some of it might actually be oxalite. No, this is all supercoolant yet. Okay, wait a second. We already have oxygen in here, but I'm losing it all because my duplicants don't build... Okay, never mind. But there we go. Now that we have that, I want to go ahead and empty out this bottle as well. And then we're just going to enable the entire system by hooking it up to power. That should be everything we need, right? Oh, I forgot to hook this up. Never mind. Okay, this is looking very good. Do we already have supercoolant? No, not really. Is this set to allow for manual use? I guess so. Okay, priority 59 for Lyra. Now, what seems to be the issue? I'm not getting the power I'm looking for. Hooking up the batteries, okay. But this thing here straight up says there's no power. How is this possible? Wait. Ah, no, of course. It's just because I'm an idiot. It makes total sense. How did I solve that on the other planetoid? Ah, I got the cable in here. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. And there we go. That should be fixed. Yeah, power available. Good. Now also the newly shipped oxalite should be safe, and I have some naphtha inside the cooling loop. I think I will get that out in due time. Main thing is we can now get in and out of the base, and that means I can also do things like that and actually get this out right there. We do lack the plumbing skill though. I think we should be able to spend 2 more points here with Lyra so she can do it. By the way, I think the oxalite is working much better now with this conveyor loader. We're not losing anything on this way, but we're just losing it like 1 tile in here, or maybe not even. Yeah, looks like we now sent over all the extra oxalite that we had. This should now all go to the 3rd planetoid. Now, it looks like my auto sweeper here is a little bit too high. That is unfortunate. Holy cow, there are so many interplanetary payloads. Why is nobody picking them up? They just got low priority. Well, the auto sweeper will be taking care of it, but I bet you we now have over 7 tons of oxalite here. Oh, looks like May is actually doing something with the payloads now. Auto sweeper is in place, so we don't even need to do manual use anymore. And now we should be able to see the oxalite being delivered. And ooh, wait a second. Oh gosh, are you serious? I cannot have my payload opener inside. It's just too much of a pain in the butt to ship oxalite. Maybe we should just ship liquid oxygen, honestly. But yeah, with all the meteor showers, we might still be able to prevail. Now, all of this oxalite is being delivered and then it's being spread around the base. Should be okay, right? Well, I guess we'll see over time if we can actually keep up. This is supposedly the only other planetoid that is dependent on this. But let's go ahead and set this up here. Hopefully I did not forget to do anything here. And new supercoolant is incoming. Very good. Alrighty, just in the nick of time, we activated Lyra's base. We have plenty of oxygen inside. The suits are already prepared. I had to send over another suit, which is now, I think, being filled up. Come on, let me see that. But I guess everything goes into the first dock first, and then it's gonna fill up the second one. But this just happened. Let's also plant a couple of seeds, like a briar seed here, then murfleaf seed here, and here I would like to see a buddy bot seed. We don't have any buddy bot seeds, so I'm gonna be sending that over. Let me maybe prepare that already. We can do that right here. Buddy bot seed. I just wanna get one of those seeds inside. Now, my farms currently aren't working. It's not a huge problem because we have all of this food, but I thought in the next episode we should maybe do something that has been suggested a couple of times by you, and that is to utilize our slime in order to produce algae as well as a little bit of polluted water. So maybe this is gonna help every time that the geyser here that we are using usually is dormant. So I think I'm gonna be doing that in the next episode. But right now I'm happy that Lyra's base is functioning. Well, actually it's this one here. And that also means we can just in the background keep on building the Rapport chamber and the delivery system. And then we're gonna be delivering lots and lots of oil. So 2 projects lined up for the next time. And until then, I would say we're gonna wrap it up for today. In the previous episode, I totally forgot what we did. Oh yes, of course, we finalized the base here on the 3rd planetoid, so Lyra can finally move in and also build the Rapport chamber. So that is something I would like to finish today, but also there's another thing we can do today, and that is making a little bit more liquid. Now we still have a little bit of free real estate where we can build some contraptions, and we have lots and lots of slime. So the suggestion was to actually produce a little bit of polluted water that we then can convert into normal water in order to get that liquid gold. Within the refinement tab, we are able to find the algae distiller, taking 120 watts and consuming 600 grams of slime per second, while producing 200 grams of algae and 400 grams of polluted water per second. This is really good, at least for as long as we have slime. Now the question is, how many of these machines do we need? Probably not too many, because if we think about consuming 600 grams of slime per second, then we already process over 300 kilograms of slime every cycle per machine. Right now I have 126 tons, but the idea of course is that we can keep maybe 3 machines running at all times, and then with the meteorites that are incoming we should be able to resupply that. So I'm kind of thinking about starting this on the top here. Actually the payload opener will also have to move at some point. This is just temporary here, but let's see how much space we have. Let's say we get things started right here, and that would allow us to place about 5 of these. Maybe eventually I would also like to see a transit tube access point. Just imagine the access point here at the bottom will also move once I know what to do with this scenario here. But basically this should be possible to connect this. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea, and this will allow us to have 4 algae distillers. And I think I'm just gonna make the flooring out of gold tiles. Why the heck not? We can afford it. And that means we have the space for some construction here as well. The question is just, what do we need? We just need to input the slime, right? We don't need to input any liquids. You know, the question is, do we want to automatically do that? And we might be able to do it if we just leave a little bit of space. Let's say in between 2 machines, we can have an auto sweeper. Ooh, could we also have like a storage bin? No, we don't have enough space. So it might be wise to put this one further down so we gain a little bit of space, and then we could have 4 machines like so with an auto sweeper and a conveyor receptacle. Ooh, actually, do I want that? The thing is, it's gonna off-gas. Yeah, this is really bad unless we keep the transit tube access point a little bit higher, and then we start to fill this up with a little bit of liquid, say some supercoolant or whatever. This would then, let's say, prevent the storage bin here from off-gassing because it is submerged, and we still have the space to set up an auto sweeper right here and there in order to input the slime automatically. And then honestly, all we need to do is bring this down to our storage for processing. That actually makes me think, why don't we just put it inside of this room? I mean, this room doesn't have to be empty, right? We're already producing the fertilizer here. As a matter of fact, we seem to be doing that with polluted water at this point. You know, honestly, I currently don't want to waste my polluted water. So I think what I'm going to be doing is setting this up right here. It just makes so much more sense. Oh no, what happened here? Is this tragic? No, we are connected like everywhere. Yeah, you know, since we have this power spine going all the way down, we don't even need this anymore. I'm gonna clean up the cables another time. Let's now get to the algae distillers. We should still be able to have the same setup here because we have the same amount of space. So some storage bins here and then the auto sweepers on the top. Now in here we actually have over 100 degrees. This could be an issue. Wait, it doesn't say anything about an overheat temperature. Are you serious? Algae distiller doesn't have an overheat temperature of 75 degrees. How is that even a thing? I'm still gonna make it out of gold amalgam just to be on the safe side. Actually, I don't have that much gold amalgam, so we should make it out of steel. But it really looks like we have no overheat temperature on this. Either way, steel is a little bit more secure and we have lots and lots of it, so no worries there. At this point, I think I'm just gonna move it down like so, and then we're gonna directly go over here. This will have to wait as long as the pump has something to pump up, but if the pump doesn't work, then the water can continue. It will be processed right here and then going into my storage. Wonderful. Yeah, so we can basically forget about this part, and we already have a transit tube access point ready to go right there. Okay, that could be a thing. We have to check just how quickly we can use up our slime. If we are still accumulating slime, of course, we could make a second level of this. In the meantime, on the third planetoid, let's maybe start by planting our wheezworts. Oh, I have not a single wheezwort on here. Now, how many do we have? Like 11. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Perfect. We can send that over quite easily by just having it in the storage. There's my buddy bot seed already, so we're also gonna send that over. But now I need, what did I say? 11 kilograms. So we're gonna restrict that to 11 kilograms. I'm gonna get into my seeds and send them over, the wort seeds. We have, wait a second, did I already do that? It's like a flashback that I'm having right now. Wait a second, where the heck are my wort seeds? I'm pretty sure I had at least some of them, or actually the exact amount that we needed. Come on. Oh no, honestly, I have no idea where they are. I just know in the previous episode we established that we have just enough seeds in order to make this happen, but they don't seem to be on this planetoid. After a little bit of searching, I figured out that I had my seeds inside of the rocket right here, the colonizer rocket. I just forgot to unload them on the planetoid actually, and now they are inside this interplanetary launcher. Also together with the buddy bot seed. So as soon as we send a little bit more oxalite over, then we should also be sending the seeds over, and therefore I will be able to plant them right here. Okay, let's keep on building a little bit. I'm also taking apart the old base now, as you can see, and this is going to be such a relief, just making it official. Now, something else we might have the time for in today's episode is check out the fossils. I've never really done that, so let's just go ahead and excavate it. Checking Lyra's skills, at the moment we cannot really do anything else, but we could get rid of the super duper hard digging. Now, let me see. We dug up the entirety of the planetoid except for this part here. Should we do this now? Yeah, this would probably be a really good idea. All we have to do is make enough space for a cooling system, just enough to get the steam condensed into water, and then we need to pump it out. So we can set up a pump here made out of steel. I also would like to see a sensor and a little bit of cabling here. Let's just go with iron. Then I think we will just have to wait for one eruption in order to push all of the oxygen out and then just close it off in the right moment. Let's actually build a little bit more of the wall there. Also, of course, we cannot be missing the drywall. No, sir. And then how are we gonna cool this down? I was kind of thinking using the oil, so we don't have to set up a separate cooling loop for this. So what if instead of going up directly into the storage system, we take a little detour and make sure we can cool down the steam? You know, this would be really interesting to try out. I think I'm gonna do that. We would be coming up here with the pipe. So instead of going up here, we take a little detour. We then use some radiant pipes to cool everything down here. And then we just make our way back. Let me go down here so the pipes are together. Oh, actually, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, we will probably be better off lowering this by another pipe. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do that, so it's already gonna go over at this point and then come back at the other point. Something along these lines, and then join back with this again in order to be stored. A little bit hotter because of the steam, but it should be okay. In this case, I'm also gonna start to take apart the interplanetary launcher here. We're not gonna be needing that any longer, and we will have to move that towards the top. It will probably be right here, to be quite honest with you, so I can shoot up the rat bolts, and then I would have to leave at least this space free right here in order to shoot it. I wonder at this point, should we move the solar panels over one block, I think it might even be worth it, to be honest. We might not utilize the space that we gain here, but it's still gonna be good for me. And then we will have something like this going on for ourselves, which is totally fine. We will have to move the system though a little bit. Or I bring it a little bit further up. That could also be the solution. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I can bring it up all the way to this point, which is gonna be fine. And then at this point, I don't think I'm gonna make the bottom part anymore. We're just continuing with the solar panels, you know? Yeah, I can totally see this happening. I'm gonna remove this part right here. Oh, what happened here? Ah, I see. So I actually had this all planned out. Yeah, I should have thought about this for a brief moment. So that means we'll have to move the solar panels over again. I'm so sorry. Come on. Yeah, because like this now I have the space to shoot the wrap bolts inside. And that also means I need to leave a little bit more space here on the other side so I can shoot them down again in case I have too many. So the wrap bolts will be shot out this way going up. We need another reflector, maybe right there. Come on, another reflector going down, another reflector going over, and then it will be launched back into the system. Maybe to be a little bit on the safer side, we're gonna shoot it down from here instead of there. In the meantime, our algae distillers are almost built. We're now gonna store a little bit of slime in here. I'm gonna do this at priority 7, and then I'm gonna make sure that our usual slime storage bins, which are currently inside of here, have a priority of 5. Now, something is happening that I don't quite understand. How do you have severe wounds? What happened? I never got a notification about this, and she's not the only one. Like, look at that. Why is Jean hurt? Let me see. Meep is hurt a little bit. Ren, I just sent to the triage cart. And then look at that. Joshua. Why are you hurt? Who the heck is hurting my dupes? I mean, it couldn't even be scolding. My dupes are all in suits right here. I had one dupe scolding, like Gossman or Nikola. No, actually, it's Mima because she wasn't in a suit. This is so weird. At least our dreamers aren't hurt, but Devon is also a little bit hurt. Wait a second. Chilly surroundings? No, we're still good on that front. Where? Maybe the meteor shower. Maybe I had them all on the top and they got hit by meteors. Or they got hit by my wrap bolts. Is that even possible? They could potentially be, but there are so many hurt dupes. I don't think they have all been hit by the wrap bolts. I mean, look at Nisbet. She's in total pain. Oh my gosh. And this bed is already busy with Quinn, who is also hurt quite a bit. Let me see. We're still storing some stuff in here. The reed fiber, though, would be nice to have in here, but I guess it's not really mandatory. I'm gonna move my canister emptier over here, and then we have the space for at least one more triage cart. Now Lyra is radiation vomiting. I don't think I have the pills in here just yet. No pending deliveries. Yeah, let's maybe send over one load. We should be able to do that right here. Let me see. Errands. Yeah, we're just gonna bring 100 pills over, and then we'll have it sorted for 100 cycles. 100 wrap pills, and let's disallow manual use. Oh no, now Devon is bringing another load. I guess that was a little bit too many, so let's keep those basic wrap pills in the normal storage. Oh geez, I sent over way more than I originally wanted. Oh well, in this case we don't have to worry for 500 cycles. These payloads are so freaking quick, arriving in 45 seconds. Lyra, don't worry, you won't have to vomit many more times. She's also bringing up some oxalite, which is good. Some more vomiting. Okay, well, it's minus 20 rats. The vomiting is actually something that I very much welcome. And now she's taking the pill, so she's out of the gutter. I'm gonna allow her to work on that project a little bit more. In the meantime, I would like to go to the main planetoid and see this part here in action. Looks like some of the algae distillers are already going for it, and they are creating, well, 1,200 grams of polluted water. Oh no, looks like once they work all together, it's 1,600 grams of polluted water every second. That is not too shabby. I mean, it's gonna be pretty much a constant thing until we ran out of slime, which is gonna be, I don't know, a couple of 100 cycles away from now. But maybe until then, we find a way to replenish the slime more effectively. Now, it would be great to grab all the resulting algae automatically as well and just bring it back. I mean, we already have this rail here. The question is, do we want to use that because it will go through the heating and cooling process? Maybe it's not the best idea. On the other side, it probably doesn't matter too much and we can just get away with one conveyor loader. I think I'm gonna do that right here probably. And then we should be able to just bring this down and over here. It will not go through this part, but it will go through the industrial sauna. There we go. I now got Nisbet in the second bed. Jeez, that was really close. What's really happening here? The only explanation I can think of is the meteor showers. Let me know, do you have another one? It's so weird to me because I had lots of meteor showers and this never happened. Okay, it is a few cycles later and you can see I'm now building the piping system. We will still be pumping the oil here from the bottom. It's going all the way up, but it will make a little detour right here. And then I also added a pipe for my water. So the condensed water is going to be pumped out here. It's going all the way over and then down, and it's going to be distributed amongst all of the oil wells, 4 of which we have on this side. And should we need a little bit more support, there's going to be another one on the right side. But yeah, now it's up to Lyra to build all of that stuff, which of course is going to take a couple of cycles. Let's now maybe take this apart. There are no more important materials on this. And I'm also going to take this apart. Do I need this pipe? No, I'm actually going to empty this pipe as soon as I have the other one hooked up, and then we're going to remove that as well. I now switch the schedules around again because I truly believe this is the best schedule that you can make if you have it set up right. So this is the finish up from the mod, so they don't do anything while getting into the sleeping phase. Then I have 3 sleep slots in the beginning, so they have the first slot in order to actually make it back to their bed, and then a full 2 slots in order to recover to full stamina. After this point, they will go to the toilet, they will then eat something, they will then take a shower, and afterwards they will go to the water cooler. And once the water cooler animation is over, which is around the 3rd downtime slot, they are going back to work. And if I do it in any other way, they're going back to work and afterwards they're sleeping. So previously we had it like this. This will actually cause them to do their stuff, then they go back to work, and then they have to travel back again in order to do the sleep schedule. So the way I had it in the beginning is just much better. Like, all we have to do to switch this around is add 3 bedtime slots in the beginning and then 5 downtime slots at the end, and they will start working once they've done all of the amenities that you actually have set up. And since we have set up none except for the water cooler, they are just going to do that. So I will be switching this around for all of my duplicants once again, so we have this kind of sorted, except of course for the Dreamer duplicants. And I think the most important part will be to take apart the terrain here, and as soon as I've done that, I can also retrain Lyra to forget about the digging skills and instead take something else. And as a matter of fact, we can do this already right now. Now she got herself in a pickle. Maybe we're gonna speed up the construction of the ladder a little bit. Meteorites are happening. Fortunately enough, this is not one of the destructive ones, but one that is gonna help us with a little bit more slime. But look at that. We already used up about 14 tons of slime just in this short amount of time. And now we have meteor showers going all the way down to the bottom. This is so funny. And it's actually also cooling down the planetoid a little bit, so I'm gladly taking that. There goes my water, will be drained all the way down here. How hot is it? This is really good, just 60 degrees, and then we can start to pump this up. We will be able to utilize a lot of this water still in order to have a little buffer for my oil wells. And then in the background, we're gonna be producing a little bit more constantly. Maybe we're just gonna also store it here at the bottom. Honestly, this might be the much easier idea. Just have a chute here and let it drop all the way to the bottom. Though eventually I think a direct connection is going to be more beneficial. This way we don't have to pump it up twice, you know. There's even another payload that got lost somehow. There's a little bit of steel in there. But yeah, we're now almost done with the piping. I'm going to be finishing that before starting the oil loop. And then I guess we just have this buffer here in order to then shoot stuff up. And over the course of the next few episodes, hopefully we'll have all the building projects done. So we can possibly just take care of another planetoid in the next episode while we are working on this. I would be rather interested in this planetoid here next. So we might send over May in order to unlock the true potential of this guy. The reason I want to go for this one is for the uranium, but we also have 3 different types of liquid sources from there as well. But it would be great to just get access to the uranium to then also maybe set up a nuclear reactor at some point. But yeah, you now know the drill. The water here is also incoming. These guys are constantly running, and therefore we should be seeing less of my water being used up. Well, at the moment, everything that I'm making is going towards the plants. Yeah, looks like it is. So at least we can supply the plants, and then we should be filling this up as soon as on the second planetoid, this guy here is running again, and it will be running in 9 cycles. Until then, we are just counting on this rocket here. I actually exchanged Gossman here with another duplicant. No, it wasn't Gossman. It was Mima that cannot build, and I replaced her with Gossman. Gossman can build. I sent him out to build a little something, and now we can also take advantage of everything, though we don't seem to have enough power. Oh yeah, of course, I did not really hook up the battery module here, though I don't want to send him out again because he was scolding the previous time. I mean, we're almost done filling this up, right? And we shouldn't be losing too much of the durability here. Well, the barbecue did get a little bit stale. Yeah, as a matter of fact, this might have been the problem with my previous mission as well. We just don't have the power. Sure, I will be fixing that issue very soon too. Maybe I'm gonna make it a shorter trip. Right now, we almost have everything full here. Yeah, as a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and do that because I need to bring along more materials. We're gonna acknowledge the warnings and begin the launch sequence, and this is then also gonna mean that we should have enough power again because the rocket is producing power. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so my food isn't lost. Wonderful. But yeah, with that out of the way, we're gonna wrap it up for today's episode. That was actually some good progress here. We do have another method to produce liquid, and on the third planetoid, latest in the next episode, we should be able to get all of the oil going. I will be activating a couple of these oil wells, maybe 2 to begin with, and then we're gonna ship everything over. So all of this is gonna happen in the next episode, maybe in parallel to exploring another planetoid. I really would like to send May over here. That would be absolutely perfect. In today's episode, we're going to visit yet another planetoid right here, Radato, and discover what we can find over there. In the meantime, we're gonna continue our projects mainly on the third planetoid in order to finish up the rat bolt chamber right here and get it running. As a matter of fact, I should probably check if I have some phosphorite. Oh yes, 127 tons. That is certainly gonna be enough. Yeah, Lyra still has to build lots of stuff, but she's got enough food. She's got enough oxalite right here in the storage bin. I should probably up the priority for the oxalite storage bin a little bit. Yeah, here we go. Almost 12 tons right now. That should suffice for a couple of cycles without issues. Okay, we have almost arrived at Radato. Let's maybe have a quick look what we can do here. Now, my goal is to not set up a base here, but do everything automatically if we need to do anything. I believe we have the uranium that we can actually grab, which I believe only a duplicant can do, but this will only ever be necessary like once every 1000 cycles. So we definitely need a usable rocket platform. We also need everything to set up like the salt geyser and whatever we can find. And then occasionally we need to bring back the uranium. Sounds doable if you ask me. 13 seconds, so this one should arrive very soon, and then hopefully we can use this ladder to get down. Let's maybe have a quick look at the colonizer. Yeah, we should probably enable the building here. Oh, me. Wait. Are you catching your breath? Ah, you still got a suit. Yeah, we need to deliver 2 suits into the station very briefly. Actually, fill these up before we can do our stuff. Yeah, there we go. She's a little bit hurt, but it's gonna be fine. Now, hold the phone. Can I really not land because it is entombed? Ah, come on. This is so bad. Okay, in this case, I need to make sure this cannot happen anymore. And we're also going to send over a rocket with a Trailblazer module. Oh, nice. Look at that. There's a critter cargo bay. I didn't even know about this. This is going to make things so much easier. If you play without the printing pod, that is. So I think I'm just going to deconstruct the artifact modules and then maybe a couple of these solar panels in order to accommodate for one Trailblazer module. And then we're just going to send someone over. Maybe actually even Gossman could do it. Though Jean could also do it. Yeah, I'm actually gonna send Jean over this time around. So let me change that crew already now. We're also gonna change the destination to the orbit here. Then we can open this up, and I think we should already be ready to just launch this off. We have some food in here, and well, we don't really need the rat pills. Before I launch this, of course, I have to add the trailblazing module. Whoops, there it is. A checklist ready, just the pilot missing. Let's launch that. Jean is already getting inside, which is good. Let's go ahead and unequip the suit right away. And now she should actually be able to do everything. I'm even gonna give her a upgraded piloting skill.
For some reason, we're not launching. It says unreachable module, but what does that even mean? It's reachable now. Sometimes I feel like a noob. Why the heck wouldn't you start? Everything is fine. Dude, I will be so mad when I figure out what the heck it is. We have the skill. We have everything in the checklist. I changed the target. I reloaded the game. I cancelled the launch. I'm super confused. Oh gosh, why? I'm such a noob. I should just stop playing this game, you know? Just freaking stop playing, Nathan. Good, now we're finally flying away. Thank you. And we will be able to help out May. I'm gonna make sure that this cannot happen anymore. Now, honestly, it looks like my water is a little bit too hot that is incoming here into the fresh storage. I'm considering cooling it down. If I look at my power situation here, I'm not really using the center guy right here. So we could theoretically replace it with an aqua tuner and then let the incoming water cool down a little bit. Like it's this water right here at 45 degrees, and it could easily just take a little detour here and then get up again in order to be distributed into the storage, and that would at least make it 14 degrees colder, which is still a little bit too hot, honestly. Maybe another solution would be to finally utilize the supercoolant in order to cool this room down, which would be much more effective. Now, supercoolant, do we have the capacity for that? I mean, we would only really need one aqua tuner, right? And then we need to reroute the pipes in order to get around here. Yeah, I would say it's theoretically possible, though quite annoying to build. But if we do this all with radiant pipes here, I could go into the aqua tuner right here. Let's actually go in right here. So this would be the center, then going into the aqua tuner, then this would be the bypass. We hop over here and this would be the exit. So somehow we have to make this work. Let me see. I could do it here. And then right here, I already have quite a complicated intersection, I gotta say. So the safer course of action would be to continue down, in my opinion, and then somehow join up here. Let me see. This guy, yeah, this can be bypassed actually quite easily if we do this right. Let's say this one here is going to be skipped. So the incoming supercoolant can come from here. We're going to hop over there. And then if we hop over here, we should be able to do the same thing. This is actually going down. So we got to do something like this. And I'm already going to cut this out and empty the pipe. And then once the supercoolant ran through everything, we can exit this way and actually add another bridge here. Go down there and move over. This will be going up and up. So we need yet another bridge going up and up. And then over into the aqua tuner. Okay, we also need the bypass bridge here. And then we need to join up with this guy. So it would be good to maybe get up here and then join up with this guy. And we can do this. Let's see, this is running into this direction. So I'm gonna do that, cut this. Then I can hop over from the top and hop over here again in order to finish the loop. Now, if I knew I was gonna change that in the future, I probably would have done it a little bit cleaner with the pipes, but you know, in the end, it kind of adds up. So let's try to get this built. And this is honestly gonna be quite annoying in order to, you know, get all of this done, this piping. So I'm not particularly looking forward to that. At least we don't have to open up the vacuum here. I don't think so. Yeah, this should be fairly easy if we reach it from the bottom. Good. In this case, we're gonna open up this thing. And actually, before I do that, let me go ahead and replace this with an insulated tile. And then we can gain access to this room again. In the meantime, my rocket is gonna take 3.5 cycles to reach the planetoid, and then we can continue. Oh, you know what? I have an idea for the kitchen that just came to mind. What if we... Oh, never mind. But what if we move this one over a little bit? I think we can still reach what we want to reach. And then we could make a fridge, especially for the cooked seafood and the barbecue that needs to be cooked up in the gas range. Because every now and then I still have to get in here and regulate what we have going on in order to be able to cook. Yeah, I think I might try that. Anyways, I'll be right back once I made some progress with my project. Okay, everything going according to plan. We're almost done with the build here on the third planetoid, including the beautiful wrap-bolt chamber. I actually can't wait to get this in motion. But first and foremost, let's now take care of this situation, kind of help out May here. By the way, in the background, I'm downloading City Skylines 2. I will be making a first impressions video. I actually didn't spoil myself at all. I watched the trailer a couple of months ago and that was it. Then I just said I'm gonna play it after release, and then hopefully over the weekend I'm gonna dive into a very in-depth let's play. I'm gonna make a huge let's play on City Skylines 2, that is for sure. But here we go, we have arrived. Now I think I got another problem. Oh no, this is so funny. Okay, the Atmo suit of Gene is actually worn. Now that means we cannot even equip it anymore. I should never have unequipped it, and there's no way for me to repair it. Wonderful. Let's check out the Planetoid. Well, we might get away, not scolding, but then breath is gonna be a problem. There's a little bit of oxygen here, so if we are quick enough, we might be able to catch some breath here and then go ahead, dig this up. But then I need to think about how to send Gene back. We still have 13 tiles here, so maybe I can go to the Planetoid back and forth, kind of do an interchange here. Yeah, I think we just gotta try it. Right now, at this point, we don't have any other choice, so we're gonna deploy our rover here. Ooh, that seems to be possible. Okay, let's do it. And there we go. Yeah, that actually worked. Okay, now we gotta dig our way towards oxygen really quickly. We can do 3 tasks here. Oh no, are you serious? Sometimes when I lose overview of what my duplicants are capable of, this is just absolutely incredible. Okay, we have enough morale. We can do this. I think we only need this one, right? No, for the uranium, we need better digging skill. Okay, just super hard digging, we can do this, no problem. Okay, now Gene can dig down and we have access to, what is that, sand and granite, so we should be capable of building a granite ladder here and dig down even more. Okay, and this should be possible within the time before we run out of oxygen. Oh, Gene, you're probably the worst candidate to do this. You have low digging and building skills, but you should still do it, right? Schedule disallows new tasks. Oh my gosh, Gene, are you serious? Do you think this is the right time to take a break? No, I think you gotta move into a different schedule. I'm gonna put you back right away, but right now you gotta dig for your life, you know? I can only build the ladder once I dug up the tile. Okay, don't repair. Come on, Gene! Holy cow, what are you doing? Dude! This is unbelievable. The priorities. Fine, now we need to dig up this stuff. Now actually I want to be careful here a little bit, maybe dig away 2 more tiles so meteorites can fall and nothing happens, because as soon as I dig away this tile I believe the rocket is gonna land. And I kind of want to make sure Gene is out of the way in this moment. Wait a second, I should just wait here. Yeah, let's wait here with the colonizer and then the other rocket can land, so Gene can get off the planet right away. Of course, that is the logical thing to do. Okay, now dig away the last tile and then you have to move into safety. Let's just go over there and wait for the rocket to arrive. Radiation vomiting, that's fine. Your rocket is back, Gene. Oh, congratulations. You can go here. I'm gonna choose you again as a pilot and we're gonna make our way back home. Gene, scolding maybe? No. Okay, nice. Oh, I'm so glad. Then in this case we can send the other rocket to the Planetoid and May can finally get started. There it is. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is where I wanted to be at the beginning of the episode. But what you gonna do? We can now still explore everything. Let's check if we got everything right. Yeah, May is happy and everything. In this case we're gonna get started. First of all, digging some stuff up, just making our way over there. Now this could be dangerous because of the eggs. Yeah, let's be careful here and just dig on the top. And hopefully we'll find lots of good stuff. Now, actually, what can we find? Let me see again. We're interested in the salt water and the steam vent. Also, the polluted water would be great. But then most importantly, I guess it's going to be the radioactive biome. The way I actually built the rocket platform, this can always get entombed. So I'm just an idiot, but now that we got May over here, we can also send materials and build a better platform. Ah, looks like we already found the Gravitas Monument. Very nice. Wonderful. There is the saltwater guys here, spitting out saltwater at 95 degrees. That's not too bad. We are about to discover what we can find here. It's the carbon dioxide vent, nothing too interesting. So this seems to be the border to the uranium biome, which then is always cold. And there is another little something down here. So I think I'm just gonna make my way straight down in order to reveal this one as well. Looks like this is the steam vent here at the bottom. So this one is also interesting. Overall temperature here is pretty agreeable. I want to make sure to always keep this biome here cold. And then we also want to make sure that these guys here are freed up, the beta hives. So I think what I'm going to do here is just dig my way down in a way so that we don't lose too much of the chill here at the bottom. And then we are just going to continue with our ladder and kind of explore this. I want to make sure to not dig up all the uranium, but to kind of expose it towards the beta hives. So I guess somewhere we'll have to make some sacrifices, which is fine. We can dig all of this up and then continue right down here. Good, looks like we're about to reveal the first beta hive. I think the first bees should spawn very quickly. There's also already 34 kilograms of enriched uranium, and if you didn't know, they basically just harvest the uranium around them in ores and they refine it at almost no loss. Now look, this is very interesting. 2 beta hives right next to each other. I didn't know this is even possible. Let me see. We probably should get in here, maybe through there, and then also free these guys up. Yeah, there we go. 1 beta hive completely disappeared and there is now 1 digesting. Let's see, they also have 34 kilograms, but they can now just go away and do some refining for the next few hundred cycles. In the meantime, I'm also making my way over here. Let's sacrifice a little bit here and dig our way through this waste. Free up this guy as well. This would be more than enough actually here with the bees. Now, I believe they require a little bit of carbon dioxide. No, actually that makes them dizzy. Yeah, they are gonna consume the carbon dioxide, but once there's no more carbon dioxide, they will just get to work. Jean, by the way, is back home and doing absolutely fine. Now it looks like we have a little bit of a breach here within the abyssalite. I should probably go ahead and fix this. Let's submit the bioscan here and then maybe make our way up there. Ooh, look at that. We can unlock another duplicant. That might be fun to explore. We could also just dedicate this duplicant to stay on this planetoid. But yeah, now we have yet another beta hive working for our purpose. Unfortunately, they seem to be all entombed in the beginning. I figured they would kind of have started to work on everything once we discovered the planetoids, but alas. And there is the carbon dioxide guys here. We gotta make sure not to reveal this guy, otherwise my bees are gonna become absolutely useless. But with all these objects, we already discovered everything that we are gonna require from this planetoid. We now have a meteor shower going on. This time around I was expecting it. Hopefully this has no consequences for our rocket platform this time around. Lyra, of course, as smart as she is utilizing the meteorites for the better good. Now it's here again, the other beta hive. Okay, well, I'm not gonna question that, but it looks like we have ample activities here with the bees. This is good. So this is gonna go rather quickly until we have enough decent material to make a nuclear reactor. And there is another one activated with 24 kilograms so far in there. There is another carbon dioxide guys here. Not what I want to see, but another beta hive. Gonna have to sacrifice just a little bit of uranium, and then this is gonna be annoying. Oh, also wolframite. Yeah, the materials to build ladders is all the way over there, so I'm just gonna build as many as I need. And there it is. I think this is the last one we can activate. How wonderful is that? And then that probably means there's nothing more interesting here. There is a beta hive here as well. That's interesting. Yeah, I kind of want to find out what we can find there, but maybe let's find a better way. And there's not really a better way. I think we can risk digging through here. I'm gonna totally do that. And with this, I have once again access to building materials, which I shall take advantage of. What are you doing? Taking medicine. I don't want you to do that now. You know, mate, in your situation, it's also not really necessary. So I'm gonna prevent you from doing that. Continue working. And there is the polluted water vent. Okay, now we truly found everything there is to find on this planetoid. I'm really happy. This is gonna be much easier than the other planetoids, because the biggest thing here, the uranium, is already done for us. And then if we have a look at the polluted water vent, this is actually coming out at 30 degrees. This is like free, already cooled water. It's absolutely unbelievable. So all we really have to do for that is build an encasement and then pump everything up. And we have to do the same thing with the salt water, which is also something we don't have to treat on this planetoid. We literally only have to gather the material and then maybe ship it over with a rocket program. It's going to be so easy. I'm actually glad we have a planetoid like this. The only thing is we don't have any lux. Well, it's in the morning. Maybe I should just check this one here. 30,000 lux. No, it's actually also good. So we can even do this with solar panels. Very nice. Okay, with that out of the way, we have done the initial part here by exploring everything. We found the 3 geysers we're interested in, and we also uncovered all the beta hives. I just have to finish the last one here and then we're good. Considering we still have like 90% of our oxygen left, I would say we're gonna get things started right away in the next episode. I want to set everything up, get the liquid stuff ready, and that should be quite good. In today's episode, I would like to make some progress with the oil. As we also make progress with the next planetoid here, I kind of would like to dig certain things up, just because I cannot let it be. May is gonna spend her time here a little bit. I think the radiation here is okay. It's slightly higher than normal, but she's got some rat pills and everything. And in the meantime, I would like to finish the rat bolt chamber. What do we need for this to work? First of all, we need to make the whole logistics here. And I think that is gonna involve a couple of auto sweepers in order to reach all of these. Yeah. Now, I cannot quite reach the planter box here on the right side. This is why I didn't have them originally. Yeah, let's get rid of these 2. And then of course we also need to set up some conveyor loaders. Let me actually check out on the main planetoid how I did this. Just conveyor receptacles, of course. You know, maybe we can get away just placing 2 of them, maybe one here and another one there, and then we should all be able to reach at least one. Ooh, actually this one doesn't probably work. I think they have to be able to reach the bottom part. Yeah, never mind. I mean, we do have the materials, and then I guess all we need is another conveyor loader that we could set up here. Copper, yeah, that's a good material, and we bring this inside. This will have to be cooled down, so we need to send over a little bit more supercoolant, but also make sure eventually we cool this down. So let me just get this conductive panel already in the joint, like so, and then we're going to be doing a little detour before continuing with the loop. We also have a little bit of automation involved. I already explained how that is working. I think we can leave the upper part be because we basically always want to shoot and we don't need to protect ourselves from the meteorites. So we're going to get started with these AND and NOT gate combinations, and once I've done that, we're going to relay the signal down to the actual infrastructure. So let me just go ahead and rinse and repeat that. I'll be right back. Okay, I will just be digging my way down here. May should be able to do this rather quickly as we complete this construction, this automation monstrosity. Well, it's not really a monstrosity. It's actually pretty neat for what it is. But yeah, I definitely want to get this finished. Now I wonder, look at this. This is actually a little bit of an issue because we don't really dig those up. But we still have plenty of materials coming in actually from the very bottom where I installed a auto sweeper inside of the oil. But yeah, I guess it's also time to take this apart though. Here I'm keeping the bleach stone. We need to make sure that we have an adequate replacement and then just get rid of the rest here. Also the piping, I guess, yeah, I've already replaced that, though I wanted to use the oil initially, and now that the piping is technically done, this guy is dormant, active in 13 cycles, and there is some oxygen inside. The question is, do we really need to empty it or not? Maybe I wanna, first of all, you know, grab the materials, that would be great. And then I think it's time to connect the oil. Let me see, how did I intend to have this done? So this is oil. No, this would be the incoming water. Holy cow, don't connect that. So this is water incoming, okay. And this is the cooling loop. So we first wanna go through here, kind of. Do something like that. Come on. And then this will be flowing through and it will be going up into the storage. Good. So now we will be able to get rid of this pipe here as well. Now, all we got to make sure is that we definitely only pick up the oil. Right now, I'm picking up everything and it could go through here. But if we pick up some water, actually, what do we have here? Let's check the liquids. We have water, polluted water, crude oil, and even petroleum. Yeah, it's too many liquids. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and dump this in space, basically. So if we add a little sequence here, it doesn't even have to be much, just a little compartment that is gonna get rid of our stuff. So we're making a little detour through here where we're gonna check the water liquid pipe element sensor and then dump that stuff. If it is not oil, then we wanna dump it. So we're gonna need the NOT gate. And then once we check that, it can continue flowing inside of the oil storage and therefore also continue into the interplanetary launcher. So with that out of the way, I would say we can go ahead and connect this pipe until this is built. Ooh, actually, maybe until it is built, I'm just gonna cut it out and then we can set the filter up. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna prioritize the liquid pipe element sensor so that we can build it right away and I can do the setting and not forget about it. This way, technically, we will be able to connect it even before. And maybe just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna prioritize the vent and the pipes here as well. Element sensor, you're checking for crude oil, and this is what you're allowing through. Good, now I would say we can just keep on building and wrapping this up. Let's check out the other planetoid. May is probably vomiting all over the place right now. Yeah, she's really not doing exceptionally well, but you won't have to suffer for much longer. All I want to see is 1 or 2 layers on the top and then we should be safe. Oh jeez, I did not even realize May is at 100% stress. What is she doing when stressed? Okay, just vomiting, I guess. Yeah, she's just a vomiter. Okay, I can totally live with that because with each vomit, we get rid of 20 rats, right? Oh, this is so great. This is actually the perfect stress reaction, May. Okay, except right now, she's not doing anything else other than stress vomiting. Oh, this is crazy. She just got rid of all her rats. Look at that. She's now doing absolutely fine again. I have to make a little exhaust for my colonizer rocket here. And May, okay, well, you deserved it, kind of. But I'm only gonna allow you to sleep until 20% stamina, and that will have to do. Wonderful. My oil is now being stockpiled, and I think this should still be enough to last for quite a bit. And now we just need to stock this up, and I guess, yeah, let's just wait for this to happen. I also still need to build everything inside the rat bolt chamber. I'm a little bit impatient. May once again is stress vomiting. Ah, man, she's not really okay. Okay, I'm almost done here with the top portion. Once I'm done here, it is rather easy since we can just go down mostly without the ladders if we dig 4 tiles at a time. Did we make some progress here? Yes, also a little bit. Okay, looks like I forgot about the power. We still have to power all of these up except for, well, we don't need to power up the doors really. Okay, I think we're now ready to launch this baby. All I have to do is fill this up with, what was it? Agriculture phosphorite, I believe. And this should be manually filled up by my duplicant. There it already is incoming. Of course, this is now gonna heat up. This is actually built here. So maybe let's go ahead and build those 2 bridges that would be necessary to complete this. And I'm already gonna halt the cooling loop and speed this up a little bit. But now my Weezwords are going for it. And I just noticed I don't have anything in here in terms of gases. Oh yeah, that could be a problem, but we can easily just fill it up with some oxygen. That should be okay. So I'm gonna be bringing this over and filling it up. Yeah, we need to focus on that as well. Just build that. I have some other building commands in other places of the world, so this needs to be done immediately. Otherwise, my rat bolt generators are just going to unnecessarily heat up and we lose all of the chill of the Weezwords. So Lyra, go for it. You can do this quick, please. Thank you. There it is, my gas vent, and this should flow. Wonderful. Okay, it was about time. We already heated this up to 100 degrees, but now they are cooling down and they're also being quite efficient here. This one at 233 rats a cycle. Now, let me see. Do we already have oil in here? Contents, none. Okay, yeah, I totally forgot to complete the pipe. This should, of course, happen. The pipe should go in here, and this is just pure oil. But now we're filling up the rat bolt chambers like we do it on the first planetoid, the main base, and this should be fairly easy to maintain, I think. This honestly is probably gonna run for quite a while, contrary to the main planetoid where we only occasionally use it in bursts. On the third planetoid, it will probably be active most of the time, since we should have a constant delivery of oil. There it is, the pipe just done in the nick of time before bedtime. And yeah, this is actually quite a historical moment because we're now starting to deliver the oil like we wanted to. And it's already going to shoot towards the second planetoid where of course we are processing it inside of the petroleum boiler that we built here. Should not take long for that delivery. Yeah, just a couple of seconds to go, but we've already seen that. Let's check out the third planetoid. Can we kind of keep up here with the rat bolts? I mean, ideally we never quite fill this up. Like the flow of oil should never stop, but I don't think this is going to be quite realistic, though right now we're actually not doing too badly. Maybe we're going to exchange these tasks TAS here with something that allows the radiation to go through a little bit better. Like the solar panels, they don't block anything at all, but these guys here, they do. So we could exchange those with window TAS maybe and get even more radiation in the joint. Though it's not going to be that much more. It's like just 20 more rats per cycle that we could get. Right now we are full. This is the moment that I would like to avoid, and we're not yet full with the rat bolts here. Ooh, okay. Yeah, maybe we should have built it slightly larger. Though I guess right now we really have a lot of oil that we need to send over. It's still much faster than what we had before, that is for sure. I mean, we could think about adding even more rat bolt generators, but I'm not sure my power system will be able to keep up. Right now we are kind of living off the natural gas that we still have going on here. Is this even connected? Yeah, I think so. I was worried there for a brief moment. Let's check back on Radato right here. We are almost done. Ooh, actually, I totally forgot to give off the right commands here. Yeah, of course. Lyra just needs to keep going, digging up the terrain. I want to get to at least this contraption here, the Gravitas Monument. Would be great to accomplish that today. I mean, once May gets going, did I just call her Lyra? Yeah, I meant May. But once she gets going, you really can't fault her. In the meantime, checking the beehives, we already have 180 kilograms in here. Hold the phone. Right here we have still just 24, 18 kilograms, 36, 80 kilograms, and what do we have here? Come on, 36. Okay, so they did produce less than I anticipated. I guess we're just gonna give them a couple of hundred cycles time. You know, if these wheat wards actually run the entire time, it could be that we're getting too cold. I'm not even sure. But at some point it could be really cold in here. Though does that even matter? Maybe not. All I know is that we're not quite at the speed I would like to be, and the only way to fix that would be to add more rat bolt generators, but I don't really want to do that unless we have a fixed power system. So I guess I'm gonna keep building the solar panels and the infrastructure here to pick up the snow and everything, and then we'll just take it from there. Now, during the night, this could actually be an issue. No. Wait, we're still gaining power, of course, because we have the natural gas generators, but they are going to break. Yeah, this is not going to last for much longer. Is there a way for me to cool this down? What do we have here? 60 degrees temperature. Okay, we could just dump a little bit of water here, honestly. And I think that is exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go ahead, dump a little bit of water, cool this down temporarily. You know, it's really satisfying to see this progress, that we are now actually shipping the oil to the second planetoid, and you can also already see that we are producing the petroleum. Now, I might want to accelerate this a little bit. Oil is incoming at 60 degrees, and the petroleum right now doesn't seem to want to cool down. I guess I should not have built this out of metal TAS, because now they are actually relaying the temperature. Yeah, this could be an issue. So maybe right now I just want to open this up, allow the petroleum to go through, maybe make sure we build this drywall tile, and then just ship it over to the next planetoid. Get this a little bit under control now that we actually have oil deliveries. Yeah, this was actually stupid to build it with metal TAS, unless it was my intention to always keep it just at one layer. But then I started to fill this up, and that's what you get from it. Now, of course, we have all of these batteries overheating, and the resulting petroleum here is really hot. Not really what I wanted to see going to my main planetoid, but we can still deal with it considering it's just rocket fuel and generator fuel. Okay, it's now time to dump the water here on the natural gas generators. Maybe I should have built a tile here. Yeah, there we go. This actually helps a little bit to get it beneath the 70 degrees. And I'm gonna do the same thing with the gas reservoir so we can utilize them again. Yeah, okay. It's not really looking good here with my plan. I guess I would have to build it out of different materials and then also integrate it with the cooling loop. But we could arrange that, considering we're probably gonna make use of the natural gas generator at some point or the other. And yeah, I gotta say, I'm actually happy. The oil flow isn't even that dramatically bad. We do have regular deliveries, and now that we have this going on, we're also slowly getting this below the 100 degrees mark where I want to have it. Alrighty, the steam vent now activated. I set this hydro center to above 500 kilograms, and I'm now closing off the wall. So everything should be out here. Well, maybe there's a little bit of polluted oxygen, but it might be pushed out if we're lucky. Even if not, it doesn't matter that much. It's just for OCD reasons. Oh, come on. Oh, that would be amazing. Please.
Oh, it's so tense. It's so freaking tense. No, don't run away. But I think we stand a good chance now. Instead of one packet, we now have many. Okay, well, I don't really mind. The steam vent is still gonna work because we run the oil through it. And this is what we are gonna do for a while. Now, I reactivated the oil well here. I still need to hook it up to the power and then it should be going for it. So we are producing again. The only issue is gonna be that they are gonna overheat. For now, I managed to cool down my gas reservoirs with water, but I think we're just not gonna stand the test of time here. So I've been thinking about moving my production here. We might even be able to set up a, let me see, power station. Yeah, because if we manage to pull that off, we're actually going to be in good condition. So we just have 3 of these guys and kind of make this as a continuation of the room. We can then drag the power down below and we would be opening this up and make it accessible. Not enough materials, no problem. I can send over some more, but we're gonna fill this up and then we would be able to close this as well. But I guess for now, I wanna keep it accessible so I can actually reach it. So it looks like we want to send some more plastic here towards the 3rd planetoid. I'm going to be doing that, manufacture goods, and we just need to send over a little bit, so I don't even know. We probably have lots of plastic by now, 26 tons, that's actually not too shabby, but I guess after 2 or 3 deliveries we have enough, so we're gonna shut this down again. Cannot have my entire plastic delivered over there. Right here on Redditor, I'm also making progress. Finally, the chlorine is submerged here, the bleach stone, but there's still lots and lots of terrain to go. In the meantime, my bees seem to be a little bit more active. Ooh, I started to dig up some of the abyssalite that probably was hot, which I do regret now in certain ways I cannot really describe. Yeah, I built this out of aluminium. Of course, this cannot take any heat whatsoever. But you know, maybe instead of repairing stuff, you would be focusing on building that insulating layer. That would be amazing. Yeah, I think if we can sort this out and not actually touch any of the hot tiles with the water itself, we should be good. But I never really get the abyssalite. It's just weird and it never works in your favor. Okay, we're now making really good progress here with the petroleum. Let me just check this out. Yeah, look at that. All this petroleum that we can use for regular rocket flights. We're still also producing the algae. And right now I also started to pick it up. You actually warned me to send it through the steam room because otherwise it would have solidified on the rail. But yeah, I think with Radar we're almost done here with the next layer. On Blazona, I'm still fixing stuff here at the bottom, and on a I never said that. Neutralista sounds delicious. By the way, we also still have to do something with the oil wells. At some point they're probably gonna overheat, though actually they might contain their heat at around 150 degrees. So this might be worth exploring. Maybe we don't even have to do anything about that, and we're just gonna bring the pipes down, hook this up as per usual, and then do the same thing with the power. I mean, if we get lucky, they don't go beyond the 150 degrees, which I think is the temperature they release the natural gas at. So the only question is, do we want to contain the natural gas? Is it really going to be worth it? Maybe we can just use this natural gas guys here in order to take care of our needs. Plenty to build here, also plenty to do still on the 2nd planetoid, but it's not quite as dramatic now. Okay, a couple of cycles have passed and I now have an incredible amount of petroleum, contrary to what it was before. I even had to move the pitcher pump up because it was submerged and of course suffering a little bit. On Redditor, I made good progress. I'm gonna be removing everything except for the cold biome here where we have the beta hives, and then I guess I will also want to have access to the materials. Now I'm running out of gas here. I only have half left of what I came with. On the 3rd planetoid I got the natural gas geysers to work together with a smart battery instead of the station because otherwise I just couldn't control them. I also installed a couple of gas reservoirs and they are simply connected in a way so that I directly feed the gas into the generators, but there is also a buffer storage with 9 of the gas reservoirs. On the 2nd planetoid, I've done the layer here. We could probably set up a geothermal plant, maybe activate the minor volcano, but other than that, we're almost done here on the 2nd planetoid, really. We just have to do the 2nd row. Yeah, of course, the jumbo batteries. Yeah, I'm not really sure if they are worth fixing. Do we have some steel? Just the one. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm having enough batteries here, but for now, I think I'm just gonna have to remove these since it's too hot. Hold the phone. What am I doing? I'm taking apart the wrong stuff here. Of course, I only want to take apart the batteries. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I have to say, I'm pretty happy. Now we're getting oil on the regular. I'm still struggling a little bit with the power here, so I temporarily deactivated the oil wells. So that is something we have to sort out. I'm thinking nuclear reactor, to be honest. That would actually be amazing here on this planetoid. Oh yeah, I also finished the solar panel array in order to gain more power, but I don't think it's gonna be quite enough. I'm also gonna be activating the carbon dioxide geyser here since it's coming out very cold, and this could help us to keep things a little bit cool. I'm also gonna open up the chlorine gas vent. This is also coming out at 60 degrees, which is gonna help us, but I'm not gonna be doing the hydrogen vent. In today's episode, I would like to figure out a little bit what I can do with the special terrain features, such as the gravitas monument. Also on Blizona, I barely have anything to do. There is actually no monument here, but we could also make a geothermal plant. Actually, do we lack the... Ooh, what's happening here? That's not good. Broken pipes are never good. How is this even possible? I got super coolant in here. Oh well, either way, on the third planetoid right here, we do have a couple of features, such as the Gravitas shipping container, and we also have some other things, I believe. Yeah, right here, the petrified fossils. So what I want to test out here with Lyra, I think, is who needs to have the art fundamentals or decoration. Let me actually see. This one here just gives creativity. To use the clothing refashionator, we would need the second tier. Wait a second, doesn't say in the tooltip here. If I excavate that, I can see the masterwork skill. Oh no, so we do need the highest tier. Let me see, could we maybe retrain her to forget all about the digging portion of her job, because we do not technically need to dig up anything that requires a skill in digging. So I think it would be fairly safe to retrain her. For now, I'm just gonna go ahead and unlock that. We now have 31 morale of 30, so maybe it's not even that dramatic, though I believe the 31 on this planetoid might be an exception, and that on a regular basis we have less. But now that this happened, we can see Lyra has a low priority here for this. I'm gonna put this to priority 9, and then as soon as her schedule allows, she's gonna come for it. We now also introduced the new natural gas generators, which are basically just producing whenever they can. I just see this guy here still needs to be finished in order for the flow to be quite good. Oh, there we go. Lyra is taking care of the fossil. And let's see what this all involves. What is she gonna do with it? What do we get from it? This could be interesting. There's no progress bar here. Curious, Lyra. Okay. Wait a second, what did we get? Just fossil. Oh, holy cow, look at that. Oh my gosh, it's like a lot of fossil. Look at that, it just keeps going. I don't even know, I cannot tell how many fossils we have here. Let me maybe allow it to drop on the floor. And now, oh no, it already picked it up. So it's like 4,000 kilograms of fossils I think we got from that. And now what's happening with you? We now got 1 of 4 fossils or specimens. Let me see, there was another one here. The ancient specimen. Yeah, no, wait a second. Was it really excavate? And then the critter fluxomatic, which is something else. So let's go ahead and do the fossils first. I want to find all of them. Now, looks like there are only 2 on this planetoid. No, wait, there's a third one here. Petrified fossil, cancel excavation. I already did that. And there is the 4th one. So never mind. All of the fossils are available. I'm gonna put these to priority 7. And it looks like we can just go ahead and excavate the fossil fragments here as well, and I'm guessing we will be getting some more fossils from that. Here we are already taking care of the second one. This one now has a progress bar, so maybe we just didn't see it before. Now this is a curious notification. My duplicants have safely excavated a set of strange fossilized remains. It appears that there are more of this giant critter's bones strewn around the asteroid. Strewn. Gotta look that up. It's vital that we reassemble the skeleton for deeper analysis. Oh yes, of course. Very vital. By the way, I'm still bringing up the materials non-stop here. There is so much stuff. It's absolutely unbelievable. Good. That is the second data decoded. It appears that this creature's DNA was once used as a king of genetic storage unit. Wait, what? I cannot read today. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna let it be. As it was used as a kind of genetic storage unit. Okay. Now we're going to the third fossil here. Oh, here we can see. Yeah, we got 2 of 4 fragments. And wow, Lyra is actually rather quick here. So that was the third one. Okay, and look at that. This is so intriguing. Can we now use this as a science station of some sorts? Let's check it out. It appears that this DNA creature was once used. Oh, okay, never mind. Same message here. And here we got the very last one, a amber fossil. Oh, before I do that, I should actually give some more commands here. Oh no. Yeah, I totally messed that up. Some people weren't able to properly continue digging and building. May is actually doing it from the other side, so never mind, she did something. So that was the last fossil here with the same message. And now story trait complete, ancient specimen. So let's check that out. My duplicants have meticulously reassembled as much of the giant's critter scattered remains as they could find. Their efforts have unearthed a seemingly bottomless fossil quarry beneath the largest fragment dig site. Nestled among the topmost bones was a handcrafted critter collar. It's too large to have belonged to any specimen traditionally categorized as companion animals. So I guess we can now activate the fossil quarry here. And what this is gonna do, it's just gonna extract fossils. Okay, for the cost of diamonds. Intriguing. So for 1,000 grams, 1 kilogram of diamond, we get 100 kilograms of fossil. Now, of course, right now we do have quite a bit of fossil. And speaking of that, we should probably go ahead and send the fossil back home. At the moment, all my fossils land right here, but we could go ahead and add them to this conveyor loader. Where would we find that? Probably just raw mineral. And we have the fossil here. It should be picked up and then it's going to be transported all the way up into the launcher and therefore also brought to the second planetoid. And now all I would have to do is also add this here to the second planetoid, so we bring over the fossil to the first planetoid where we are actually processing it into steel. And in the meantime, May is taking care of the rest here. Let me actually go ahead and do another row. Maybe let the game save first because my digging commands will be all over the place. And then we just dig all of this up. Another row of 4 tiles. And in the meantime, on the second planetoid, I really have nothing else to do. The oil is incoming at a steady pace. I'm not having issues to process it all. And yeah, as you can see, it's just flowing through. We are getting the petroleum, and this should also result in a fairly large petroleum storage here. Now, the question is, what happens once we start overfilling it? Are we just gonna queue it up? And how do we prevent it from overflowing? That is a pretty good question. Maybe we're just gonna be using the petroleum for other stuff, maybe being a little bit more lenient on how to use it for energy. Right now we barely make use of it because all the other energy sources are kicking in first, and usually it's enough to keep up, especially with the geothermal plant. I didn't even have to activate the second part of it just yet, so we still have lots of potential here to set up machinery. Now that we have taken care of essentially unlimited fossils, we are now gonna check out the Gravitas shipping container. All we have to do is knock on the door and then we'll see what happens. We probably get some sort of a task. Lyra, let's see what you got. Yeah, knock knock right here. Check it out. Ooh, wait a second. Oh, that's a cutscene. Intriguing. We got a hermit that we might or might not want to recruit. Initial contact was a success. Our neighbor seems friendly, though extremely shy. They'll need a little more coaxing before they're ready to join my colony. Now, the first thing we need is apparently a little bit of power. So I'm gonna grab that from here. Yeah, let's just bring it over temporarily. Maybe connect this together so we can work on that. Also, honestly, while I'm at it, I wanna bring down the pipe here a little bit. So at least I can exit the pipe at the bottom. And I'm just also gonna make a little exit here so they could exit here at the bottom as well. Also, I just saw that wasn't enough material. Let me see. Or I want to bring this over to the second planetoid, and then I want to send over a little bit of plastic. Very easy. Let's see, I'm just going to do about a ton or so. That should be enough. Just let it run for a minute or so. Now, of course, if I forget about this conveyor loader, then we still don't have a save mechanism that would actually
actually prevent all of our plastic from being launched over. Yeah, I think that's enough. We're gonna pick up what's on the floor and the rest should just be sent out. Okay, let's also pick up the material here. Looks like I could use some cleaning. Then I'm still lacking the demolition skill here with May, but I don't think I can actually... Yeah, I shouldn't really do that. That would be absolutely horrible. But on the other side, that means all of these ladders will just remain here, and it's gonna be so bothersome. Oh well, I guess there are worse things that could happen. All I want to see now is check out the Gravitas monument here. Oh no, we also need a skill to do something with that, right? Which one is it? Oh, I accidentally told them to demolish this as well. No, that's not what we want. Could we now maybe focus on building this wire? That would actually be amazing. Just construction, I want to see all of that. Right now I'm actually not producing any more oil because we do have power issues on this planetoid as mentioned before. We would probably need a nuclear reactor here. We don't need wrap bolts on the second planetoid because we have the teleporter. Nuclear reactor here on the third planetoid makes sense because we can create some energy and we also get more wrap bolts if we want it. Now it looks like I'm overheating stuff here. Let me actually see what is the problem. Wait a second, there are no pipes. What is even overheating? Ah, okay, so the machine itself is at 75 degrees. That is unfortunate. So I'm assuming what we need to do is just replace these here with metal tiles and then we can relay the chill downwards. This should be absolutely possible. So we kind of gotta focus on that. It's actually very pressing because they are already overheating. And then I'm also gonna be focusing on finishing that so we actually have access to all of the precious natural gas that we are collecting here. So now I just need my duplicant to do something here. Lyra, can you please hurry up a little bit? That would be absolutely amazing. Yeah. Just replace all of these and then this should relay the chill rather quickly. We should be able to see this immediately. Woo. Yeah, okay, look at that. And it should be enough to keep them well under the 75 degrees where they start to take damage. Now I have some high stress here, 83%, and of course that is because we have invested quite a few skills. Yeah, look at that. We're now 23 of 29 morale with May at the moment. Now I think since May doesn't really have a bad stress reaction, I'm gonna allow her to have that reaction. I totally forgot what it was, but it was kind of a funny stress reaction. Radiation no. It was vomiter. Yeah, of course. So she's just vomiting around. Absolutely nothing to worry about, I would say. And we're now almost done here on the B planetoid at a point where we just probably can leave it running for a couple of hundred cycles. Like these beta hives are now just gonna be producing in the background and we don't really have to take care of that. Now, one thing we could think about is unfreezing this duplicant, but then again, it's just gonna be a random duplicant that I don't necessarily want. Okay, now at least I'm already below the 75 degrees, but the chill here from the Weezwort should be continuing. Let me see, we have 2000 grams of oxygen, so a good medium to transfer the chill. And now Lyra decided to build a little bit on the Gravitas shipping container. I'm really curious as to what this is gonna do. I mean, what are we capable of shipping with this? Definitely an interesting question. Though on the other side here, I just noticed that we do have a tendency to have an overproduction on power when it comes to natural gas. But that could just be temporarily when the natural gas geyser isn't dormant. There's also the critter fluxomatic. If we start to activate this, it says collected species data. Hopefully I don't have to add any critters to this. That would be a problem since I eliminated them all on this planetoid. Looks like this is actually a prioritized task, maybe a toggling task. And there it is. Okay, so critter fluxomatic, waiting for a critter. Oh no. And Lyra, what did you do? Did you just trap yourself? Wait, no. Okay, it's just the end of the day. She's waiting. No, Lyra, what are you doing? Sleeping here. That doesn't make sense. Am I stupid? Yeah, I'm stupid. This is actually not possible. So we need some igneous rock to make this work. Things like these just drive me insane. This is so infuriating, Lyra. I wish I could just go ahead and punish you. Maybe at least you're gonna do it during the downtime. Ah, I see. We cannot actually go past this. Okay, that makes sense. If I deconstruct this tile, then she should drop. Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe that was a little bit my fault, but to be quite frank, this is like the only thing we cannot get past in terms of machinery. Now, she just missed one of her downtimes. I'm not gonna be sad about that, honestly. Made a mess. Yeah, you deserved it. Don't look at me like this. Quite frankly, you shouldn't be allowed to wear a fresh suit as a punishment. Yeah, honestly, I don't think we're gonna be finding a critter egg, but speaking of critter eggs, we could just send them over, and it looks like all we have to do is send 5 critters through this, collect the species data. So if I manage to send over a bunch of eggs to this planetoid, we should be able to just lay the eggs right here and then allow the critters to go through on their own accord. Lyra just isn't quick enough right now. I feel like she's not building efficiently. Well, we might be able to still apply the materials. Come on, come on, come on, be quick enough. Yes, okay, we were quick enough to at least bring the materials upstairs. Now we should be able to power this up within today's cycle. Now, let me see. This is gonna just require 60 watts, so that is not gonna be the issue. I just noticed here, deliver food to the mailbox. Deliver 3 unique food items, quality must be 4+. Okay. Establish average decor of 120 or higher for the area surrounding this building, and then also turn on festive lights. So actually connecting this to power is only the last step. I'm gonna disconnect this so we can first fulfill the other items. When it comes to food, currently I have some berry sludge, which I believe has a quality of, let me see, I don't even know. Berry sludge we're making here, and it has a quality of +3, so that's not good. We need to send over, let me see, that would be some surf and turf with +4, and then we would have to make other stuff. Also, look at the frost burger. This guy is really crazy. Spicy tofu comes with a quality of +5. Tonic root, I don't have access to this. Fried mushrooms and omelets. Ooh, a mushroom quiche. That is actually something we could do. We just need to plant some lettuce. Oh, and of course, mushrooms. We totally took apart the mushroom farm. Pepper bread is another possibility. That would be quite easy, and we do have a lot of sleet wheat grain. We got the mushroom wrap and then also stuffed berry. So it might be worth it to set up a pincha pepper nut farm. There's also the mixed berry pie with gristle berry. We got lots of that as well, and grapefruit. So there's always something we would have to do. But from what I can tell, the only thing we can actually give the hermit right now is the surf and turf, and then we would also have to make other meals to even make this viable. Except maybe there's something here with a quality of +4, but it looks like there's just +3 here in this building. Yeah, even omelet is a standard quality, so we do need to make 2 additional food items right here, and that means at some point we need to probably introduce a pincha pepper nut farm that we can place, let's say, below here. I don't think we're gonna be needing that much or that big of a farm to make this work in our favor. But yeah, that essentially means we cannot really take care of the Gravitas shipping container just yet. We will have to make more preparations for this. Also improve the decor right now. That should be easy with the gold tiles and everything. And then the festive lights with the power is also easy. So it's just really the food that right now we need to deliver. Looks like I just accidentally poked open the carbon dioxide geyser. Well, maybe it wasn't accidentally. And maybe this is even gonna help us because it's a cold geyser. Yeah, actually, I might just leave this open and allow it to expel the carbon dioxide at a very decent temperature. This just looks amazing. I love this. There was a huge cloud of carbon dioxide in there. I think this guy was just producing in the background. I mean, look at this carbon dioxide cloud. I just love it. And of course, this is gonna keep things rather cool, at least for the time being. So I guess all we have to do is just bring the materials upstairs here. The flow of materials stopped somewhat. No, actually, we are still collecting them here. And of course, we're sending over the oil and the fossils to the second planetoid non-stop at this point. But power is still an issue. I cannot hook up anything else. At the end of the day, sometimes I even lose the power, and therefore we are also wasting rat bolts. So I even have to be careful with having too many auto sweepers active. It's best to not have that many. Another thing I wanted to do is maybe set up a bottle emptier here, so I can also get rid of the water. I'm not even sure where I'm doing this.
this right now, probably right there, but that doesn't really make sense. So I rather see this bottle emptier here, thank you, and that's gonna be all but sweep only. And actually with all, I don't mean the crude oil. If we get any of that, I probably just want to dump it at the bottom. Wow, this was actually incredible. We are now at cozy 0 degrees or so approximately here, and it is still spreading. In the meantime, I also made some more progress here. We now can reach the Gravitas monument, so what could we do with it? Maybe this thing is actually just a decoration. I do have a pedestal here with something that I can pick up. Maybe that's all it is, a monument. In this case, I think what I'm gonna do is be using the neural vacillator right here, and we can give this to Lyra. So maybe she is gonna eat a little bit less or breathe a little bit less. There are a couple of bonuses that I would gladly take right now to make Lyra less of a passive hazard. Looks like we now completely exchanged the gases here. Everything is carbon dioxide and the entirety of the natural gas has been pushed out. Can I just go ahead and assign this, or do I need... Yeah, I probably need some flooring, but of course Lyra should be able... Yeah, we don't even need the entire flooring. We literally just need to reach it. And there we go. We can go ahead, complete the neural process right away. And what do we get? Lyra gets the trait Sunny Disposition, so minus 20% stress per cycle. And I have to say, this is probably one of the best things we could have gotten, because that even means we can go beyond the morale requirements for her skills. It's a constant minus 20% stress buff. Absolutely amazing. I like it. Now there is a way to actually recharge this if we have a recharger, but I'm not yet sure, or I totally forgot how to actually get that. A vacillator recharge. At this point, I think I can demolish the other fossils, though I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I need to have them intact. Let me know. Can I go ahead and deconstruct these fossils, or do I need to keep them? So now I would say I want to try out the Critter Fluxomatic. So what we need to do is bring over a bunch of eggs, and I'm gonna try it with fish egg because they don't take long to hatch. We have a couple of fry eggs right here that we could technically send over. So if I collect them here, yeah, Critter eggs, and I want, let's say, 6 eggs. Let's do 5. We just needed 5, right? So all we need to do is put the fry eggs in here, allow manual use. It's a high priority, so somebody should be coming. I'm just gonna speed this up. Devin is taking care of the task, and then we should be able to send it over using this. I should probably go ahead and prepare this, because right now I cannot really reach the monument. Oh my gosh, I did not think this through. So we would have to build a ladder being able to access both of the sites, and I'm gonna prioritize this, so maybe we can complete it in this cycle. In the meantime, Devin brought the eggs, so we are gonna extract them and bring them into this conveyor loader. And now we have May fleeing again. Yeah, that is a little bit of a... Oh my gosh, she's almost dying. What a... Wait, we are gonna cancel all of this, so we get away from that poke shell rather quickly. Stalking target. Oh no, no, it's actually after me. Let me see. May, are you allowed to attack people? No, she cannot do anything about it. Now this poke shell is aggressive because somewhere there is an egg. So let's maybe check out the eggs. We have here 3 pinch rose eggs. Yeah, that's what they are. One is here, one is there, and another one here. Yeah, that's why they are aggressive at the moment. And this is not good because May's almost dead at this point. So what if we placed a storage bin right here? May, stop the heck what you're doing. Get, why isn't she going? What? Oh my gosh. Okay, now we're gonna build that storage, and in here I'm gonna keep the critter eggs. Okay, Pincha Rose, we put this to highest priority, and now May, you have to kind of collect them without dying. Run past, get that egg, okay, and put it in the storage bin. And now we can see this poke shell isn't aggressive anymore. Let's see if that also happens here. Yeah. Okay. I think that actually works out. There's just one more egg to go. No. We just run past this guy. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was at least the last hit. Now, every time they lay an egg, we are gonna collect it, and it's not gonna be that much of an issue. Except we now have this pip that actually empties the storage bin. How is this even a thing? Jeez. I guess we don't really need to keep it inside the storage now. Okay, now May should also be able to keep on building here without getting destroyed. I also started to clean up the Planetoid here a little bit. All of the old infrastructure here can actually go. Can we still reach the rocket? Yeah, I'm gonna be able to reach it from the top probably, so I'm gonna be removing this. This doesn't really need to stay in place. Wait, now I totally forgot to check the fish egg. They're probably on their merry way. There we go. I actually didn't completely miss them. Oh no, they brought some more eggs. Well, it doesn't really matter. And wait a second, we brought it to the second Planetoid. I needed it on the third. Let's see, maybe once they arrive we can just go ahead and send them back. But yeah, that was a stupid mistake. Fry fish egg, you go back. And then what I needed to do is change this again to the third Planetoid. Yeah, my bad. There are some fry eggs incoming. That was already 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, I think we got them all, so I'm gonna disallow manual use. I put them into the wrong conveyor loader. They're now all going to the second Planetoid again. Let's just forget this ever happened, and we're gonna do it again here, and I'll be right back once I got the critter eggs on the other Planetoid. Okay, we did it, got 3 payloads coming over, and in at least some of them I have the critter eggs. So now just the downtime needs to pass, and I need to be building a little something. This chlorine vent is not just going for it. Let me see, that's 60 degrees. Not really something I can make use of, so I'm already gonna prepare to encase this for the future, but this can really happen whenever. Now I think I just received my payloads here. Yeah, there are the fish egg. I want to bring over at least 5 of them, so we need to do this rather quickly with high priority. But there we go. Fry egg. We can only move 1 at a time, or at least just give the command for 1 at a time. So maybe I'm waiting until I have them all, and we can possibly do them in one go. Fry egg, move over here. Wait a second. It needs to be moved right there. Good. Now I got 5 movement commands, but they all combined into 1, and we're gonna put this to a high priority. I also really should make myself a transit tube access point. I totally forgot about that. I'm gonna put 1 in here so I can go up and down a little bit quicker. Oh no, I'm only moving 1 fry egg at a time. This is really bad. I'm not gonna be able to do it in one go. Now the egg is over there. How long will it take to hatch? It's just 7% incubating. Okay, it wasn't even that close. In this case, I might even be faster first doing the transit tube access point here so I can go back and forth. Oh, I just saw the guy poke out his head. That's so funny. It's not only in the window there. Yeah, there we go. Ran out of power again. It happens every so often. Nice. Looks like I got my 4th egg in here. And now we're just waiting for the 5th one. And I also got my transit tube access point for this. Now that we have all the eggs, I'm actually gonna deliver them back. So I'm making sure they're going to the first Planetoid again. Now it could very well be that we need 5 different types of species in order to collect the data, but we'll see. Current status offline. The building cannot operate until it collects more critter DNA. Okay. It looks like we have 1 egg at 90% incubation already. So in half a cycle, we should be able to see what actually happens. In the meantime, I totally forgot. I also brought my liquid rocket back over again in order to collect some more water. As you can see, we're just filling this up again. And right now we're getting to the point where we actually collected so much petroleum that we cannot continue anymore. So I guess until I used it up a little bit, I'm just gonna cut this, and then we need to find a better solution, maybe with a signal coming from the main Planetoid. 99% incubation. It's gonna be popping out any second. Come on, boots, 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 boots. You can do it. And there it is. Okay, it started working right away. Poking and prodding critter. Very interesting. Yeah, we have that Pacu fry in here. Ooh, new species scanned. Oh, looks like we will need different species. Okay. Sample collected. Review data for more Oh, no! How can I review it now? I just clicked it away. Either way, my Pacu fry is now here. Well, there's nothing special about it. So yeah, unfortunately, it looks as though we will have to send over different types of creatures. But just to make sure, I'm gonna wait for another half a cycle in order to let another egg hatch. Okay, once again at 99%, let's see if the machine is gonna accept the new critter. Would be really convenient. Well, it does some scanning, but we did not make any progress. Yeah, in this case, we're gonna take care of that in the next episode. In the meantime, let me quickly check this. Yeah, we still have lots to load up. Okay. I'm pretty happy. Now we still have the problem with too much petroleum, and of course this pitcher pump now is also suffering. But what can I say? It's not perfect just yet. We're getting there. In today's episode, I would like to wrap up what we're doing currently, and I also would like to start another project. Slowly but surely, I think it's time to focus on our main goal of actually building a hotel for duplicants. So what I'm definitely going to do is come up with a design that we could use for a normal, let's say, hotel room. And then maybe we can also already brainstorm a little bit of the infrastructure that we're going to require. In order to do that efficiently, I'm going to need the help of May. She is the perfect candidate to actually take care of that problem. But I don't only want to send her in the future. I also would like to send my builders from the main Planetoid. And thinking about it, what we might want to take care of first is an oxygen system, so we already have the possibility to actually remain here for an extended period of time. I already got a payload opener in the joint. We do need a couple of solar panels to make things actually viable and working, and of course also right here with the heat of the rocket we have to do something. But yeah, without any further ado, let's just keep on going here. I decided that I want to set up a border here at the bottom, so there's still a lot of terrain that I would like to remove. Actually, I don't have enough stuff here. Yeah, looks like the igneous rock I just ran out, but I guess we'll be getting lots more granite and also sedimentary rock that we can use. Ceiling collapse, what are you talking about? Wait a second, I still have some gristleberry in here and omelets, but it looks like we ran out of kilocalories. Dude, are you serious? How did this happen? I took 30 kilograms of food with me. Maybe it just went bad, I don't know, but this time around I'm actually just gonna send over some food. Let me see, where was that? On Radato. So we should be able to just send that over and make sure we can fill this up, because I still have a full gas cargo canister and I don't want to send May over just yet. So let's switch that to Radato right there. And I'm gonna be sending over some edibles, mostly cooked seafood. No, actually, what are we making? Yeah, the surf and turf. So I want to bring some over here, allow manual use. There are no pending deliveries. Let's see what's up with our food at the moment. I got some cooked seafood in here. We're actually missing the barbecue. There is some barbecue here. Yeah, this is a real problem. It's like I need 2 refrigerators just to make the surf and turf, and then a refrigerator for the surf and turf. So I think what I gotta do is bring the barbecue in here and then the cooked seafood later. Actually, we don't have any barbecue. That is just not true. There is barbecue right here. Did I say? Wait a second. How is this not working? I want barbecue. There's at least 32,000 kilocalories of barbecue. Oh, wait. I cannot reach this. What? You know, I wonder, could I have a storage bin on top of a door that is closed? I think we need to try that out, because we could theoretically reach through the door, and that honestly makes a lot of sense. So let's try that out. Gonna need that pneumatic door as soon as possible, please. May? Oh man, why? Why are you guys doing this to me? I just don't get it. Are you just kidding me? So May apparently trapped herself here with insufficient resources to build this, even though I do think we have some. Now go back and do your stuff. Jeez, are we in kindergarten here? Okay, now I got my pneumatic door and it still counts as a missing tab. So unfortunately it's not working, and because it's not standing on something, it also doesn't do what I want it to do. Okay, so what other solution could I have? I mean, everything is in the way. We need this, we need that, and we need everything. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just gonna get rid of this conveyor loader here for the time being. Right now, I don't think it leads anywhere. And then I'm gonna move this auto sweeper 1 block up. This is the only option I currently see. So if I have the auto sweeper here, then I'm still able to reach everything, including this refrigerator, and this would actually solve our problems. Okay, so now I can at least have my barbecue here, as well as my cooked seafood, and this I think I'm just gonna put to 100 kilograms, because I only have that in here in order to spice it up. Wait, I only have it here in order to cook it up in the gas range. And then once it becomes surf and turf, it's gonna be put into the spice grinder. That now makes sense. The only issue could be that we fill this up, like now, with just cooked seafood and no barbecue. So that is a little bit unfortunate. We also have 75 kilograms of cooked seafood that is almost stale.
So what happens if I compost this? Are we gonna get some barbecue? No, that was still cooked seafood. Are you kidding me? So now I have another batch of 70 kilograms of cooked seafood that I'm also gonna compost. Well, just temporarily. And then I'm gonna say they shouldn't compost it anymore. Wait a second, it just got put back. Ah, okay. This is how I can cycle everything. Now we should have the barbecue as well. Okay, nice. I have the 6 kilograms of barbecue here, and they should now be cooked up inside of the gas range. And so I guess right now I'm just gonna send over some omelets. We should be capable of doing that. Quinn is taking care of it, and Jean, and there are some omelets now being shipped over. Let me see that happening. Yes. And if I just check the contents here in our launcher, we have 140 kilograms plus 16.8 kilograms. I think it's gonna be easier to just send something over that is unrelated. So instead of omelets, let's maybe send over some igneous rock or something. Just anything insignificant, and we also don't have to send over too much. That is already enough in order to get this to launch once. And now I should be getting those payloads to Ratatouille in order to refuel, and then I can still take apart the rest of the terrain here. We got a meteor shower in 1.9 cycles, but I usually tend to forget about them, so I'm already gonna shut down the bunker doors. Oh no, what did I do? Oh my gosh, are you serious? Okay, I just destroyed the hives here by being silly. I guess by opening this, yeah. I thought I had this closed. Now this means we probably have to drain this. It's not cold enough right now. Yeah, this is really bad. Well, maybe we get some of it back. It's definitely too much to be mopped up properly, but I might be able to drain it by taking away some of the less important materials. Ah, no, this is so bad. Oh, why you have to do this to me, game? Okay, we still have 1, 2, 3, potentially 4. I wanted to knock the other one out, but I'm really hoping that I'm getting these nests back once we get rid of some of this nasty liquid. I mean, we still have the bees here. We have a chance that they come back. Just a little update to keep you up to speed. I now filled up my liquid cargo rocket and I'm coming back, while in the meantime on Ratatouille I'm building the layer that I want to have as a border between the cold and hot region. As a matter of fact, I extended this to include the new beta hive because these hives here are lost due to duplicant error, let's just say that. So as soon as I'm done taking apart the entirety of this terrain right here and maybe preparing a bunch of the geysers, we are gonna make our way back with just enough oxygen in order to refuel then, and possibly make our way over to the Hotel Planetoid. Now there's actually one more planetoid that I would like to visit functionality wise, and that is, let me see, I don't know, we've discovered it already. Yeah, I think it was Gorgano right here. If we oversee the planetoid right here, this is where we get the resin, and we do have a surplus of food. Let's just say that. I composted a whole bunch of meal lice. I kind of regret that now thinking about the tree, but generally speaking, we could sacrifice some food. There's still a lot we need to do when it comes to food, but my intention is probably to have a bunch of cooks over at the planetoid and then just provide the raw ingredients. But yeah, today I also would like to just start by designing the tiles that we are going to require. Like for the hotel, we don't necessarily need metal tiles. These guys are just going to hang around. They're going to be pretty much the laziest stoops ever. So I think what we should focus on is making this really nice with a bunch of carpeted tiles. And what I'm doing here is in no specific place, I'm just designing the hotel room itself. I want to have the bathroom included, also a shower and everything. So just for one duplicant, it's actually gonna take up quite a bit of space. However, we could get started with a comfy bed here. Let me place that maybe right there. Considering the bed is facing this way and I cannot rotate it, I would like this to be on the right side of the room. So maybe this is going to be the very edge, and then we could go with a bunch of gold tiles in order to keep things at a high decorative value. And I want to make sure to have enough space towards the top, so 4 tiles, and I might be doing it like this and then have another carpeted tile. Though, yeah, that might not even be necessary. We can just have the next floor here. The bedroom should be large enough for a bed stand or some pedestal of some sorts, and then maybe something else. Let me see. I was first thinking about the water cooler, but we could just also go with the party line phone. I think this would be actually fitting. Let me see. We can build this out of gold probably and have that, let's say, right here. And then I also would like to see a pedestal just right next to it. Also, a nice little picture would be great. This is gonna go right here, leaving us the space for either a crown molding or even better, a hanging lamp made out of, actually we can have a sunny hanging pot here. What do you think? Or we're just gonna go with the arrow pot in order to get the maximum decor here. Then I think I want to have a gold tile here as a divider. So this would be the pneumatic door making up the room. And then the next room would be the bathroom with a shower. And I think metal tiles are fitting for this. Considering the planetoid isn't too large, I need to consider that. I cannot just make it very spacious. But honestly, a 5-star hotel should also contain a bathroom, though I might want to have this on the other side. Yeah, I think this might be more fitting. So I would have this here together with a shower as well as a sink. Where do we have that? Medicine sink. So this would go right there. And we have some metal tiles as flooring, another door right here. Good. If this is one unit, we take up about 5 spaces or so per level. We can have like 2 next to each other. I think we can do that. Now, you guys also wanted me to have some water all the way around the hotel. There is actually a geyser very much in the way, but I think if we get started here with the rooms, we should be good. We can have 2 rooms next to each other with a ladder dividing them. Or you know what would be fancy is if they didn't even have to use ladders. We just do everything with transit tubes. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. Oh man, I wish I could just copy this over. That would be so convenient. I guess there's the blueprint mod, but the last time I checked it wasn't functional. So I'm thinking, since this is the most luxurious planetoid, we're gonna be filling this up with a whole bunch of plastic tiles here in order to make it flat. So let's see, there is the part that sticks out the most. That means this is gonna be my border. We're gonna have 3 tiles of water in between that and the hotel. So this would be my border here, and then right there would be the last layer. So 1, 2, 3, and here. Right? Yes. We're gonna be thermoregulating the entire planetoid, so I don't think we're gonna be needing any insulated tiles. We can directly get started with the rooms themselves. Or maybe we have some bunker tiles just on the outside, just to, you know, brag. In this case, this would be my edge right there, and we can get started with the room. Let me just replicate this briefly. I think I might make this even fancier with a bunch of glass tiles here. The glass tiles towards the outside would be nice as well, but I think I prefer the brick-like texture of the bunker tiles. So the way we could potentially do this is have a transit tube access point here, then the transit tube leading down and up depending on what they need, and then we replicate the same thing or mirror the same thing towards the other side. Let's see, we have about 19 tiles towards this. Actually, let's only count this one here. That is 16 tiles. So I need 16 tiles up to here. Let me see where we end up. Ooh, okay, if I build this contraption towards the left side, then we might just get away with it. So I kind of have to test this out. And this is also, yeah, let's do the plastic wall here, at least the first part. This is gonna go all the way up, and this can now go. And in order to do some maintenance, I'm also gonna be needing a ladder towards the outside here. Let me just build this straight in the center of the intended water room, and this should go all the way up. Yeah, this is actually gonna be a huge building project. Let me get rid of that because of the rocket. And then we come down here towards this side. So this would be the lower edge here with the 3 tiles in between. Good. Now all I have to do is mirror the room that I currently have going on. Now I'm going against my decision to have the bed in a certain direction, but what can I say? I'd rather have some symmetry now going on here with the room distribution. So this would be the bed. In this case, we have the door right here, and we can continue. Then we have these bunker tiles going all the way around, and look at that. I think we get away with it. So this would be the width of the room. If I continue this, I can have 2 rooms per 5 tiles. Let's see how far up we want to possibly build this. That is about 100 tiles, so that would be 40 rooms, 40 duplicants. Yeah, and this way we could use the rest of the space that we have available in order to do all the fancy hotel stuff, including potentially some kind of a petting zoo.
to. But yeah, I like where this is going. We're gonna need to pay this planetoid a visit very shortly in order to establish the first part here and potentially also reroute the ladder we have going on. In order to make good use of that, I need to remember to bring along a little bit of glass in order to establish more solar panels and potentially also batteries. Maybe we're just gonna build up the batteries here, even if just temporarily. We could totally do that. All we need is some metal ore that we can also bring along and just stack up the batteries a little bit so these solar panels can do their work. But yeah, this is looking promising. Now I'm gonna continue here on Radito and be right back once I feel like it's time. Alrighty, I just made my way back here with May in order to refuel the rocket. As you can see, we're just charging it up here with a bunch of oxygen. Everything else is already ready, and I would say we're gonna make our way over to the water planetoid. I also got my water rocket here one more time. I think we can still land here in the center, actually thinking about it. So this landing pad here, maybe I'm gonna rename it to center pad or so we can decide to actually do this here. Enable the building. I always hit the enter key when renaming, and sometimes that disables the buildings. Anyway, as soon as I got this charged up, I'm gonna make my way over there. In the meantime, I already got a whole bunch. Ooh, you are missing an Atmo suit. Oh, this is crazy. I did not realize that. So Jean is kind of stuck here and we just need to deliver 2 Atmo suits apparently. But yeah, either way, I made sure to put a whole bunch of things into that storage bin, and then what I did is just dropped it on the floor. So right now we are collecting the igneous rock from the looks of it. I think we can disable this again. So it's on the floor. I already got some plastic, gold, steel, and cobalt. Now, is there anything else I would like to take with me? I mean, we are still gonna have to send over a whole bunch of materials, but it's gonna make it a lot easier if we already have like 20 tons of each that I know we're gonna be using. Maybe if we just have a look right here, I got the plastic, I got the ore. Well, technically I don't have the ore because we are lacking gold ore. I only have like 2,900 kilograms. So on the hotel planetoid, I'm probably not gonna build with the gold amalgam ore, but with a different one, like the cobalt or so. It doesn't really matter. It's not like it's gonna make a visual difference for us. It might make a difference in terms of decorations for the duplicants, but this is insignificant on the hotel planetoid since they're gonna be happy either way with everything that I'm giving them. So yeah, I would say we're just gonna wait until this is actually fueled up. Right now I have almost 3,600 kilograms in here. Ooh, what's happening? It's not going up. Am I just wasting oxygen? How is this a thing? Yeah, it's going in there, but the oxygen is not being delivered. Like this guy here isn't filling up anymore, and this guy isn't filling up either. Looks like this might have been going on for a while. At least my oxygen system seems to be very much taxed. Now, is this really a thing? No, now it's full. And now this guy's filling up. Okay, that was so weird. By the way, we now have plenty of water here. Also, the second and third planetoid, they are just absolutely doing wonderfully. I stopped the making of petroleum for a little while so we can start to accumulate a little bit of oil. As you can see, all of these liquid reservoirs are full. So as soon as we need a little bit of petroleum, we're gonna have it. No issues whatsoever there. And in the meantime, I'm still cleaning up the planetoid, taking apart the last few remaining materials or terrain that we have going on here. I might actually get rid of this crushed satellite since I don't really need it on this planetoid. It would have been really handy on the third planetoid here in order to charge up the interplanetary launcher, but right now I'm doing it like this. I think my geyser here became active again. No, it's still dormant, but it's going to be active in 5 cycles. So once that happens, I'm not going to be struggling that much and we can make use of the gas generators a little bit more explicitly. And I still would like to get all of the various critters here, at least 4 more different critters we have to get here. I guess if we do get a different type of fish, we could also send it through here, but generally speaking, we should just send over the eggs. It's gonna make it easier. Also, something that I've seen happening here with the spice grinder, and I feel like this might be a bug, but every once in a while, it just doesn't get the mealwood seeds that are necessary. Like you can see, insufficient resources, mealwood seeds, and this is not something that I have insufficient of. Like this guy here is filled with 94 kilograms of seeds. And the reason I believe this might be a bug is because as soon as I disable, no, actually not disable the surf and turf, that's not what I wanted to do. What I need to do is
is disable the recipe and then enable it again, and then suddenly it's gonna add the mealwood seeds again, and the duplicant is gonna come along rather quickly. Plant meat, is this something new? I never saw that. Surf and turf, yeah, everything is being stored, so this is kind of weird. I have to get back to this at least every 5 minutes if I want it to work continuously. By the way, we're almost ready here. I'm looking forward to this. I'm already gonna change the destination over to the water planetoid so that in the next episode we can actually get started with the hotel build, and I'm gonna be really excited for that. Should we take Nisbet with us? I wonder. Maybe in the next flight. For now, I'm just gonna allow May to do the chores, and in the future we will have to reroute this pipe, so maybe I'm already gonna do this now. Actually, yeah, we probably want to follow this ladder here. So eventually there's gonna be a ladder going all the way up, and ooh, this is actually not good. And that reminds me, we should probably take a little bit of granite with us. Yeah, let me get rid of that pipe again. So this would not actually work out because this is the very edge here. That is a little bit unfortunate. It looks like I will have to implement this somehow into the build. I totally forgot that I wanted to have like a water source. No, that isn't even necessary. Like the hotel here is gonna continue, right? All the way up to the right side and then go up again. Okay, so we can actually avoid this, but that means I will have to route the water through this ladder here, which still isn't built. So I guess for now, until we have it built, we're gonna be going up. I think I'm gonna make 2 levels to begin with, and then we just connect the pipe and gradually make our way up. But yeah, it's gonna be a mega project, so better get started right now. And in the meantime, let me see, the colonizer here, I would like to see a little bit of granite here as well. Raw mineral, granite, and actually thinking about it, some ceramic might also be nice because we need at least 1 room to cool things down, so including an aqua tuner, and it would be nice to get that into a ceramic encasement. Good, got almost 20 tons of granite in there. Now I'm just waiting for some ceramic. Quinn actually slept here a little bit. Is it possible that the 2 suits are gone again? I don't get it. At least 1 suit should still be here. Oh well, let me actually also unlock more blueprints. We're just gonna get through them rather quickly. Missed the first one. It was another lamp, and there is the gloves. Pastel purple. I thought I already had that. Pastel pink. Come on. Some balloons, and I already clicked again. This is so confusing. Slouchy lemon socks. Okay, that is kind of funny. Some more gloves. Super fan gym socks. Slouchy strawberry socks. And that was already everything. Jeez, okay. Wait, I don't get it. How is this possible? How do you even get here without a suit? Absolutely unbelievable. I just don't believe you. The dupe that comes in is gonna put in an atmosuit, right? And then he's using that same atmosuit again. So how can they become empty? I mean, the only reason would be that one of the suits is worn or broken. Okay, that totally goes beyond my brain. I mean, if I rewatch it, I probably get it, how that happened, but now we have the same situation as before. Oh my gosh, we have 2 duplicants in here, so there should be 2 suits. I guess it can happen when there are multiple dupes, but there should still be the atmosuit dogs. Like, there should at least be 2 suits when there is a duplicant in here. I'm not gonna question it. Also, they don't seem to be bothered actually carrying away the polluted water, even though I have it specifically set up here so they can dump it. Like the... Oh. Never mind. By the way, we're almost ready. I just want to make sure that we also got some ceramic here. Maybe we are stopping the delivery because there's already, what, 12 tons? And that is certainly enough for a steam chamber. But yeah, with just a little bit of oxygen left to go, I think it's soon time to get this baby rolling. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the bunker doors. And I guess May is already the crew, right? Yeah, we just got May as a pilot. There's just 200 kilograms of oxygen to go. I think we can ignore this. Acknowledge the warnings. What is the warning? Just the pilot and the cargo transfer that isn't complete. So let's begin that launch sequence. May is tagging along. Now let me quickly see. I need to make sure that I have enough suits. Like there's an atmosuit with only 6 durability, but we have fresh atmosuits here. They were all worn, so I'm pretty sure they are now repaired. Actually, can I check that? Durability 78. The second one has 100%. The third one also 100%. Okay, so we should be good. And now May is incoming. You need to deliver another suit here. Yeah. Wait. Deliver it over there. Okay. And now you can just fly away. Okay, wonderful.
overall, I'm actually looking forward to this. I also need to reset my skills once I'm here. So I can probably just take a skill scrubber, maybe place it here. Yeah, I should have some gold. Make sure this is also hooked up to power. And then we're gonna scrub our skills here with May in order to make sure she's happy. I mean, we don't need to dig anything up. And actually looking at May, we have the super duper hard digging skill. I don't need that. I'm not gonna need the field research, so we can save a little bit on morale points, because when she's just over at a planetoid, she is low on morale and therefore also suffering a little bit. But here we go, we are on our merry way. Let's make sure to close this again, and then in the next episode we can start on the hotel build. So I'm really looking forward to that. In preparation for that, I'm already gonna change the destination here with the launcher so that I have it pointed the correct way. In the meantime, on this planetoid, I also want to make sure to cover up most of the stuff. Looks like now I sent over most of the plastic to the water planetoid, but that is fine. We are still producing plastic on a regular basis. Currently, we are making our way with the colonizer to the hotel planetoid, where we are starting to build the hotel, at least the first part of it. So I just want to manifest the design we have come up in the previous episode and maybe start evaluating what kinds of materials we are still gonna need. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's still a lot of plastic that I need, and currently I actually totally ran out here with my farm. So maybe in this case, I'm actually gonna stop my projects here related to plastic. I just used the plastic in general to fill up the gaps that I had going on, but it's technically not necessary. And we could even go ahead, use another material instead of plastic if we wanted to. Like, the metals are also an infinite source. For instance, we have 124 tons of aluminium. So I think I might be exchanging some of that here with aluminium and start filling up the room with that. Either way, it's gonna take another cycle or so for us to land on the planetoid. Maybe we should already go ahead and decide which platform we want to land on. It's not the liquid platform, it's the center pad that we want to land on. Let me just make sure that this is the case right here. This is called center pad. So we're gonna be landing here. Everything is gonna be fine. In the meantime, we're still loading up the liquid cargo rocket. Let me have a look inside of here. We have enough food. Oh, we actually have our omelets at 5%. This is not very good, but we still have 23 kilograms of berry sludge, so we're okay. Generally speaking, we now have over 1 million kilocalories of surf and turf. We have 233,000 kilocalories of omelets, and I think omelets is something I want to get rid of slowly but surely. So my intention is to basically have the berry sludge being our astronaut food. Maybe not even. Maybe at some point we're even gonna get rid of the berry sludge. But since we have 1 million kilocalories of surf and turf, I feel like we should be focusing on that, and then maybe we're just gonna get rid of everything that we do with the egg cracker and rather go for the meat. So if I recall correctly, the eggs are actually going in here. Here I should be collecting my critter eggs. Right now I'm just doing the Draclet eggs and the glossy Draclet eggs. And I'm also doing the slug eggs, I just see, but we do not really have any more of those. Inside of the egg cracker, we're doing the Draclet eggs, so I think I'm gonna be shutting that down. Whenever we get a Draclet egg, I also want them to just be processed into meat. We do not really have any hatchling eggs, so I'm gonna get rid of that as well. We also don't really have any Sweetle eggs. I think I'm just gonna do the ones that I occasionally get from the printing pod. So like the Shine Nymph eggs, the Shovewall eggs, they would escape either way. Then larva eggs probably as well. No, let's get rid of them here. And I'm also gonna get rid of the slug egg and the smog slug egg. So in case we get any eggs other than Shine Nymph and Shovewall, we're gonna be bringing them over here, letting them incubate, and then they're just gonna drown so we can process the meat. And therefore, slowly but surely, we should be able to get rid of our omelets. There are still 236,000 kilocalories left. The meal ice I'm just gonna keep in here. We're not gonna cook it or eat it, but we're gonna be using it up for the resin tree in the future. And then there's still the cooked seafood and the grizzle berries, which should be processed further, so we shouldn't really be eating that. Let's now make sure within the consumable this is also the case. I wanna go ahead and allow omelets for all the duplicants until we are done with that. The cooked seafood, however, we probably want to use up. The way it is now, we're getting way more cooked seafood than actual barbecue in order to cook cook up for the surf and turf, so some of the cooked seafood we might also send over to the resin tree. But generally speaking, no cooked seafood for anyone, and also no barbecue, that's right, but surf and turf of course should be allowed for everyone. Then the spiced tofu, I think since we're not actively making that, we're just gonna disallow it as well. And then we have all the tablets, I'm just gonna keep that at what we had it before. Now I just need to make sure for the duplicants that are off Planetoid right now, we might want to allow more food. As a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and specify it for each duplicant individually. Like, ooh, this guy here actually does not have a lot of food left, only berry sludge. Who is on this Planetoid? Yeah, Ari, of course. So let's check out Ari right here. You should be allowed to eat the berry sludge, of course. And then as of this point, we're just gonna switch to surf and turf. So we're gonna send over some of that. The same thing probably for Lyra. Let me check. Lyra still has a little bit more. She also has a pacu fillet, but just 1,000 grams. So I guess that is from a fish that died here. Yeah, as a matter of fact, she also just has the berry sludge left over. The rest right here, I'm gonna compost. So all those pacu fillets, we can just go ahead and compost. We don't need those. Now let's keep going here with the colonizer. Let me see what we have in here. We have omelets, gristle berries. Ooh, that is a mistake, but it's just a little bit. So we're gonna dump this. Yeah, right now May only has omelets left over. Checking out the liquid cargo rocket right here, we still have the meal lice. Ooh, that is a mistake. Yeah, we should probably adapt the fridges to not contain that. Inside of these fridges, I only want the berry sludge, which means we don't technically need to power the fridge. Right now, we only have very little berry sludge. I'm actually also gonna allow the omelets here. That should be good. Berry sludge and omelets. I think we can get away with that. We don't actually need to pack up any surf and turf here. And I'm gonna be doing the same thing for the driller rocket here with Mima. I'm gonna get rid of everything here except for berry sludge and the omelets. Okay then, time to send over some surf and turf. Hopefully my duplicants aren't gonna go over the top with this. I actually only have omelets in here. This is just so freaking annoying. I need more fridges. In this case, I'm gonna send over the omelets instead of surf and turf. This way we also use them up. And that simply means I need to add the omelets to the fridge here with Ari. There is 5 kilograms and 14 kilograms of omelets being sent over. Wonderful. And therefore now hopefully we have some surf and turf here. No, still omelets. Is it going alphabetically or maybe the item ID? Because it always seems to be filling that up with our omelets, even though, well, we just gotta get rid of them. In this case, I would say we're also gonna launch some more omelets. I'm gonna change the destination here to the third planetoid, and then all I have to do is also launch some omelets over there. Somebody should be taking care of that immediately. Quinn, of course, is doing the good deed again. Here are my 19 kilograms of omelets. I'm gonna be sending them over together with, I guess, some other materials. Right now we have igneous rock. Yeah, let's just fill this up with igneous rock. Just a tiny little bit for the payload to actually be shot. Right there, that's what I wanted to see. And of course, the annoying save game. There it is, the moment is arriving. We are starting to colonize the hotel planetoid in 9 seconds. Let's freaking do this. Well, I guess technically we already colonized it, but we're now finally starting to build the hotel. May is already going out storing materials in the storage bin. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to get the materials out of there. Maybe we are even gonna prevent her from dropping the suit all the time, so we can disable this building like so, and now she can go in and out. And since we toggled this to be picked up, she is just gonna go back and forth. I like that. Oh yeah, I gotta say, this is actually going rather quickly since we can carry almost 2 tons per load. And I'm getting all my materials here, including the ceramic and everything. Of course, this is slightly annoying in the beginning, but I'm gonna be glad to have done it to make the building on this planetoid much more bearable. Okay, there's still quite a few materials to go. I'm gonna be right back once I've finished. As a matter of fact, for the night, we might have to unequip and re-equip the suit. Yeah, I guess we can actually do that. Just unequip the suit. Still 74% durability, and it has a little bit of oxygen left. So before the shift starts again, I'm gonna make her re-equip it. And there she goes again, picking up the materials. How wonderful. Okay, meet you right back when we can finally get started with the build. Okay, looks like we are done, and we
just started building here, but it is not extremely convenient with the material being this high up. If I drop this, it's just gonna drop down to here, so that is not gonna help very much. But we could potentially push it over to make it drop all the way down to this part, and that would make it much more convenient. Let me actually try that. We're just gonna deconstruct this. I need to re-enable the atmosphere checkpoint either way. Let's see that happen, and we're dumping this now, rebuilding the tile. This is going down to here. Okay, so we just have to move it over one block, and we can easily do that. Let me get some granite because I know we have that there. Just place a tile above it, and then if we place a tile right here, it's gonna all be pushed towards the right side, and then we can dump it all the way down to here, which I think should be a good point to get that hotel build started. And build this. Thank you. Wonderful. Now we're just gonna deconstruct these two tiles and we should be golden. Looks like we're almost done here with our liquid rocket. We should be able to make our way back and deliver the liquid gold. Also, to save a little bit on steel right in the beginning here, I want to take this apart, get that steel back. We can use it much better in the hotel build right now. There it goes. Thank you very much. And we can build this back. And there we go. We now have officially started on the build, even doing the carpeted tiles here. As a matter of fact, I probably need to bring along a little bit of reed fiber to finish that. But I'm happy for everything that gets built right now. Why do I even have this tube in place? Ooh, wait, do I want that? Ah, yeah, I guess this is eventually gonna follow all the way up here. That actually makes sense. We need to reroute this so it doesn't go through the base. I love it. I just wish the game would update the notifications here. It always starts with the notification that you don't have enough resources and no duplicant skills, but as soon as a duplicant is here with the actual skills, it doesn't disappear. But still, whenever I start building something big without the duplicants being on the planetoid, then I just have to live with that until it is built. Either way, we need to send over a little bit of reed fiber. How much reed fiber do we even have on this planetoid? Wait a second, I don't think I'm tracking it. Reed fiber. Oh, I do. 259 units. That admittedly is not a lot, but we can still send some over here to the hotel planetoid. Let me actually switch that up again. So we are shooting over to the hotel planetoid. And now let me see. Is there already... Yeah, there's some reed fiber going over. I don't think we need to send over our entire stash. So I'm gonna prevent this from happening. And hopefully, if we're lucky, it's still gonna be shot over. Yeah, there we go. And now we just have a little bit of reed fiber left over. But we will need to send over way more materials, especially probably some plastic. So I'm not gonna worry about that too much. Okay, I feel like we could do even better. Right now, this is of course a little bit of a waste of time. But once I got my materials down here, we're gonna be super fast with the building. Oh, please, don't trap yourself. Oh, thank you so much. I think it doesn't happen anymore. I didn't see any duplicants being trapped in this playthrough, really. So now I'm just gonna bring this over. We can then deconstruct these guys, continue with you, and that should all be fine. Get rid of these and do that one next. Okay. Slowly pushing over tons and tons of materials. And just one more. Wonderful. Look at that. Ah, this is so amazing. Now we got all those nifty materials dropping down here. Looks like they don't drop at the same rate. This is actually fascinating. But now I can just go ahead and grab my materials from here and it's gonna be super quick. Also, we should have something, yeah, the interplanetary payload with the reed fiber that I'm gonna require to build all those carpeted tiles. But right now, the most important part is to get this building here done, and I'm also gonna take care of the ladder here so it doesn't go through the entire build anymore. Maybe getting the transit tube finished could also be a priority, because if I'm not mistaken, this is gonna go all the way up here. It's gonna take an awful lot of materials. I wonder, I probably shouldn't do the bottom part here with plastic right now, especially also because we do get pressure damage. Yeah, let me get rid of the plastic right here for the time being. We're gonna do that with a different material. Like, I think we could get away with gold tiles here as well as a border. Gotta be careful a little bit with that. I wonder, should we condense the water maybe? We could just collect it in a place with our liquid pump to kind of get rid of it. But I also found it interesting to just build inside of the water and then get rid of the water in another way. Like, we could just go ahead and pump it up. As a matter of fact, yeah, this is now full, so we're gonna make our way back to the main planetoid. Get that liquid delivered. I wonder, did we also bring some glass? No, I think I forgot that. bad. But with this planetoid being this bright, I wanted to test out whether or not we can have the solar panels stacked up. Also, I just noticed I need to rebuild these wires here, maybe out of steel, so we can connect this. However, that means we also want to send over a little bit of glass. I'm just going to do the entire glass stash that we currently have going on. What was that? Manufactured material, probably. We got the glass and it's just going to be delivered over. And as a matter of fact, while we're at it, I'm also going to queue up some more crafts. Maybe 30 should be fine. Now I wonder, will the transit tube also be susceptible to pressure damage? I mean, technically, if they are filled with water, they shouldn't be, right? I also need to exchange everything that I built with gold amalgam, and we're gonna do it with cobalt instead. There's my transit tube, and of course, I totally forgot this is not gonna work underwater, so there's no sense in prioritizing it. Okay, very nice. Let's make a little bit of progress here. I'm gonna reroute the pipe through actually the top layer here, so we can keep this for a while. No, that doesn't make sense. As soon as I want to build a second level, it's not gonna help me out. So I would rather focus on building the ladders and then maybe going over at some point here where it's not going to bother us for quite a while. And then I think I'm just going to take advantage of the fact that I have so much gold in order to fill this up with metal tiles instead of the plastic tiles. Good, let's see if you were actually right here. We got 2 solar panels and no, the lower one now doesn't work. So one more thing we could test out is the pyramid. So we just cover half of each of the solar panels to see if that actually does something. Okay, there we go. We're not really getting any advantages from that, but the comment was stating that I could stack them up because there is a exceptionally high flux rate on this planetoid. So if I just check this here, peak light is 60,000 lux, which is much higher, but I guess that just means we get a full capacity of the solar panels sooner during the day and a little bit longer towards the evening. Alrighty, I am back. A few cycles have passed and we have made some substantial progress. As you can see, most of the stuff that I have pre-planned is already built, and we will have that nice water surrounding the entire hotel, protected by a layer of bunker tiles. Now the water pressure at certain spots is high enough that the metal tiles do take damage occasionally. It's not that bad and it doesn't happen consistently. So I think I'm just gonna let May do her chores. We can already maybe take apart these ladders here. They are not necessary anymore, and therefore we'll be able to complete at least this level. Now to be honest, it might be a little bit easier to just condense the water a little bit. I mean, it is something we haven't done in this series just yet, and it makes sense for this planetoid. If I manage to trap the entirety of the water, maybe right in this corner here, we can still pump it up, and later on we'll be able to just release it and it's gonna automatically fill everything up around it. The only issue I have is I don't necessarily want the polluted water, to be honest. But let's assume we manage to trap the water right inside of this pit. We're gonna add the water pump there, and we can then easily pump this across like so. There's also the power cable that we can already build. And then all we need is a couple of mechanized airlocks. I think 3 should do the trick. Maybe we can do it with 2. Actually, I used them in a configuration like this, but this is not gonna work if we already have a overpressure here. This is only gonna work to delete the gases or the liquids. So we'll have to do it like this, and that simply means we open up the first 2 doors to fill up the bottom part, then we close the upper door so we still have the liquid inside of here. We open the lower door and then close the middle door in order to push the liquid down, and finally close the lowest door. And if we do this often enough, we can get rid of basically 2 water pockets at a time, and everything is going to be in the inside here. I'm gonna go ahead and prioritize the build right here. Maybe we wait with the airflow tiles, and then we have to come up with a little bit of logic to make this work. So we're gonna get started with a timer sensor. We could then use a buffer gate in order to open up these 2 doors. Let's try that. Just connect them to the output of the buffer gate. Actually, it might be easier to do this door by door. So we have a buffer gate here opening up the first 2 doors, but the first one here, the upper one, is going to be opened up for just a little bit and then closed again. So we're going to send this short signal through both of the buffer gates, opening up the first 2 doors for a different length. Then once the upper door is shut, the lower door should open. That means we want to do this with a delay or use a filter gate.
And the signal for this should actually come from the signal that is still turned on. So that means the middle signal will be turned on because the middle door is still open. Let me move this timer sensor so we get a little bit of space. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move it over once more just for convenience. Add the buffer gates right there. This way I can add a filter gate right here that would then continue to this guy. You know what? I'm missing one buffer gate. This is bad. Maybe I can interrupt this and first go into a buffer gate. This way I can decide for the length of this signal so it can be opened up a little bit longer than the middle door. Okay, now we just get this built and see whether or not this works. Alrighty, some more time has passed and you can see I made a little bit more progress. I also finished the build right here and we're now ready to test it out. I set the first buffer gate to 5 seconds, the second one to 10 seconds, then the filter gate I set to 2 seconds. No, actually 9 seconds. And the last buffer gate here I set to 2 seconds. The gap between the first two buffer gates is probably a little bit exaggerated, but let's test it out with 1 second green duration and about 20 seconds red duration. Reset that timer and what we should be seeing is the first two doors closing, one after another, and then the third door is gonna close the last. This only takes about 15 or so seconds and I think we can even decrease that. So if we set this to 5 seconds and then the second door is gonna be 7 seconds, that means the filter gate needs to be 6 seconds and the last buffer gate can still be 2 seconds. And that means I can probably set the red duration to 15 seconds. Let's reset the timer, test it out. There's water getting in. Oh, now the lower door is opening a little bit too early. Yeah, I cannot have that. Let's actually observe this for one more cycle. There we go. Yeah, the lower door should open up a little bit later. Otherwise, it's doing what it's supposed to do. Why is the lower door opening? Ah, this one here. Maybe we set this to 7 seconds as well. And then it should work out, right? These are opening, upper door closing, lower door opening and pushing down the water. So now we should be getting a lot of water inside of these tiles. And of course, every time we do that, we're gonna lose a little bit of water on the surface. And this way we should also not delete it. It's just gonna be pushed down. And so we should be able to already observe this. Yeah, waves are forming because of the turbulences. And if we do it like this, we're gonna condense the entirety of the water in no time. The only issue still is gonna be the polluted water. What are we gonna do against that? I have absolutely no idea. We might just have to live with it. Let's hope it's not gonna break the contraption in some way or the other. Maybe the polluted water is even gonna get deleted. I don't know. In the meantime, all I know is we're gonna finish the layer right here and then set up a steel layer before we take care of the rest of the sleeping chamber for the first level of the hotel. Yeah, that definitely seems to be working. Now we already have 10,000 kilograms of water inside of here. Honestly, we could probably set this to 12 seconds even. Let's try that. Reset timer. There we go. It's done and it's gonna open up again. Yeah, this way we constantly condense the water. I think the next most important part is gonna be to finish the pipe and also the ladder part. Maybe I also want to do the transit tube. Now that we are getting rid of the water, this might be possible. Okay guys, a dozen or so more cycles have passed and I've been constantly condensing the water. And just during the last automatic save game, I had some kind of a water explosion. Just as a reference, this is where we started with the surface of the water and I had it all the way down to maybe this point, maybe even a little bit lower. And then suddenly there was an explosion and there was so much water coming back. I was sure my contraption had broken, but it was even weirder. One save game later, I had the same thing happening and it pushed all the way up to this point where these tiles got some pressure damage. At this point, I knew something was up and it wasn't just my contraption here because there was never this much water on the Planetoid to begin with. So I decided to reload a save game, but it was after the first explosion and let me tell you, I did not lose any water in here. Something weird is happening during the save game and it seems to be unstable enough that it could happen again. And so just to prove a point to you, if we look at this water tile, this has 119,000 kilograms. Okay, that is not a surprise considering the amount of liquid we already condensed. But now check out this tile here.
Yes. I can barely read that number, but it says 44,553,352 kilograms. 44 million. That is absolutely impossible. And now let me show you. As this contraption continues, we're now at 45,100,000, and we're just gonna keep going here. Now we are at 45,300,000. Oh, now we're down to 44 million. Let's see. Yeah, 45,400,000. So it like adds another 100,000 to this tile. I don't even know. And it's so crazy. I swear, somehow I managed to build a contraption that is giving me limitless water. I mean, that is just absolutely insane. There's now 48 million kilograms of water. We never had this much. Let me actually make a save game just to show you. So now I'm gonna enable the timer sensor indefinitely so we can see the amount of water that is here. So it just will keep on going because we somehow managed to duplicate the water. I mean, look at this insanity. How is this even... You have to let me know how this bug works. I'm pretty sure the community already figured this out, but this is absolutely, absolutely insane. I have no idea how this is even possible, but yeah, there we go. This is now the entirety of the water. How is this even a thing? It's so insane. Yeah, let me reload that save game. But yeah, you get the basic gist. We made infinite water by accident. But yeah, as you can see, I also started building with the second level. We now ran completely out of gold, but we still have a whole bunch of oxygen left. So I think I'm just gonna be sending over some of the materials that I require. And I'm hoping that we don't get another explosion, but I'm very curious with how much we're gonna end up, because that is absolutely crazy. Now we already have 52 million kilograms. In today's episode, I would like to make some more progress towards the hotel Planetoid. And one of the things I think I want to do right in the beginning is to get this rocket here launched again. So we kind of need to fill this up with the oxalite. It's already fueled with the petroleum, but we can just go ahead and launch this now. There is my oxalite. Who are you? I think that's Devon. But here we go. It's fueled up. We can begin that launch sequence and get another liquid cargo rocket fueled up. Wonderful. Now back to my kitchen. I still have this problem where I don't get enough mealwood seeds. Look at that. It says insufficient resources to mealwood seeds. But as soon as I undo the recipe and redo it, then we're gonna have sufficient seeds. And it's just absolutely annoying because my kitchen is set up correctly and it just doesn't seem to be working. And I'm not yet sure what the trigger for this bug is. Either way, let's keep going here and kind of guesstimate what we still require. May currently is supplying, I guess, the reed fiber. Yeah, how much reed fiber do we still have on here? Maybe we should check that. It's actually, yeah, that's also weird. Sometimes it tracks things that I track on other planetoids, but it doesn't track them here. So I have to undo and redo them. Normally it's a separate list for each planetoid, but sometimes I do get the tick already. I also want to know my cobalt, for instance. That would be nice to know. Then what else do we have? Like granite, we should probably have enough of that. And yeah, I guess plastic is something we should also track. Right here you can see it's already ticked, but I have to untick it and tick it again. It's kind of weird. Okay then, I guess the most pressing issue right now is the gold. Let me make sure that this thing here is pointing the right way. It is pointing towards the hotel Planetoid. Let's open up the bunker doors here and then start filling this here up with gold. So refined metals, gold, and we're just gonna send a whole bunch over. I think I'm just gonna leave this running for maybe 5 minutes or so, and in the meantime I'm gonna go ahead and build some more of that stuff. We're just gonna get this done here, and it looks like I'm gonna be lacking the reed fiber as well, so I kind of gotta be careful with that. Let's maybe first do the steel tiles here on the outside, and then we're gonna do those guys. But yeah, everything else can just be copied over like so, and it's gonna be fairly easy to get this completed, at least in terms of blueprinting it. Another transit tube access point. Yeah, this should be very convenient. Connect that, get some more glass tiles in the joint there. And you know, maybe I'm first just gonna do the floors and walls in the future and then get the infrastructure done in one go. But yeah, at least my duplicants now always has something to build. Good, now just checking this here. Yeah, we're constantly shooting using the interplanetary launcher. Let me actually track the gold here on this planetoid as well. And I think I want to get it down to approximately 100 tons or so. That should be then enough in order to finish the hotel on the water planetoid. planetoid. Now, of course, this conveyor loader here slowly starts to overheat, though it is only 87 degrees. Yeah, maybe we could just go ahead and replace this with steel instead of cobalt. Or we make sure it's also being cooled down. Yeah, actually, it should be cooled down, but only by the new incoming water. So that could be an issue because we have no new water incoming currently because the second planetoid here has probably a dormant geyser. So that is still a little bit of a flaw in my plan that we cannot actively cool this down here. And I just see I have one panel here that is absolutely for nothing, right? So the question is, could we maybe cycle the water a little bit, even if it's just temporary? No, that's not what I wanted. This here could do the trick. No, actually not. You know, for now, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Let's just replace it with a steel conveyor loader so we have a lot more time before it starts overheating, and then every time a little bit of water shoots through the cooling system, we should be good again. So now build me that out of steel. That would be great, thank you. Now, even with the cobalt ore, we don't have enough. We will have to send over so many materials, but considering our system here, I'm actually glad we finally get to use it a little bit more. If we check out the gold, it's already down to 126 tons. So we actually deliver the gold rather quickly, I have to say. Just looking at this, I'm exceptionally happy, even without it being a nuclear reactor. It's just shooting and shooting one after another. So great. Then once I send that over, we also need to make a little bit of glass, so that's probably the next thing I want to take care of. Let me actually see if we make some glass here. Yeah, we should be able to do that. Molten glass, let me just make 50 crafts. Now this is gonna tax our cooling system a little bit, and I was also wondering, could I just maybe prevent this from happening by having a insulated tile here instead of a gold tile? So the glass is then gonna pop on this tile here. I wonder if that actually works, or if it's just gonna be molten again. Let me see that happening. Come on, come on, come on. Drop down a little bit. Safe game. And here it's dropping. No, actually it is working. So this would be actually much better. Instead of just diverting the heat extremely quickly into the coolant, we cool it down using the environment and the air. Okay, I kind of like that. Now, do we not have any more iron? Yeah, we do have 16 tons of iron. I should actually maybe focus on getting that iron volcano to work. 16 tons of iron ore is not that much, but considering, actually, no, it is much because we still have on other planetoids. Radato, I believe, still has a whole bunch of iron ore, and then there is the third planetoid, which also has some iron ore. Actually, I'm just talking out of my butt right now. I'm not sure. All I know is that we do have lots and lots of iron ore hanging around other planetoids still. Looking at the water we collected so far, this seems to be 9,518,300 and... Wait a second. It's 95 million. Oh my gosh. So we have 95 million kilograms of water in this tile. This is just so unbelievable. How does this happen? I mean, it's way more than a duplication glitch at this point. By the way, we're doing a good job compacting this again, and in the meantime, let me see. This rocket takes another cycle in order to get there. And yeah, I guess apart from building the hotel here at the bottom, the rooms, we should also think about other infrastructure that we're gonna need. For instance, we're gonna need to power these things up, and considering I have a transit tube access point on each level, I cannot just willy-nilly daisy chain them all together. So I was thinking, why not have a transformer either for each level or every other level? And I think each level might just be the better option, so we can keep things quite consistent. But then again, it would still have to be a large power transformer, so it doesn't really add up in the way I want it to. But we can have that large power transformer here, for instance. Aluminium, is that a good choice? Probably, it's okay. So we would have that right here, and then we only need one of those for every other level. But it might just also be nice to have one on each level. I mean, this way we could then also power up other things. So considering this is here, let me see, heavy watt wire. We're probably going to be using the cobalt ore for that. And yeah, look, on this planetoid, I also still have 40 tons of iron ore. But yeah, let's use the no, actually, let's use the iron ore. That makes more sense. No, it does not make more sense because I want to keep the iron ore to keep on making steel. So we're going to be using the cobalt ore, and this would just be, you know, going up. And then I could be using this in order to power up the first level here. And that means we don't need to interconnect the levels. They're just going to be powered through this. And that also means I probably want some mesh tiles or something to go beneath. Oh no, we have to lead the wire, of course, through a ladder shaft, or we use heavy watt joint plates, but I'm not sure I want to do that. Yeah, we're just gonna lead it through the ladder shaft. That's much easier. So ladder shaft would go here, and then we just connect each of these. And the ladder, of course, needs to be made out of plastic, and this would go all the way up, and then we can have our mesh tiles beneath here. I kind of like where this is going, even though it's a little bit of a waste of materials, but you know, we are not gonna sell ourselves beneath our worth. Finally, I'm making some more progress here again with lowering the water levels, but I just noticed that my power shaft isn't gonna make it all the way up. So I figured instead of doing that, we're gonna push it all the way over, just this part here. Now let me see, I would want to fill this up again. Yeah, so I think the first thing I'm gonna do is actually this, and then figure out where to start the power shaft. I probably want to do it as early as I can, so we're gonna take our plastic ladder and do it somewhere here. And then this would allow me to get these things in place. Large power transformers, you go right there. Then we got our heavy watt wire connecting all of these together, and this would then go all the way up to the solar panels as well. So there's gonna be quite a bit of cobalt. Actually, let me see. Do we even have that much cobalt? Looks like we have about 95 tons on the main planetoid. That is okay-ish, but I think I might do the wiring with a different material in this case because we're already using cobalt inside of the build. We probably have a whole lot of copper. Like, copper is something I rarely use. I mean, we don't necessarily have it on this planetoid or the main planetoid, but I should have a lot of it. Let's maybe check before we do that. There's already 30 tons on the main planetoid, so we can get started by sending that over. Let me see, metal ore, copper, we don't need it on this planetoid. And then if we're lucky, we have it on the second planetoid. No, we don't. Maybe on the third planetoid here. Let me see, copper, we have 85 tons. Okay, so that means we could start sending over some copper here as well. This conveyor loader is going directly into the launcher, and therefore all the copper that we already have upstairs here, we can get sent to the second planetoid. Also, I just see I might want to send over the algae as well. This is kind of in the way, and maybe the polluted dirt and mud. Yeah, as a matter of fact, all the organic stuff we're gonna send over as well. But now this will be sent over to the second planetoid, and then from the second planetoid, it will basically be delivered here. So we also want to add the copper ore here. And then eventually it's gonna make it to the main planetoid, at which point I can send it anywhere. But right now I feel like the 30 or so tons we already have here should be enough to finish the cabling. So we're gonna keep going with copper all the way up. This will end up somewhere here, I don't know yet. And now maybe before I build another gold wall, let me see what other refined materials we have. Looks like we have 52 tons of aluminium, but the gold is definitely leading. Why do I only have 9.9 tons of cobalt? That can almost not be, right? Because we have these cobalt volcanoes. That is actually interesting. We should be getting, yeah, look at that. There's even some cobalt ore going directly up. Let's see. Oh wait, I get it. I'm using it to feed the glossy Dracos. Oh my gosh, this is actually insane. But good to know. In this case, we can keep on building the wall here with gold tiles and just see how far we get. I guess I'm gonna start building all of this up here. And in this case, we don't need any of this shebang, but this wire should at least be going all the way over. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna build this out of aluminium. This goes all the way over to the transformers. And this way we will be able to keep going, and we can also use these wires in order to hook up other things. For each wire we have like 1,000 watts left to spare. By the way, now we have 158,848,912 kilograms of water in here. Easy. My only issue is gonna be the reed fiber. I probably want to make sure these guys are growing a little bit quicker. So maybe we're gonna do just one more of them. I mean, this is really a temporary thing. Copy those settings. Now, do I want to maybe make this a little bit more important? And how are we gonna irrigate this? Because right now I'm recycling all of my water. Yeah, this is not good. I'm not really getting any polluted water. Let me see the other planetoids. Maybe they accumulated a bunch of reed fiber. No, we only have 10 units on the second planetoid and 32 units on the third planetoid. Okay, maybe getting the carpeted tiles done is gonna take a little bit longer, at least for all the levels, but eventually we can do it. I mean, right now, if I'm not mistaken, we're also collecting the polluted water. Well, maybe not that much. Yeah, right now it's just
normal water that we're collecting? Of course, because I'm only pumping that up right now. So maybe it would be nice to just have another pump here in order to also take care of polluted water. This way we can deliver it home more or less safely, and it's not even going to take more power because the pumps are alternating. And there is my pump. Now every other packet is going to be polluted water. Ooh, actually they don't fill up quite fully. Yeah, that is not efficient. Let me maybe do something like this and that might work out better. Yep, there we go. Much better. Okay, I can live with that. Half water, half polluted water. And once it's delivered, I just have to empty the storages and we end up with like 5 tons of polluted water that we can use for irrigation. As a matter of fact, I might want to set something up here. So instead of bringing the polluted water in this place, we could just move the bottles over here to the reed fibers so they are nearby. Now let me see. This guy seems to be still working. Yeah, we have enough mealwood seeds. You know, maybe the trigger is just reloading the save game. That could be. By the way, we're now completely out of rat bolts. Let me see what we are still bringing over here. Still some copper ore. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna deliver everything that I have. Maybe I'm gonna stop at around 15 tons or so. We don't have to go overboard and then send everything back again. Now, I would say we have to do a little bit of work. So I'm gonna try to get a few things done off camera, maybe occasionally tune in, and then I catch you back whenever we are ready. Alrighty, I am back and many cycles have passed. I'm not exactly sure how many, but we made some progress here. As you can see, not quite as much as I would have liked, but I just noticed the level of the water came down tremendously. And now I completely messed up the game. If we just check the number here, the kilogram number for the water, it is currently a number that I cannot even read. It seems to be bugged. It's in the minus, or maybe it's some kind of a scientific mathematical notation that I just don't know. But yeah, I would say we officially broke the game. I guess at the end of the episode I want to release that again just to see how it feels like. But right now, let's get this all the way down. I'm gonna try to pump out the polluted water now mainly, and I already got my rocket back on my way. I also had to send over a little bit of oxalite for the 3rd planetoid. And I'm not yet sure if this actually arrived. I think it should have arrived. Ah, look at that. It actually just arrived in the brink of time. Brink of time. Nick of time. Never mind. But yeah, this should be fairly good. Gonna make sure that we store this in the storage bin. We only had like 1,000 kilograms left or so. On the hotel planetoid, I made sure to bring my materials all the way down. So once per day, my duplicant is gonna just bring in the payloads, and then we have a lot more gold and whatever the heck I'm sending over. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we could now switch to cobalt. I'm gonna send some cobalt over. But I have to say, May is making a really good progress here. As you can see, I just started to build the floors now, and I exchanged the carpet tiles with ladders so I can at least build it. There is my first stash of materials, so I still opened this up in order to be able to reach it, but now the power transformer shaft is certainly coming along. I'm probably going to be focusing on building all of this shebang first before I fill up the metal tiles here at the very edge. This just is very expensive and maybe unnecessary, but oh well. Let's keep going here with the next layer, just like that, and I can just copy whatever the heck we have going on at the bottom. Just gonna leave this open so I have easy access to everything, and then ladders. And as soon as we got enough reed fiber, we're gonna send those over in order to build the carpeted tiles. On the first planetoid, I made sure with a simple metal tile here to always have access to my polluted water. So now this pump is just by default disabled by the automation grid, and what we can do is use this pitcher pump to then get the polluted water necessary to feed these plants. So technically this polluted water isn't even necessary anymore. We can go ahead and sweep this up. They will be bringing it over here again to the bottle emptier, and as soon as we have this overfilling, then it's just gonna feed the other pitcher pumps as well as the liquid pump here. And yeah, as a matter of fact, we probably don't need these pitcher pumps here. Let me just make sure to get rid of them. But there she is, my hero, May, doing an absolutely lovely job. So I'm definitely gonna wait a couple of cycles longer in order to get rid of the entire body of water, except I don't really want the polluted water to mix with this. This could be catastrophic, at least potentially catastrophic. Now this is gonna look absolutely amazing. The only thing that bothers me is we can only build 2 blocks at a time. Maybe it would be worth to just set up a ladder so we can do like 5 blocks at a time. You know, that might actually be worth thinking about. We could just set up a ladder every now and then. There it is, the
next day and May is loading up another payload opener full of materials. Now I'm gonna test this out here. Just build a ladder and we can leave 4 blocks empty, build another ladder. And if we prioritize these guys, then I should be able to build this entire row here and not just 2 blocks at a time. So let's see if my plan adds up. Even if we just build 3 or 4 tiles at a time, it's gonna be worth it, except May might decide otherwise. Let's see. Yeah, she's actually grabbing 400 kilograms of gold. So the ladders are kind of worth it. And as soon as I build the stuff, I can get rid of the ladders again. Okay. Oh, well, yeah, never mind. You get the basic gist. It is gonna be slightly more efficient. However, I always gotta make sure to prioritize the building ladders and then everything is gonna be fine. Or alternatively, we don't really have to watch her. We can always do something else and just plan everything out. Let her build it slowly. Nah, the ladders are so much better. She's building this entire corner. So this just took me 2 travels in order to do this entire row here. Yeah, I guess it just depends on how much time we want to save. Technically, we're not really in a hurry. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, I just saw it. During the save game, it happened. It just saved and then I got this explosion. Now, how bad is this explosion? Oh no, it's game breaking. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to test it out either way, but I might now lose an entire cycle and it doesn't even guarantee that it will not happen the next time. Holy cow, this is, I mean, are you just kidding me? Absolutely unbelievable. We broke the game so much. I might actually have to cheat in order to get rid of some of the water so my game doesn't break. But yeah, this is absolutely insane. I simply don't believe what I'm seeing here. Okay, now I'm gonna try to reload that autosave that actually broke the game. And if that doesn't work, I will have to revert 1 cycle. This is why I still save every cycle just in case something like this happens and I don't want to go back 10 cycles. Yeah, thinking about it, we could also argue that saving the game actually cost the bug. Better saving than sorrying. Will I be spared the explosion? Okay, please. Okay. It actually worked. So I just have to realize when it happens and then I should be good. Oh, I'm actually so glad. I mean, that was just opening it up for a brief split second and you saw what happened. It was apocalyptic. Where is my liquid cargo rocket? Arriving in 0.5 cycles. Look at all the payloads. I'm so happy about this. Things are being moved. Good, now I can just build these random bits of ladders, which represents my scaffolding, and then build the rest of the infrastructure. You know, looking at this, for some reason, I cannot stop thinking about Factorio. I really miss this game right in this instant. There it is, my liquid rocket finally has arrived, and we're feeding it the polluted water, even the one that we're getting from the geyser here. So that should be fairly cool. And honestly, right now, I feel like it's time to also hook this one up here. Coming out at 95 degrees, but should be valid liquid as well. Wonderful. Time to get more of these transformers in the joint on each level of the hotel. And this one here is then probably gonna power up the pump here as well. So for now, I'm just gonna go ahead and install all of these. Not yet sure how high we're gonna have to go. Let me see. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to build 3 more levels. So that will probably be enough. Let's maybe do the next level here. I guess we're gonna be needing a whole lot more aluminium in order to do all the cabling. Yeah, it's taking more than a ton of materials to just do 1 layer. So before we send over more cobalt, let's switch to aluminium. Cobalt, stop. And aluminium, come. It happened again. And this time it crashed. Well, at least hopefully it saved the game. Good. I think before wrapping up the episode, I'm gonna get rid of the rest of the water, so we are not actually dependent on watching this anymore. And I also would like to get up to 10 floors, not with all the infrastructure just yet, but just the bare bones skeleton. Considering this is already floor 8, we just need 2 more floors. Let me just make sure to mark this out. That's 1 and 2. And then I guess this would be the top border that we're also gonna make out of steel, just like we did here at the bottom. Ooh, it's saving again. It's saving again. What are you gonna do? Nothing. Yeah, now it's actually going really rapidly. Just check out how fast we are using this. Almighty, I feel like today I've accomplished enough. I totally forgot to actually stop this when it happened. So now we have lots and lots of buggy, polluted and normal water. It is just insane. I think to wrap up the episode, I'm gonna make a save game and open this up. I just wanna see how it behaves now together with the polluted water as well. But I would say we are actually slowly but surely getting there. I mean, just look at this. Like 2 episodes ago, this was all just water and nothing else. But alas, let's try to make that save game, see if that works. And now we're gonna set this to all green just to test things out, like so. And it should open up. And we are actually only getting the normal water here. So this is kind of perfect because we have so much of it. I guess it is preferred. But that is good to know. Maybe I can use that to fill up my loop. But yeah, I don't see a way other than cheating in order to get rid of this. Well, maybe I can just build a block somehow. Yeah, this is just crazy. I don't know how to deal with that. Oh, now the polluted water is leaking as well, but not as crazy. Looks like the game update actually launched. I didn't pay attention to this, but there have been significant changes to critters. Critter moods now have expanded to include miserable and satisfied states. So that's going to affect metabolism and reproduction. Pacos have received some bug fixes and changes affecting their reproduction, so I'm guessing my Pacu farm is now going down the drains, though it says easier to feed, not sure. And the Atmosuit checkpoints now finally have an automation slot. I've been looking forward to this actually, didn't know this would come. So let me just unpause the game for a brief moment so everything can kind of do its thing for a little bit. Okay, looks good. Let's maybe do the printable here. Some bristleberries, sure. And now let's have a look at our critters. For instance, these guys, elderly, mood, happy. What about my fish? They also seem to be happy. So maybe there isn't even going to be a significant change in my case. I'm currently feeding them the blossom seeds. That still seems to be possible. Okay, so far everything seems to be fine. Also, reproduction rate is still 67% a cycle. Currently I have 38 critters in this chamber here, so maybe in time we're gonna see if that number is gonna change significantly. Yeah, so far I don't think we are actually affected. Now, we are missing some materials, mostly the reed fiber. And oh yeah, as long as I have this intact here, I kind of need to be aware of that. But there were some crazy ideas what we could do with the compressed water. Something like a water fountain was suggested. I love that idea. So basically we have this trapped at the bottom and then we release the water through a chimney of some sorts and create a fountain, but it's honestly probably not very doable. Either way, as long as I still have enough oxygen, I'm gonna remain here with May in order to keep on building. Let's actually see what we can do. We have quite a bit of cobalt ore, so maybe we should just go ahead and build some of the bathrooms. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make it a little bit easier on myself and we can just do that. Oh yeah, that is actually awesome. Okay, well, ladders are in the way, but we got our sinks right there and the shower as well. And now I already ran out of cobalt again. How much cobalt do we even have left? Cobalt, we have some 82 tons. Okay, that's actually not too bad. Let's go ahead and send some more over. Cobalt ore is going to be delivered to the 3rd planetoid. No, the water planetoid, of course. And in the meantime, I do believe my rocket is coming back. Yeah, the liquid rocket is coming back, so we will be filling this up again. Maybe while we keep on doing our thing, I can now finally get back into the steam room here and kind of reshape this to have some aqua tuners. Actually, what's my plan? Yeah, I just wanted one aqua tuner here. The rest of the pipes is built, so we could then go ahead and do this with a little bit of supercoolant. Yeah, honestly, that makes sense. However, I managed to destroy my liquid lock here. The naphtha, I probably have to pick up and then release it again, if possible, right here in this bottle end here. Oh, there was some more naphtha. Okay, that's fine, as long as it... Oh, come on. Thank you, Meep. He's going to repair. What happened? Oh well, let's just break through here and actually pick up that naphtha. Oh wait, I actually have nowhere for the naphtha to go. Yeah, probably want to be careful with this. I don't want the naphtha to actually become a gas. Wait, we can make something much better than naphtha, couldn't we? Yeah, visco gel fluid. But we need the iso resin. I think it's time to go for the tree next. Like, we have way more than enough supercoolant, but some insulation would be great. So yeah, screw the naphtha. If I ever need more, I'm gonna build a contraption to do it. Okay, now time to build this rather quickly and picking up the naphtha hopefully as well. It's already heating up. Okay, my pipes are being built. This will also mean that we have to get rid of the hydrogen cooling loop. Now, the easiest way to do that would probably be to just connect these pipes here and then eventually we can get rid of it, right? Let me actually cut this right there and then it's gonna go go up and it's gonna be expelled into space. Is that really what I want? Yeah, I guess we can always produce more hydrogen if we want to. But yeah, that also means we want to get rid of all the pipes we have going on inside of here. And of course then pick up all the stuff that's on the floor. Also gonna get rid of these thermoregulators, all 3 of them. And instead we're gonna have an aqua tuner. Let me see, this needs to be right there. And it's made out of steel, good. We also need a liquid thermosensor. You go right there. And in this case, we also can get rid of the previous sensor here. And then all we need to do is bring along some supercoolant here. We are gonna allow manual use, that should activate it. And then instead of pumping it up, I would like to pump it down into the loop. I'm just gonna build this temporarily here, then get rid of it again. Liquid bridge to get that inside of the loop. Okay, then of course all of these pipes here will also have to move. Well, they're technically not in the way, but I'm not gonna have use of them anymore. Wait a second, I forgot about my cobalt. We sent over almost 10 tons. Okay, I think we can go a little bit longer. 10 tons after all isn't that much if you have to install 40 bedrooms and bathrooms. There it is, liquid sensor. Now I'm gonna set this to something where it doesn't react. So let's say if the liquid is above 9,000 degrees, then we want to enable it so it doesn't go off. Whoa, 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 wait a second. I lost track of my supercoolant. Ah, there it is. Wait, where is it coming from? No, 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 no. Oh yes, I remember now. That was kind of an exercise. Why am I going down? Wouldn't it be better to just go up? Yeah, I guess I didn't have the second aqua tuner loop in mind. This is why I had to do it a little bit more complicated. But I mean, it kind of all adds up so far. And it's now filling up the second loop. We get some more supercoolant. And as soon as this doesn't get emptied anymore, I know my cooling loop is full. Okay, now we are up to 20 degrees. That actually changed the temperatures rather quickly. Let's go ahead and set this to the correct setting. If we are above -10 or so, yeah, that's probably a good starting point. So above -10, we want to cool it down. So it could get as low as -24, which is still fine. Now I have to be a little bit careful whenever the game saves. We probably should check the water planetoid, at least as long as I have this contraption active. Yeah, everything fine, nothing exploded. I think we're able to do one more supercoolant bottle before the loop is full. There it is. I think that's all we can take. We're now gonna get this into the other direction again, get rid of that bridge, and that should allow it to flow. Come on, go away. No, go further away. Well, this is far enough actually. I just need this gone. Okay, finally just pick up the granite and then we can close this off again. My plants are slowly dying here as well. No, actually these guys are now perfect. This is amazing. Supercoolant is just the best thing ever. Maybe -10 is even too low. I'm not sure, but we're just gonna keep it at that. It's gonna come in rather cold. Wait a second, right now it's just doing every other one. Let me try to fix that. How come it only manages to cool down every other one? This is the same very setup that I have for this guy, and here it's working. Yeah, it could be that we have too many packets in there, so I will have to come back to this loop, or maybe we just extract a few. Yeah, we could do that, like extract 1 or 2 right there. I don't think this is working. Yeah, it looks like the loop has to stand still for a brief moment, so we can actually extract these. Meep, I think you have to start over. Yes, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's enough. Reconnect this, undo. Oh, what? I think I just undid some picking up here as well. Anyway, my farm is now looking much better. What is broken here? I totally forgot about that. Oh my gosh, there was a meteorite just going through all of my ladders here. This is so mean. Well, we're not even on this planetoid anymore at the moment, so there's nothing I can do. I just wish I could get rid of this notification. Let me see. Suppress that and then copy the setting for all the ladders. And then I'm gonna suppress that for the broken ones as well. Okay, much better. I think I can live with that. We also have some flooding still going on, but that is being taken care of, right? Ooh, I need to be careful. Am I eventually gonna pick up some carbon dioxide? So I wonder, could I just stop the contraption now? Right now everything is red and we're gonna keep it red, and so this can stay closed. And in the meantime, the water can settle a little bit. Maybe all of this can flow down. Just give it some time. But now we should have many more materials? Well, maybe we didn't pick them up yet. Also, now that I know how my bathrooms are working, I probably want to reroute this pipe, honestly. But I guess we can still do this later. Sure. More toilets. Get rid of these ladders now. And more showers as well. Then, of course, our doors cannot be missing. There will be some glass tiles here. And, you know, maybe something else we can already do is unlock more blueprints. See if we get another backdrop. Handy cracker. An egg cracker. What? Ah, it's just a variation of the egg cracker. I like that. Some Atmo boots and some other footwear. So we'll have to make do with what we have going on here. I do have a couple of things that we could use to set this up. So I'm thinking everything that is transit tube territory, I want to go ahead and set up a black backdrop. And it looks like we can now also start mopping up some of the floor here. We can also do the transit tubes. Gonna need to finish this eventually. I can also already set up the carpeted tiles. I'm only gonna build them once I actually have the materials. But this is, I think, gonna be the hardest thing to do because I never set up the Draco Ranch for that and only ever considered it for fixing my Atmo suits. But there will be my beds. Heck yeah. Some more in this region. Party line phones, of course, they cannot be missing. Then for each hotel room, I also have a pedestal, kind of as a nightstand, but we're also gonna place something nice on it. Then I'm gonna be needing one more door for each level and some window tiles to wrap things up. Oh, I gotta be careful. This tile here, I don't want to be a window tile. You know, I'm so glad for the build without materials mod. This would suck otherwise. I'm gonna keep on sending over materials that I'm gonna require, such as aluminium. We probably also want to send over more plastics, and then we have to think about the glass. I'm gonna need many glass pieces. Let's do another 20 crafts here. And yeah, what are we gonna do about my meal lice? I kind of have to bring down the temperatures here, and it would be great to do this with maybe already an existing cooling loop. It's still gonna be a little bit of a hassle. Ah, interesting. Look at the temperature of the metal tiles here. This is because of our stuff that is going through here that is previously cooled. This is so interesting. Maybe I could use this as a extra source for cooling, or maybe not. Maybe it's just something that exists. I mean, this looks fabulous. We almost ended up filling everything up by now on the main planetoid. Of course, I'm still reserving this space here to build something else if I ever want to, but I think we're mostly done on the main planetoid. Actually, we're not done. There will be a kitchen, I think, that I'm gonna put here, maybe, that is gonna supply everything to the hotel. Yeah, May, that's right. Time to pick up all of these payloads and get materials. I mean, look at that. There are so many payloads. Definitely have to take care of that. Alrighty, it is quite a few cycles later. I managed to build a few things, even if it doesn't look like it, but we made some substantial progress. Slowly but surely, I'm gonna run out of oxygen for May. Apart from progressing with the build, the most significant thing that I accomplished is this copper wire going all the way up. I didn't yet connect it because it would just overload everything. But before I leave this planetoid, honestly, I would like to finish the copper wire. So this is already all connected, and then we will also be able to get rid of some of the other wire. Actually, we need to. Yeah, honestly, I did not think about the slush guys here. This one would actually be quite useful, contrary to the saltwater one. And then, ooh, looks like I still need to get in here to build some wires, but we can do this from the top. As a matter of fact, we should probably go ahead and open this up and do it right away. And that also means I probably want to get rid of these. Yeah, I might have to redo it completely and get rid of this here as well. So before I do anything else, I would like to at least accomplish these tasks and then make my way back with May. Let's see if we can do it within the next few cycles. In the meantime, also my liquid rocket came back once again. I'm actually now mostly having some other liquids here. Well, at the moment it is about 50-50. Let's see, I somehow need to make my way in here. That should be possible. And then pick up these materials. Is there anything else we might want to reroute? Like the pipe here probably shouldn't go into this direction, but rather into the other direction. But then it would be going further away from where I eventually need it. You know, I think in this case it really doesn't matter. It is more important that it goes over and up like so, and then eventually I have to do the same thing with the other guy, just going over. Yeah, we should be able to accomplish this, honestly. Okay, now looking at the main planetoid. Ooh, mood gloom. Okay, now we need to see why they are actually not happy. Well, at least this guy here isn't happy. The other ones are happy, so I'm not sure what's up with these guys. The critter's feeling down because its needs aren't met. Yeah, what needs are you talking about? Do we have too many of them? No, there's 6.
guys. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like all of the other ones, they seem to be happy. Maybe they weren't groomed and now they are actually happy. Okay, that was an easy fix. Right here, we now have 40 critters, so that's still the same amount or slightly more than before. And then these guys here are also happy. Yeah, you know, I think we did not sustain any damage from this update, at least not as far as I can tell. I'm now doing the pipe part here, so at least we can get this liquid pump running again. And you know, I think the next time I make my way here, I actually want to set up a little oxygen system, so maybe we don't even have to fly back anymore. We just have to make sure that eventually or sometimes we send some food over. Like I had to bring along some berries. Wait a second. Oh yeah, my berry sludge is still here. Why is nobody sweeping that up? Let me check the fridge again. It should actually allow for berry sludge. It says spiced food only. Okay, I guess we can change that. Oh yeah, and also let's get rid of this cable before I forget. Actually, did I already? No, I still have to make my way in here. Okay, now I guess we should be ready to connect up the wires. I just want to make sure that we get rid of the old weak wires that might burn up. You know, something that always bothered me about the game is, and this is actually really significant, May will now go and pick up 400 kilograms to build 4 wires. If I tell her first to move here, for instance, then she's gonna pick up all the wires that are required. So it's dependent on their position. And I'm not sure if this is the proximity that does it, but it is significant in my opinion whether or not she picks up 600, 700 or 400 kilograms of material, considering the way she has to move. But yeah, I guess whenever I watch her, I can also tell her a few things, you know. Okay, let's have a look at that. Now, what do I still need? I would like to have the solar panels still hooked up, so I will have to replace those. And then looks like I don't have this rocket hooked up any longer. Interesting. Why did I do that? I'm not 100% sure, but it does not have any power. We are actually full. Maybe let's just go ahead and move back to base. So that is a done deal. Good. You know, I'm a little bit reluctant to build the copper cables here because eventually I want to move the solar panels upstairs. Right now, I just wish to connect it. So thinking about it, the wire that is producing the power doesn't necessarily have to be a heavy watt wire. Like we can produce as much power as we want as long okay, we are also consuming it, so never mind. But just in case you didn't know, if you have this wire just going to transformers, it can be loaded up as heavily as you want. You can go with the weakest copper wire. As long as you're only having power producers and no consumers, you're good. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do rather is deconstruct all of the solar panels and then rebuild them here right inside of the wire. Look, even now, 300 kilograms, I don't even know what she wants to do with that. 300 kilograms is nothing. Let's try that again. What is she gonna do? Come on, do something better. Yeah, look at what? I just don't get it. These guys are so inefficient. It's absolutely insane. Holy cow, rotten omelette. Something happened here. Not 100% sure. I think we need to get some more stuff going over. Omelette and berry sludge. We can have that going to the third planetoid. Just allow manual use here and we're gonna send over some more food. This shouldn't be worrying us for the next 100 cycles or so if we do this correctly. I think Devin is already doing it. Yeah. And he put in just 10 kilograms. That's not gonna be enough. Do I not have enough berry sludge? Yeah, looks like I don't have a lot of it. So maybe let's just send over some surf and turf instead. Or as well. Surf and turf, we should have plenty. There is 20 kilograms. I'm gonna wait for another 20 or so. There it is, 20. And okay, that was 60 kilograms that we're gonna be sending over. And that should suffice for quite a while. So it's about 73 kilograms that we want to send. Just change the destination again. And nothing is happening. And the berry sludge is just 13 grams. So let's just go with the 60 kilograms. See if that is gonna do the trick. No, I really have to go with 59. Such a bummer. But there we go. Thank you. Okay, I'm now definitely running out of time when it comes to oxygen. Only 560 kilograms left. It depends on how quickly my atmosuit is gonna run out. But I figured I wanna end this episode by having the power established for each of the floors. And that is gonna entail actually cutting all of this wire here. So in between each floor, I'm gonna cut the wire and then also connect it to the appliances. And I can even get rid of this entire thing all all the way up to the top, which is perfect. Okay, I'm also gonna be focusing on finishing the rest of the ladders and wires that we have going on, but afterwards I think we can start hooking this up. Just I need to get rid of this connection. And then I would say the next time we make our way here, we are going to create an oxygen system that we can then use to keep filling up the rocket. I mean, we do have enough water here, -2 or something. Yeah, -2, 1, 4, 7, and so on, which basically means we have endless water. Before wrapping up the video, I want to thank everyone who is still actively watching. You're absolutely amazing and make this really long journey for me bearable. If it wasn't for YouTube, I don't think I would ever get this deep into games like Factorio or Oxygen Not Included. Now, my new City Skylines series isn't running that great, and I know at the moment the Oxygen Not Included videos are coming out more seldomly. There will be different times again, it's just right now I only get to record about twice a week, and other than that I'm just so occupied. And the money that I make with YouTube really doesn't justify me working less or so. So don't take this as an excuse. I'm just doing my thing here. And as long as people are enjoying the series, I am enjoying it as well. Or maybe even more than I already am. So even though it's an incredibly long journey, I'm so glad that I have so many people watching. And I know in YouTuber standards, I don't really have a lot of people watching. But you know, if I think about 5,000 people or so, then that is actually a lot for me. YouTube is kind of a weird metric. Not everyone has to be super successful to be happy. I just sometimes find it funny that when the really big YouTubers talk about their channels are dying while every video still has like 100, 200,000 views or so. Yeah, I wish I would make these amounts of views, then I could do YouTube every day. But alas, we are the normies and hopefully we make the best out of it. Okay, there we go. We're down to 450. I think I'm gonna do one more cycle and then I'm gonna be moving back and wrapping up the episode, but that should be enough to get that cable done. So maybe let me kind of speed this up. Maybe just this line, try to get rid of the cabling more or less everywhere. And then whenever that is done, we can also reconnect these together and actually activate the power, at least for most of the levels. Feels like a step in the right direction. Okay, each of the levels is now separated. That means we can activate the entire power endeavor right here. Just connect this wire and that should theoretically activate them all. Well, they probably don't have enough, but that also means I should be able to use some of the transit tubes, like this one here is already powering up. But yeah, let's wait for this day to wrap up and then make our way back to base. Now, honestly, there's one thing that I totally neglected, and that is the power transformers are gonna overheat. Is this something we could solve in one cycle or not? Let me think. Not really. Yeah, that is a huge problem. They're just inevitably gonna overheat. Oh geez, what have I done? Yeah, so I guess we are actually really interested in making that oxygen system, and we could already think about filling up the entirety of the planetoid. I basically want everything to be filled up with oxygen, and that means we should be able to take care of that the next time. But it also means we have to make sure our power transformers aren't activated. Yeah, like the ones that have no power yet. I think if I do that, they are just not gonna overheat anymore. Just need to make sure that they don't have any power. Okay, so these guys that actually do have the power, I'm gonna go ahead and deconstruct again. Maybe I can do it quick enough. Come on, one more. You can do it. Yes, very nice. Okay, wonderful. Gonna make my way back, fuel up the rocket, and when that is done, we're gonna come back and make a sophisticated oxygen system that is gonna supply not only 40 duplicants, but probably a bunch more, because of course we also need hotel personnel. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this. Probably gonna get to it right away, but let's make sure our duplicant goes back to the rocket, and then I guess we just wanna fly back. Right, fly back home, acknowledge warnings, and begin that launch sequence. May is coming up to the task, and see ya soon. Okay, that was actually very successful. We've spent quite a bit of time here and built all of this, so I'm pretty happy with the results, but the next time I want to make sure we have the proper oxygen. Oh no, I forgot this one. Maybe if I just disconnect it. Let me see. Then if we are lucky, we're gonna be using that up. No, it's probably just gonna overheat. Oh well, nothing we can do now. But we're gonna be coming back, that is for sure. And once we do, we're gonna build that quadruple Rodriguez or whatever the heck we're gonna need. In the previous episode, we made some substantial progress here with the hotel Planetoid. Right now, we are of course flying back and refueling the rocket. However, what I would like to accomplish the next time around is actually fill this entire Planetoid up with a lot of oxygen, so we can have everything at a nice and decent temperature. And I think what we might want to do is include the saltwater geyser and the slush geyser in order to keep a aqua tuner cool, and at the same time we can use a steam turbine system. But the most intriguing part about today's episode is going to be to build that oxygen system that is going to provide at least 50 duplicants with oxygen. If we properly think about this, at the moment I have this electrolyzer which I believe is enough for 8 duplicants. Having 10 of those might be exaggerated, but what about 8? We should be safe with 8. Wait, is this right? How much does this even provide here? 888 grams per second, while a duplicant, where do we have a duplicant? Right here. What are you breathing? Inhaling 75 grams of oxygen. Yeah, so at least 8 duplicants per electrolyzer. With 8 electrolyzers, I could supply 64 duplicants. If we have 40 hotel guests, that would leave me with 14 duplicants taking care of everything, and that is more than enough. I don't think in the end we're gonna need any duplicants at all, other than for minor tasks. So we want to go with a setup with 8 electrolyzers, double the amount we currently have in this system. I thought it would actually get a little bit bigger, but alas, as soon as my rocket arrives here in 1.8 cycles, I'm gonna make the rocket switch, and this liquid rocket here can actually go ahead, gather some more water for us. Here we go, almost arriving. Cargo capacity 6.9 tons remaining. Good number. There will also be a meteor shower coming in very soon, but I already took care of the bunker doors. So now as soon as this rocket arrives right now, we can go ahead and open up the bunker doors, and the rockets are gonna make an exchange. Liquid rocket should be ready to launch. We're gonna begin that launch sequence as soon as possible. There we go. And the switch is actually extremely efficient, I have to say, and we can even close the door right away. So now May is back on the Planetoid. Let me check that interior. I just want to quickly make sure, where is my automation slot for this? Yeah, I basically want to make sure that we disable the building, bring out all of the oxygen, and then refuel the atmosuits. They should be added right here, of course, in a repaired state. Good. Now, of course, we have a slight problem with duplicants maybe not suiting up. Let me check that. Yeah, May at the moment doesn't wear a suit. Oh, that's not good. Undock that suit, and then May, you need to wear that. Okay. Now the checkpoint is disabled, and my duplicants can refuel this rocket for as long as it takes. There's actually quite a bit of oxygen that we need to add to the rocket again, so it might actually take a couple of cycles. This, however, shouldn't prevent us from actually planning out the oxygen system. Now, I don't want it nearby the launch pad, so I don't have to deal with the temperature issues right now, because we didn't have a lot of gases in here. The heat of the rocket was able to easily distribute, so that is kind of an issue. So I was thinking we could make a heatsink for the delivery rocket that is going to go directly into a steam room that we also use in order to keep the base cool. So if we just think about this for a brief moment, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8, 9. So I think this is the cone that we will have to cover. We can then add a little bit of ceramic and then lead the heat over into the steam room. So if we just did something like that, I could just have this filled up, maybe not with ceramic tiles, but this right here could then become our steam room. Let's say we have 2 steam turbines, or maybe even more, because we need multiple aqua tuners, right, to keep this cool. So let's just say we go a little bit overboard and maybe add 3 of them for now. Then this down here would become our steam room, just 2 high, should be good. Maybe we make it 3 high. I mean, we can extend the cone here a little bit. That shouldn't be an issue, and this would then be the room with maybe 2 or 3 aqua tuners. Sure, I can kind of see this working out. This would take care of the exhaust of the rocket, the heat that we regularly use, and then maybe right below it we can start setting up the oxygen system. The question now is, how many electrolyzers can we set up here? I should not build this out of gold amalgam. We should still have some copper though. So that's 1, 2, 3 electrolyzers, 4. Then I need like 4 spaces and then another 4. Okay, this might actually add up. So this would make out the border of my oxygen room. Yeah, like all of this will be the oxygen room. Let's already get that in the joint. Why not? Electrolyzers, I'm gonna build them out of steel because I don't have enough gold amalgam, but that would make for 8 electrolyzers. Then I'm gonna need a door
and also some more igneous rock right there, I think. Yes, and that would make for one gas pump here and then a couple of gas pumps there. Is this really enough oxygen? I mean, it just doesn't feel like it. On the other side, if we don't have enough oxygen, we can just copy it and double up on the bottom. Yeah, you know what? This might not actually be the worst of ideas. Let me see. I think we need to lower this a little bit, but that would be all. And as mentioned, we can just double the amount if we require. Now, in order to fill this planetoid up with oxygen, we will have to make sure it's not exposed to space as well. And I figured maybe we're gonna take this here as our upper line. So this would be the division that we want to make sure everything below is the hotel area and actually taken care of. I think I can live with this plan. We are gonna need to undo a couple of things in order to be able to build it properly. But right now, I guess we cannot do anything else other than wait for our gas cargo to once again be filled up. Alright then, the rocket once again is fueled up. I just realized that I don't have any power over on the hotel planetoid at the moment, so my rocket here didn't really get filled up that much. But there's actually something we should consider. Maybe this time around I want to take with me another duplicant such as Nisbet. Now, my main concern is going to be the Atmo suits, so I think I'm not going to have enough of those unless I build some more, but we can easily do that. All the Atmo suits that we're building should automatically be put over there into the rocket. And then maybe we should think about changing the comfy bed into 2 normal beds. What is this? Body temperature. How hot is it in here? Well, not very convenient. We cannot get rid of the refrigerator. We need that for the surf and turf, but once we launch the rocket, we could go ahead and set up a mess table. So I just got to make sure we also keep a little bit of ore in here, such as cobalt. I'm just gonna go ahead and make sure we bring some along, enough for a mess table, and then deconstruct the comfy bed. And then we can already send 2 duplicants over. Nisbet is gonna be a tremendous help when it comes to building all of this. Well, honestly, we don't really need to be extremely careful. We should have enough materials over on the other planetoid to actually build this additional mess table. There we go. We can set up the 2 cots, do this quickly, and then we can get the rocket launched. I'm already gonna open up the bunker doors. Rocket is fueled and loaded, ready to go. Thank you, Ren. Let's check out the Atmo suits. We don't have all of them just yet in here. Let me see. Yeah, they still are being crafted. So I'm gonna wait just a little longer for the launch. Also, I've been thinking, since we now have a steady source of petroleum, this is gonna be the main source of power that I'm gonna use for the water planetoid, and we can easily accommodate that actually using the liquid rocket here. So we just bring some petroleum back. Right now, since we are not really loading anything up, I'm already gonna make my way back. And then once I arrive here, I'm gonna load up all of this petroleum and we can actually produce some more. Because if I remember correctly, right here, yeah, we're completely full on oil. I don't even know how this managed to fill up this much, because it should have overpressured right at this point. So maybe this layer here should still be filled up, but not the entire thing. But yeah, I take it. We're ready to pump some more petroleum as soon as we need it. We actually have a liquid rocket port loader right here that we can utilize for this purpose, and I think it's even nearby the petroleum. Yeah, we don't even have to do anything, just connect this and we'll be golden. It still doesn't feel like I'm getting the reed fiber quick enough, so I'm gonna build some more of these, but maybe eventually I have to get a more dedicated source. Good, we're done here with the Atmo suits. I'm gonna change the crew to include Nisbet and May. May is gonna be the pilot. We changed that destination again over to the water planetoid. Center pad is gonna be geared and begin that launch sequence, right? We have everything. Full oxygen and we're fueled up. So May and Nisbet, where's Nisbet? Nisbet? Yeah, there she is. Uh-oh, I can definitely feel the frame rate issues coming up right now, but there we go. We are starting. How far is my other rocket away? 2 cycles. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep this open until the rocket arrives. Now that my liquid rocket has returned, all we have to do is also accept petroleum, and it should be delivered here by my new connection. Very nice. And we do the same thing for the big tank, so we can get a huge load of petroleum all the way over. And this also means we should be able to re-enable this. Somewhere I cut the line, but I'm not sure where. Yeah, looks like right here. So we can re-enable this again because we're going to be loading up quite a bit. Here we go. I think we are just about to arrive. on the center pad. I almost got a heart attack, but this is actually correct. And now before anything else happens, hold the phone. Nisbet, oh, I totally forgot to unequip their suits. Unequip that suit, Nisbet, unequip suit. And then you guys need to enable the building first. That did not quite work out. May, what the hell are you doing? Go back here and then maybe deconstruct this storage bin. Okay? Yeah, scalding, of course, May. Now, what we might have to do is deconstruct the water cooler here and add another atmosuit dock, because otherwise they're just gonna wait until the atmosuits are filled up too much of the time. And then, of course, we need another mess table that we want to build right away, so they both have one. Okay, so far so good. I think everything else is fine. They have a lot of stuff they can eat. Actually, maybe I should check for Nisbet. Yeah, I want her to be able to eat the excellent fruit. When it comes to radiation, I actually will have to check how bad this is gonna be. No, it's actually gonna be really bad. Yeah, I should probably make them eat radiation pills. And I also want to close this off so the new ingredients that I'm sending over are not gonna be dumped all the way down. Right now I have a lot of ingredients here, but I think the next batch is more convenient to have upstairs. And also, before I start building some of this, we just need to make our way over there in any way, shape or form to be even able to start it. Also, I've been thinking one of these electrolyzers is producing 112 grams of hydrogen per second, so we're not gonna get away with just one gas pump in this case. So I've been thinking it's potentially possible to have 2 of these pumps here and another one there in order to accommodate for that. But first I kind of gotta make sure we have the capability of building everything. I'm gonna take away a few things that stand in the way of this. Also, I don't need to waste this much ceramic right here, especially when we have a double layer. Maybe these guys here, I'm gonna leave ceramic so the heat exchange to the steam room isn't that great. And now for the time being, I want to make sure everything down here just has priority 4, so they start building on the top first. And now before I forget, let's set up this atmosuit dock here. And whoops, I totally forgot. Under consumables, I wanted to activate the rat pill for Nisbet and May, since they're going to be spending a lot of the time in radiation. Look at that. Nisbet is already quite happy to be able to use it. Atmosuit dock is built, deliver a suit, and all we need is a pipe. Right there. Okay, and now basically this is gonna be our time vessel in order to build a new setup for the oxygen. If we can do this successfully, we can also reload the rocket. Well, I gotta say, these 2 little boogers are quite efficient about it so far. Okay, so far so good. We're making good progress. I probably should send over a few materials. For instance, one thing we're desperately missing is the steel. I'm gonna be sending that over to the water planetoid. Yes, indeed. We also have some meteorites on the way, so maybe I'm already gonna go ahead and close this, but right now I just want to see a whole bunch of steel being sent over. We're ready for it. As a matter of fact, we still have 16 tons. Maybe we should go ahead and craft some more iron so we can continue with the steel crafting. In the meantime, I'm gonna set up some pipes, and I think we can do this with a cheap material, because right here we don't really want to change any of the temperatures, and we also always have to combine 2 of the pumps together in order to produce one full pipe. And then all I want to see is them going out one after another, and afterwards they're going to be distributed. So this way we already know just how much space we're going to require for this. And then I'm going to wrap this up with another layer of igneous rock, which would potentially be, ooh, let me see, do we even have enough space for this? Yeah, maybe we don't. Maybe this is enough oxygen. I don't even know. Either way, we're going to go ahead and build this. Then we also need some pipes for the hydrogen that I'm going to lead out through the top. So it's just going to go over here and potentially also just be fed into a bunch of generators. As a matter of fact, we should set this up. Some hydrogen generators are gonna go right here. Now, how many can we set up? Probably about 5. And hold the phone, I cannot have them here. This is of course my steam room. Yeah, I totally should not forget about that. Also, we can make these out of some other material other than steel. Gold and aluminium is probably not a good idea. Maybe cobalt. So I'm gonna have these set up right here. This here actually should be insulation material. That means we're gonna need our hydrogen generators somewhere else. We could potentially have 2 here. Now you have to imagine this ladder eventually is gonna disappear, but then we can go ahead, set up another layer that will go just beneath, and maybe yet another here with a 3rd set. My petroleum rocket is also completely loaded, so we're gonna go ahead and launch this one. But before that, we of course have to fill up the oxalite. That reminds me, we should check on the 3rd planetoid. Yeah, there we go. I still have enough oxalite, so I don't have to worry about Lyra. Gonna send that liquid rocket on its way and close the bunker doors. Good luck!
By the way, everything is fine in the background. My 7-month-old is just testing out his voice. Another cycle, another day, and of course my steel is now landing here, which is very convenient for the building process. I think now that we have most machinery in place, maybe we should think about the power. It's just gonna be a heavy watt wire. I don't see a scenario where we're actually gonna use the upgraded wires. On the other side, it would be easily doable with just gold. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Just to be on the safe side, we're gonna use the upgraded wires and hook all of these guys up. We also need to hook up all of the pumps here. Then of course, all of the generators will have to be hooked up. So I think I wanna close off the room here eventually. This is all gonna be steam turbines and we cannot possibly add another one. So I will be closing that off for sure. And in the meantime, we built this cobalt stuff. This of course also means we're gonna be needing some more drywall, which I think, yeah, we can provide. That shouldn't be too much of a hassle and usually gets built quickly. Jeez, I thought I would be able to do this easily within the time frame, but look at this. We're already almost down here with our first tank. This means we have almost reached the halfway point now. And there's still plenty to do. Maybe we should focus on the part that is actually necessary to get the oxygen running. Oh, and by the way, I also built my steam engine here together with a whole bunch of battery modules. Maybe we should go ahead and finish this building. This way we should be able to store a whole bunch of the juice that we're collecting with the solar panels and then eventually also with the hydrogen generators here. So I probably want to go ahead and connect up the levels in some way like this. Get a heavy watt conductive panel in here to connect these together and one down here. Ooh, that's not convenient. Maybe I'm just gonna do something like that. That actually makes a little bit more sense. Did I build this out of steel? No, the electrolyzer. The wire is made out of gold. Okay, now this starts to make a lot more sense here. And then my funnel here is also almost built where we're gonna catch the heat. Okay, very nice. It is quite a bit later. I actually sped up the process by finishing the transit tube all the way down and just hooking this up to a power cable that I already had going on here. And now my duplicants were able to grab the granite and the igneous rock quickly. And therefore, it is now all built. I also got my water pipe in place. It is already actually filling up. And I think we can just use one water pipe because one electrolyzer is using about, what was it, 1,000 grams. So 1 kilogram. And we can feed 10 kilograms through a pipe. Therefore, we should be able to fill the electrolyzers. Then I got my Atmos sensors in place. We're gonna use the same settings as we're using right here. So this one here is at 250 grams. We're gonna copy that over to here and there. One is actually steering the lower pump and one is steering the upper pump. Not that it matters. I could just pump them at the same time. And then the lower ones here are set to 500 grams. So we're gonna do that as well. Bring that over here, these settings. And then once I'm ready to pump, we should be golden. Now this is the water that is coming up. I also got water now coming from the bottom. This is going to be pure water coming from my source here. And then this water can be mixed with all the water sources we have currently going on. So I think in the future, I just want to lead that through here. Oh, come on, use shift. There, shift. That's what I'm talking about. So in the future, I should be able to get rid of at least these pipes here. And oh yeah, before I forget, I also set up the liquid storage system here for my petroleum. So now that we have a liquid port unloader, we can potentially just set this up here. Give me some petroleum and it should be unloading that right into our storage. And of course, at the same time, we are gonna grab some of that juicy little water. Let's also get rid of these pipes now. And my petroleum can simply be stored right here, maybe potentially to be used for petroleum generators, as I mentioned. But now we kind of have to take care of the hydrogen that we're going to be producing here. And whoop, that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to grab one of these pipes and just distribute it amongst the generators. Now, I don't think I'm actually going to save the hydrogen for anything else. So we're just going to allow the generators to burn through it completely. Also, another thing we should do is set up the pipes here for my steam turbines. Gonna have a chute like so. And actually, I think we should be using the copper for that because I accidentally brought
brought over a little bit too much copper. No problem, we can make use of it. Also, an aqua tuner is gonna come in here, potentially even 2. I think I'm gonna do 2. So one is gonna be responsible to cool down the hotel, and another one is gonna be responsible to keep everything else cool, like the machinery here. And potentially we can have a third one, but I guess let's just keep going. I wanna first go ahead and just set up the aqua tuners with the bypass and the bridge and everything. This one here, I'm gonna bring down to the base, and I think we're just gonna do it like so. So this can in the future be continued. And this one here is gonna cool down my machinery. So the first thing I want to do is bring it out, and then we're just gonna lead it through a bunch of conduction panels. So assuming we're gonna be going down here with the generators, I should be able to do that. Let's say we have 2 rows of petroleum generators. Just to be sure, they are 1, 2, 3, 4 in height. That is a bummer, so I cannot really fit more in here. In this case, I think I'm just gonna get started with 2 petroleum generators. Let's see, I possibly have to get rid of this, or at least replace it. Yeah, I have to make another floor. Now I can have those 2 petroleum generators. Very nice. I'm also gonna hook them up to the system like so. What else do they need? They need the petroleum that is gonna come from here. So maybe I'm also already gonna set this up as well. And now we already have a much better idea on how we want to do this. I'm gonna be coming out here, and then this is gonna be a little bit annoying. Maybe I'm actually just gonna do this here in the center of the machines. Right here with the hydrogen generators, it doesn't matter. Okay, good. I think I'm getting somewhere with this. I'm already gonna set up the automation, and now I just need to get those conduction panels in the correct spot, which should be easy enough, like so and so and so. Okay. And we have our closed loop, except I forgot the darn steam turbines. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a pain in the butt, but we can replace this pipe with a bridge and then do something like this, okay? And then we just make our way back again with bridges. Holy cow, this is just always so quickly getting out of hand. But also while I'm doing that, I'm gonna prepare a little bit more here of the supercoolant to be sent over. This should already be hooked up. It's gonna be sent over to the water planetoid, and right here we don't yet have a solution for that. Oh, my thingamabob just melted again. That of course is a little bit unfortunate, my payload opener, but let's replace it with a steel one. It's gonna be supercoolant that we receive, and I think, do I want to gather it up maybe first? That might be the wiser choice. But eventually I just have to end up in the cooling loop, so I might be doing just that. Whoop, give me that bridge, rotate, and put you there. Those are quite a few things that we're building now. What is the storage saying? We now have petroleum and water. So wait, did we already fill up all the petroleum? No, it's still being unloaded, so let's be patient about this. Okay, geez, this is kind of stressful right now. I'm only left with 571 kilograms of oxygen, and there's still lots to build. But I think maybe if we just get this room going, so bump everything up that has to do with construction, we could technically get this room going without overheating anything, and then we already suck out some of the oxygen, so we will have to focus on building these pipes here as well. And then if we can do this rather quickly, maybe in today's cycle, then we can enable it. And I already got my pipe ready that is going into a temporary gas rocket port loader, and so we should be able to, you know, save our duplicants. Right now I don't even think I would have enough time to make it back. Well, maybe actually. But the worn atmosuits definitely are a problem. There are already 2 worn atmosuits resulting in 103 kilograms of oxygen lost. Well, it's actually not that much in the big picture. Yeah guys, now you need to finish this rather quickly. That would be great. Doesn't look like though I can do it in today's cycle. Now, I actually totally forgot to stop the supercoolant. Yeah, there we go. Maybe let's stop that for the time being. I'm actually struggling here a little bit with my wrap bolt, so I didn't expect that. That was the bottleneck at the moment, but I did send over quite a bit of it, so we already have over 2 tons of supercoolant inside the payload opener, and it's ready right here to be distributed into the cooling loop once I'm ready. By the way, I switched up the cooling loop here a little bit in order to make it neater. Okay, looks like we're done here, and I'm gonna close this off now at priority 6. And then as soon as we we connect it, we should be collecting the oxygen. Just in the freaking nick of time. Less than 400 kilograms left inside the rocket. I'm gonna go ahead and connect this up, and I think I'm not gonna connect the pumps just yet in order for it to allow to distribute a little bit. So we can check this out. How is it gonna distribute? And of course there's also a little bit of excess polluted oxygen. Wait a second, where is this flowing? This is all flowing in this direction. How does that even make sense? Wait a second. Ah, this pipe isn't built yet. I have some overloading here. Ah, of course, that is a problem. So we might have to connect this to a power transformer. I could do that quite easily. I just have to reword the power a little bit. Okay, there we go. Now it's flowing into the right direction, and we also have the power transformer in place, which means power is now flowing correctly, and this shouldn't overload anymore. Now we have a nice distribution with the hydrogen and oxygen. I think we're ready to pump this over, right? It's going to be automatically used up with the hydrogen generators, which then are going to generate power for us. Is that already hooked up to the system? Yeah, it is looking good. So we just need to get those conductive panels going, and then if I hook this up, I should be able to fill up my cooling loop. So the hydrogen generators that are being used are already going to be cooled down. And in this case, we start with the pumping, right? Because this should now be green and red. Yeah, let's see. We will be getting some initial polluted oxygen as well, which I have to empty out. Potentially. Looks like it's just being stored in here. That is interesting. Polluted oxygen. You know, I guess we could go ahead, take the polluted oxygen in and then release it again, right? Is that possible? Yeah. Okay, we're saved. We're actually filling up the rocket again. So oxygen was the only thing that we were lacking. And of course, since we're only using the first pipe here, we should be good. And then technically with all the hydrogen generators, we should also have this as a self-sufficient system. So now I just gotta make sure that we build those conductive panels as well. So my cooling loop can be filled up completely. And then the cooling should be, I don't know, it doesn't really matter for this one. This is the machinery cooling loop, so let's go with 10 degrees. There it is, finally. The coolant is flowing. The aqua tuner right now isn't turned on yet. It isn't hooked up to power, but that's fine. We can just fill up the cooling loop, which is now already done. So deconstruct the connecting bridge, and then we're still going to be using it to fill up the cooling loop right here that I prepared. So right here, it's gonna come in and it's wiggling its way down here to the second aqua tuner. Then it will be going down here to whatever cooling the hotel requires. As a matter of fact, I might first bring it into a storage container here that is actually fitting and something we can already set up. But maybe now I'm also just gonna finish the aqua tuner room so that we can get this sorted and also connected to the system. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be needing a little bit of water, which we're getting from here. So let's check again. Why is this flowing back? How does this even make sense? Like, it should be going up. There is no disconnection going on here. I don't know. Maybe I'm just gonna require another bridge somewhere. So I'm gonna set this up here. Okay, now we have water flowing again, which means it's gonna go all the way up and over to the system, the rocket, and we can also use this in order to initially fill up the steam room right here, because right now the aqua tuner might already overheat. So maybe let's shut it off just to be on the safe side. Actually, is this already overheating? No, I don't think so. No, it is. Ah, crap. There we go. It is taking damage. That is so disappointing. Okay, this is good enough to already drop some water. Let's connect this right there. This should be good. I'm actually gonna disconnect it so we can utilize all the water, and it's gonna be dropped into the steam room. I'm just gonna fill it up to, let's say, at least 500 kilograms or so per tile. So this can be filled up quite a bit, and now we can already reactivate the thermal aqua tuner. Now, looking at this, we do have a little bit of polluted oxygen in here. The question is that gonna bother us? It's probably gonna be condensed into just one tile, and it might or might not bother us. Let's see how it goes. So now I'm gonna connect up the other cooling loop, and this is just gonna go through and be stored here inside of the liquid reservoir. And I'm actually gonna put this cooling loop to a cozy, let's say 22 degrees. That sounds reasonable. Now it's just about filling a bunch of holes right here so the oxygen later cannot escape anymore. I'm gonna close this one off as well, and this one here as well. We do have the transit tube to go back down, and then all we have to do is bring all, or at least some of these pipes down here, and we're gonna be filling up the entire planetoid with oxygen. So a couple of gas vents right here, but we're gonna be doing that in the next episode, filling this all all up with oxygen. And then in case we need a little bit more power, we're just gonna hook up our petroleum generators. However, these guys should be hooked up to a smart battery, so I'm thinking maybe I'm not gonna place them here, but if we move them over one block, I should be able to set up a battery. In the previous episode, we made some progress on the hotel planetoid, specifically the oxygen system. Now, I should explain a few things. When calculating the amount of duplicants we can feed with this system, I ended up with not enough pumps, and I should maybe emphasize I was more thinking about how much output one pump can have, which is 500 grams. And then if we go ahead and check one of the duplicants that is breathing, I think 75 grams. Here's one of my duplicants inhaling 75 grams of oxygen. Let's just check another one. So this isn't like a special duplicant. Yeah, it is indeed a special duplicant, so they inhale 100 grams of oxygen on average. This only makes the calculation much easier, so that's 5 duplicants per pump here. That means 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 duplicants. And this way I could certainly provide enough oxygen for the entirety of the planetoid, including the hotel guests, with a symmetrical system. But you're definitely right in pointing out that currently I have more production power than sucking power. I did not realize that. I was just going off the number of duplicants I can support with these pumps, and I figured symmetry is also important. Now, there are only a few things we now have to build. We got those petroleum boilers hooked up to the smart battery, so they should only act if they actually have something to do. And also this power wire here should be built, please. Now, I just saw my irrigation is still having issues, even though I technically have enough water, so I think I need to change something about that system. Right now, what it does is it prioritizes the oxygen system, so all of this backup I only have for the oxygen system, but it should technically also be for the plants, because by now we do have enough. So I think I'm gonna keep this fairly simple. We have all of these daisy chained storages, and I'm just gonna bring it all the way over to this part here. We can use some bridges to not influence the heat too much here. And then I think I will be getting either rid of this pump, or we just make it actually flow into this direction. Wait a second, this is always gonna limit me to just one full pipe of... okay, so that was the reason I wanted it separate, so I can have 2 full pipes. I see, so this is not gonna really work out. I need to be able to fill 2 pipes with that system, at least occasionally. As long as we only have 1 input pipe, it doesn't really matter. We cannot technically get 2 output pipes, but we can have 2 pumps, and then just during the downtimes of everything, we can fill up the water again, and therefore we have the potential to use 2 pipes. This means instead of going into the liquid vent here, I'm just gonna bring it into the daisy chain storages and then output it right here. So instead of this going into the system, I'm gonna release the water right there. Then I'm gonna take this pump that is gonna be obsolete, and I'm gonna put it right here in order to feed into this system. That means we're not gonna be needing any of this shebang, but I will need some power that would be convenient to get from below. So I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna place this right here and make sure we build this here rather quickly before more water accumulates. This means I can still have my pump active that goes towards the farms, and then this pump here eventually can go. This means I can still have my buffer storage with all the liquid reservoirs, but the water is always going to be filled up here for my pumps to use. It's actually a little bit sad because Nisbet isn't on the planetoid. The only way I can make them really go quick on the building is with the highest priority. And this is exactly what I'm doing right now. Otherwise, it might take several cycles for them to get to it. The base is quite busy by now. There it is. Now my water is dropping again, and there should also be my oxygen being saturated again. And then the new water that's incoming is going into the storages, and I think like this we're gonna be happy. There's still a priority towards the oxygen system, but my plants always have at least a little bit, so they can keep on growing. In the meantime, on the hotel planetoid, we're almost done here. They are just finishing the pipes. Now let's make sure everything is closed off as of this point, so we should be able to start filling this up with oxygen. And by the way, in the previous episode, some people commented about, isn't this supposed to be a underwater hotel? And I guess eventually it will be underwater again. We will have to do some experimentation with the water I'm having here, but this is ready to be used. Once we have built everything, I can fill up the gaps in between, which should then hopefully give the impression of this still being underwater. But it wasn't really convenient to build underwater, you know. Either way, we're now done with this part, so I should be able to set up the 2 gas vents. There are now 2 pipes going down. There's also a little bit of steam. I guess these guys here, yeah, the sandstone and the dirt here is really hot.
But there it is. Oxygen should be flowing now. Wonderful. And then of course we are still filling up the rocket itself. So we have no problem staying on this planetoid for a little while longer. And there it is. Now my oxygen should be spreading rather quickly because we only have like 35 grams of polluted oxygen in here. And this also means once I get a couple of 100 grams, then I can use my actual transformers. They shouldn't be heating up this dramatically. Yeah, overall, I think that's gonna work out. We just have to wait a little bit. Now, should we mop this up? I'm not so sure. By the way, I did end up with way too much petroleum. We have to mop some of this up, and I also would like to fix this part, but I guess as soon as we don't have enough petroleum anymore, we're gonna run into the same issues. Oh, and I totally forgot to eliminate all of these critters. Look at the juicy meat we'll be getting. Now I can actually take my sweet time to set everything up, maybe get the stuff built that I already planned. Let me also see how it looks with the reed fiber. Yeah, we're gaining the reed fiber now that we have like 5 plants, but some of these are still waiting on irrigation. Let's see. No pending deliveries. What are you talking about? So are you telling me we used up all? Yeah, look at that. Darn it, we used up all of the polluted water we had going on. As a matter of fact, I should go ahead and actually replace this cable here with a heavy watt conductive cable. I'm gonna do that right now. And that means I can have 2 layers of liquid. One is gonna be water and one is gonna be polluted water. And therefore, I shouldn't be needing this part anymore. This was kind of an eyesore for me for a while, and I would like to get rid of it. Yeah, very nice. Now we can actually really take care of the hotel. Now I've done the background of the bedrooms already. We need to have drywall for the bathroom too. What are we gonna go for? Just tiled? Yeah, honestly, I'm not so sure. I don't want to like go crazy with this, but maybe if we do some pink and purple, that might be working out for us. So I'm just gonna test this out here at the top and see how it will look like. Now there are no tiles behind the shower, and I know that. Even though I can't see it, I know it, so it's probably not good. Now, of course, it is nighttime where the colors are washed out. What you gonna do? I think for the showers, I'm just gonna go with my industrial tiles. And I know this is absolutely useless. Well, it might give me a little bit of decor, I don't know. Looks like so far my petroleum generators didn't have to kick in, and I also got loads and loads of supercoolant here. This is actually really good news. Am I still getting supercoolant? Yeah, looks like it. This is already looking much better here at the bottom, now at 700 grams of oxygen. Now, admittedly, it is still a little bit hot in here. Maybe we're gonna be using that cool slush guys here to help us cool down. As a matter of fact, I still need to get in here, and I kind of would like to take advantage of it. If I dribble everything down here, I'm gonna be annoyed, so it will have to be on the other side. As a matter of fact, this is perfect because it is just gonna drop right here where we have our resources. And there it is, wonderful, cool water that will help us. Okay, now looking at this, I really don't like it, but what we could do maybe is a checker pattern. Let's remove these guys again, and instead I'm gonna try to just go for a checker pattern. I know this is gonna be slightly annoying to build, but I guess we only have to do it with one color and the rest we can just fill up. That might actually look better. Nisbet actually decided to sleep here. As of this point, I don't really mind. She can have her fun until the hotel guests move in. Looks like we have a meteor shower upon us. I believe I closed everything off, so that is good, but we do have the liquid rocket hanging in orbit. So let's see, I think this one here is already over. So I'm gonna be opening up the bunker doors and allow my rocket to actually return. It's gonna be filled up with petroleum, and at the same time we deliver water and polluted water. Come on, boots. Thank you. And I gotta check. I think I still don't have a proper solution for the polluted water. Actually, we don't even have any polluted water inside of this. So this is all gonna be pure water, just filling up our reservoirs here. In the meantime, I now have almost completely filled this up with oxygen. So what we should be seeing is this just being polluted oxygen at the bottom, and everything is still fine. Now, of course, we do get the occasional polluted oxygen from this guy. I don't think anymore. Eventually, we're gonna be filtering out everything. But for now, I'm just happy that I can now run some of my transformers. For instance, this guy here on the top I would like to run, so I'm going to be hooking that up to my heavy water wire, and it should immediately be charged up. So as soon as this guy here comes online again, well, I might just go ahead and allow it to drop down. Let's also get in here, or maybe we don't even have to do this. Yeah, we can close this off, and then I think what we should be doing is just continuing the cooling loop right here. Now I'm first going to do this with granite pipes and eventually change to radiant pipes, but what I want to see is my hotel being cooled with the steel layer that we have going on there. This will then cool the entirety of the water that we have inside of here. So you have to imagine these corridors here, our shafts are going to be filled up to the brim with water, and then we can just translate the temperature to these steel tiles, which I think should be good. Yeah, it's not the best thermal conductivity, but you know, overall we will have the base under control. It's going to be a long process, but eventually we have it at the temperature we want. So this means what I want to see is my pipes, for now granite, but eventually it's going to be something better, just connecting up here. And I guess as of this point here, we want to switch to insulated pipes. This will then be continuing all the way through the floor here, and then I guess eventually this might be the edge, so it's just gonna come all the way back up. Then I'm gonna be going through the flooring here, and let's see, we need to end up like in this place here. So let me switch to insulated pipes again, and there we go. That would be a completed loop right there. Yeah, actually I think that is gonna add up, and that also means we can have our steel tiles here. Right now I don't have enough steel to actually complete all of this. I rather keep the steel to complete the floors here. Also, as you can see, dropping the cold water here actually helps a little bit to get that initial cooling. Well, maybe we don't even need it. It's not technically that hot in here, but what we do want to see now is the completion of this pipe, which shouldn't take too long because we're building it out of granite, which doesn't have the heat transfer of a radiant pipe, of course, but it is still gonna adapt the environment to its temperature, especially once we lead it through the steel tiles. For now, I do want to keep my gold in order to set up these edge tiles and actually make the border really nice. I told them to not do radiant pills again. Nisbet now is at 42 rats, unfortunately. She just can't take it, but I guess we also get some here. Well, not that many, but as soon as they run through here, of course, it's horrible. So maybe just for Nisbet, we're gonna allow the rat pills again. May can actually take it much better with her trait. I think I'm now ready to send over some more oxalite to the third planetoid. I should not forget about that. I'm just gonna keep this active for a little while until the storage here has filled up again. Yeah, this is progressing like a charm. We already got parts of the pipe built. I just gotta make sure to set up a ladder like every 8th tile or so. This way we should be able to build the rest of this. Oh, looks like I'm all out of gold materials. No problem. I should still have some here. 132 tons. Oh yeah, we're gonna send a lot of it over now. Refined metal, gold. Where are you? Right there. Okay, I'm gonna keep this running for a couple of cycles, maybe even more. Get about 30 tons or so over. And I'm gonna bring down my materials just a little bit, one level here, so that I have access to it from the transit tube. Honestly, I don't have enough steel either way, so let's maybe get through this process already, and I'm just gonna set up the steel layer that we're gonna have here, and this is gonna be the same thing here on the other side. So this is all gonna be steel, and then this is all gonna be filled up with water, and we might even have another water channel going up here. No, actually there needs to be a little bit of space for the amusement and all the amenities, so I guess we could say this is gonna be our layer here, the topmost part, and this is where we want to end up. That means I would like to see this here being insulated as well. Looking good. We only have to finish this part here on this side, and then the ladder part that I haven't done yet. There we go. I almost missed the grand opening of the cooling loop, but it seems to be going on right now. That is good. So we're still missing some gold tiles here that we should make some progress on. And I think the easiest would be to just do this corner one layer after another. Maybe we can also do these guys here and get started with this one as well. Well, looks like my battery is overheating. I thought I had it cooled down, but I guess that actually doesn't count, and so it will also not count for the petroleum generator. Yeah, of course, the middle section here, the cooling element is on the top here. Of course, it doesn't work, so we're gonna deconstruct this. I will have to move it one block down, and then we also have to introduce another part here. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to empty this out so you can continue. So I'm gonna be putting the first one right here, and the second one is gonna go here. Please, somebody take care of this. Thank you. And then it is a tiny bit less elegant, but it's still gonna be fine. At least everything is gonna be cooled down. Currently, we want it at 22 degrees. Now let me see. We still have a little bit left in here. That is actually really good. Let's also see. Ooh, yeah, look at that. This actually has even more cooling cooling potential than I anticipated with the pipe here. But I really want to translate the temperature to all of these steel tasks. That would be my goal. And then eventually we're gonna bring a little bit more steel along. Yeah, I gotta say, this is really good. And so we can just eventually, you know, replace it with a proper radiant pipe. Like right now we already have over 11 tons of gold. So I guess we could get started by replacing the lowest row here. Just making sure that we transfer a lot of the gel right there. But it seems to be working out. I mean, it's coming back here and we still have it at 18 degrees. Well, to be fair, it started like at 0 degrees. And so now with all that new gold, I'm just gonna get going, building all of these areas up, get that border nice and completed. Let me have a look at the kilocalories. We still have 300,000 left, so that is good. In this case, I think we should just keep going. Right now, I have still 114 tons, so we still haven't sent enough gold over. Hold on, how much steel do I have? I have 21 tons. That's not gonna be enough. That's definitely not gonna cut it. I'm gonna queue up some more here. Wait a second, my iron ore. Maybe it's here on the third Planetoid. I actually totally forgot. Iron ore, let me check. We got 118 tons. This is actually really good news because all we have to do is bring it over here. Not the copper, but the iron we want to send over. Wait a second. Are you lying to me? Where is the iron? Iron ore. Oh no, don't tell me it's all down here somewhere. Ah, this is horrible. Well, it's not that horrible because our duplicant really doesn't have anything to do. Like Lyra here isn't really busy all the time, and I guess we can allow her to bring the iron ore up. Yeah, I think it's better to do it manually. So we're just gonna do iron ore for the time being, and I guess all of the organic stuff and the fossils is still fine. Let's just see, what is she gonna do? Yeah, picking up the polluted dirt first, storing materials. I want to see you grab some iron. Yeah, I'm actually really disappointed. I figured with the system we had going on here, we already picked up most of the iron ore, but apparently that didn't happen. Okay, I've had it with the polluted dirt. That's like the 5th run. Let's just get rid of the organic materials and just focus on fossils and iron ore. Okay, that's what I want to send over. It's gonna be brought right into the storage and therefore be brought to the second planetoid, and from the second planetoid we bring it to the first one, like we always do. So it's gonna be directly landing in here, and I just gotta make sure to also set up the iron ore here. As a matter of fact, I do have a little bit of iron ore on the second planetoid as well, which is good. And then right here, I can queue up some more of that shebang. I'm gonna do 50 crafts at least, but then queue up another 50 in case our cooling system can keep up. And in the meantime, we're done here with the lower pipe. As you can see, this is now all at a cozy 23 degrees. I like it. Yeah, look at the nice yellow color that is slowly but surely taking over. Now we're gonna have a fallback once we actually release the water, because we will then have to cool that one down as well, but it's gonna be totally worth it, I think. Right here we have all the space for amenities. We also have the space to do some type of a great hall. We probably need multiple great halls, but yeah, you get the basic gist. We'll kind of have to work around this saltwater guys here. That is a little bit of an eyesore, but maybe we somehow get around it. Now I also want to see whether or not I can send some of those seeds over. Actually, it's not seeds, it's industrial ingredient. We want the reed fiber. I have 325 units. I don't think it's actually enough to finish the building, but let's just see what happens if I bring those reed fiber over. I think they're already in there, or at least a bunch of them. Gosh, okay, I knew this would happen. We now have reached a point where these Weezwards are just producing too much chill. So right now this is way too cold, and therefore these Weezwards don't work anymore because they only work up to a temperature of minus 60 degrees. This is so mean. Let me think. What if we added all of our hot abyssalite here? Like honestly, what happens if I set up a storage bin here and then just input my 1000 degrees abyssalite? Okay, bring me abyssalite. I should have loads of it right here. This is not even that hot anymore. It's just like 400 degrees. But let me grab those 450 degrees. That seems to be the highest temperature. And we're just gonna switch that to sweep only. So change that to sweep only at the highest priority. And then this stack should be brought over here at 400 degrees. Hopefully helping us out a little bit. Otherwise, we have to come up with something else. But geez, I figured with all of these wrap-ball chambers I would be able to produce enough temperature. Okay, now storage bin, does it work? This is, yeah, look at that, it is heating up. a little bit. At least these plants here now seem to be happy, but I don't think it is actually going to help. Okay, I have another idea. What if we leaked a little bit of heat from the rocket system? Like we have 7 kilograms of steam here. It's 160 degrees. So we could, for instance, exchange this tile here and then get a little bit of heat over. And I think the abyssalite idea here was kind of stupid. So I'm gonna undo that again. And that is definitely gonna work since we are translating a lot of the heat this way. And it's gonna be slow enough so it doesn't get out of hand, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna allow this to unfold its potential a little bit. Seems to be working out. In the meantime, on the wood planetoid, we're going towards the green color. Well, greenish yellow. Check this out. The petroleum generators are actually necessary for the first time, and that was during the night. Makes sense. Also, we seem to be doing good on the oxygen so far. Maybe we should think about how we distribute the oxygen throughout the hotel, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. There are many pipes we still have to build. And maybe I guess I should focus on one thing after another. Right now we have the entire planetoid oxygenated, and we also have the cooling loop in place. Two very important things, I believe. It's going to be a question of bringing over materials. Then I probably want to have a setup here on the top. I'm not sure for what yet. The amenities are definitely going to go here. Maybe a great hall setup here on the very top. And then let me know some other suggestions. What do you want to see? Maybe this top version here could be the petting zoo, but this is probably not enough space to set up something for all of the critters. But we could do maybe a few select critters, or maybe you have other ideas that we could go for. But yeah, I will continue my mission here a little bit. The next time we see us, hopefully I will have done a lot of the outside part here and maybe even some of the steel parts as well. So I don't forget, I probably want to shut this off again, and look at that. It actually worked out. All of the plants are active again and they are at 40 degrees. So I guess I can leave this be for a while and then either close it off again or maybe find an automated solution. We could replace this here with a door, for instance, whenever we read. Yeah, let's do that. I mean, why only talk about it if we can just do it? Replace this with a door, and we want to close the door as soon as we detect a certain temperature here. Set up a thermosensor. It's so mean for the duplicants that have to come here. It's like 2,000 rats per cycle when they move through here. So some of my duplicants are probably not doing well. I really could fix this issue by closing these doors and then technically, no, they're just gonna continue, of course. Yeah, totally forgot about that. They continue until the system is full again. So there's no safe way for my duplicants to do this except, well, the safe way would be that they don't do it at all, but they should. This door here. Oh, come on. Wait a second. Can I shut down the system? Nobody saw anything. Okay. This is bad. Okay, now I have to close this off rather quickly because otherwise we're gonna be screwed. Mechanized airlock. You have to be built immediately, and the automation slot is actually over here. Okay, and get those guys. I know. I'm gonna lose all of my hydrogen. It's only at 1,500 grams now. Let me see. Where's my hydrogen entry? Nowhere. But we could always grab the extra hydrogen we're getting from here. Sure, I'm gonna be doing that, even if just temporarily. You get one of those. Let's actually go with a high gas pressure vent. So we're gonna be filling that up with 20 kilograms and have even more cooling capabilities. Or basically just heat capacity, I mean. There it is. My door suppressed that we don't have power. We don't need power, but we want to open up the door as soon as we are above, let's say, minus 40 degrees. And then if we drop below minus 40 degrees, it's gonna close and therefore translate a little bit of heat, provided we occasionally get started with this rocket here. Okay, I like that solution, and I'm gonna get back to the hotel planetoid. As a last deed out of the comment section, a tip, we should be able to deconstruct the steam engine and then still keep the battery modules. So let's just see if that is the case. They're dropping all down. Yeah, they're still doing something. Okay, that is great. In this case, we can actually add some more battery slots on the top. Let's go ahead and do that. 1 and 2 more. Does that mean it's not restricted at all? That will have been a really chat move. So thank you very much for that tip. Really nice. Let me see if that is really the case. Can we just like keep going? Oh my gosh, this is incredible. Okay, I really like that. That's all we gonna need in terms of battery power. Jeez, I did not get to play any games for approximately a week. I've been working my butt off recently. I've also been sick, and during my recording day it actually snowed, so I had other projects. Yeah, don't judge me. I haven't seen you build a snowman at 9 o'clock in the morning at minus 10 degrees. But yeah, it was a fun day, and now we can finally get back into the game again. In the previous episode, I made some progress here with the hotel. We also have now everything full of oxygen, so my oxygen system here has come more or less to a halt. I've also been sending over a lots and lots of materials, mainly gold and steel. Maybe we should now send over some more plastic. Actually, thinking of it, we should have some reed fiber, so maybe it's time to set the priority to 5 again with the hotel, and they will start building that as well. In the meantime, I'm still finishing this part right here with the gold task. I want to fill this all up. I've already almost completed the left side here, as you can see. And I also sent back my rocket right here. I actually still have a little bit of petroleum inside because I wasn't able to unload everything. Oh yeah, and I also removed all of the solar panels we had on this planetoid because I believe the petroleum generators are going to be enough, and they also drop a little bit of liquid, so all of my liquid reservoirs don't overheat. Though I need to be careful. Maybe at some point they are still gonna overheat because I built them out of copper instead of, say, gold. Yeah, gold would have been nice. Or maybe even steel, because I don't really want to cool them down. That's not gonna be convenient. So I figured maybe the polluted water the petroleum generators are expelling would be enough to keep this below the 75 degrees. We'll have to see. Oh, I also reshaped the silo a little bit to make it nicer looking and to also capture a little bit more of the heat in order to transfer to the steam room here. But that essentially is everything that I've done in between the episodes, and now we keep on building. I want to see some of these rooms actually finished, and then maybe as a next step we can take care of the pipe work. In the future, technically, we should have enough cooling capabilities to keep this all at a cozy 24 or so degrees. I think this should be spreading. The question is just, do we need insulated pipes for our bathrooms or not? Considering there's going to be a layer of water constantly keeping the bunker tiles at a steady temperature, I don't think we actually do. So we should be capable of just building normal liquid pipes here, and the pattern is gonna be that we connect these pipes like so and these like so. The question is just, where are we gonna cycle the water to? We probably want to bring it towards the top in order to clear it out. So let's say this is gonna be the pipe up. Maybe this should be the pipe going down. Yeah, that might actually be better. So we have a pipe going down, filling up all of these guys. And yeah, I don't think I want to hook them up directly, but I want to come from below. So we see as little pipe work as possible. Then as for these guys, they will connect over and come up this way. So they will need a bridge on each level. And then just make sure all of these guys are connected up, including the inputs. There we go, said and done. We just have to connect the output pipe that is also going up, and it's going to be converted here somewhere. And then of course we would have to do the same thing on the other side as well. So the pipe coming down with the fresh water goes here, and the pipe coming up would be this one here. Bridges here and there and everywhere, and connect everything together. Wonderful. Just give me a brief second to complete this. I think this will actually go rather quickly because they can build like 10 pipes in one go, no problem. And both Nisbet and May are actually rather quick by now. I have to give it to them, not too shabby. Looks like my rocket already arrived. I did miss the previous meteor shower, unfortunately, and now nobody seems to be actually fixing the solar panels. Well, some of them are still gonna overheat, even if we fix them. So I guess instead we'll have to replace them. Now I want to make sure this time around we don't take any petroleum with us, so I'm actually gonna expel that out of the rocket. So now I can just wait for the water to be delivered, and then we're gonna empty the storages. Maybe potentially do one run without the petroleum. Also, by the way, you noticed that my mechanized airlock here didn't really work the way I set it up because it would always transfer a little bit of heat through the hydrogen gas. So what I did is I moved the mechanized airlock over and temporarily made a metal tile right here. This of course isn't the best of setups, but it is working now because we do have a vacuum going on, and whenever the door is open, no heat or chill is going to be transferred. But yeah, I probably will have to find a solution to move the conveyor receptacle vertical here a little bit so I can push everything to the right side and make more sense of it. And I think by now we almost stopped using this ladder. I'm gonna try to get rid of it now. We also still need a bunker layer to wrap up the living module here. And then on the top here, I'm probably gonna go with the water sieve. Let's see, we have loads of copper. No, I'm gonna rotate it around and push it all the way to the left side. There's still gonna be a layer of steel right there. This needs to come from the output slot, and right here where we have the polluted water, we're gonna input that into the water sieve. Just needs a little bridge there. And what else do we need? We need the power, and we need a way to deal with the excess fluids. I would say one easy way to get rid of the excess water would be to feed it into the oxygen system. Then we don't really have to care about it anymore. Though it will be germy, but I don't think it actually matters. The germs will just disappear, especially inside the base, because we also have some floral scent probably. So say we bring this down here. This is going to be the excess, and everything here is also going to be fresh water, but it's going to be germy. Oh, wait a second. I need to build this a little bit further up because I do want a tunnel here of water as well. This should be surrounded by water. That was my original intention. That means we're gonna have another layer of bunker tiles going on like this, and probably that also means in the future I want my transit tube to go this way. And then I can have my water sieve like so, and the same thing on the other side, but facing the other way, so I can hook up the pipes the same way I did before. Before we start setting up anything else at the bottom, we need to think about the concept. For instance, the CO2 needs a way to go down, and I think I just want to do this beneath the transit tube access point, so I'm probably going to be replacing those with mesh tiles. Doesn't really matter which material, but here we go. All of these are going to be mesh tiles, and therefore the CO2 will be able to flow down freely. And then I think I will be reserving something on the side here for processing. Though it would be a little bit neater to do this at the bottom floor. So maybe we take out everything we have going on at the bottom floor and use that as a machinery room. However, this would mean I have to move everything a little bit further up because we need one extra floor. I mean, we do have the space for it, so I think this is exactly what I will be doing. So give me a brief moment. We're gonna cancel all of this, build another level, and then we should be golden, having everything on the top and using this here as a basement. So everything in terms of buildings, I'm just gonna poke out here. This can all go, and we use that as a maintenance room. So I think my transit tube will end up right here. That should be good. And I kind of want to make sure to build this first, and this would be my steel layer. Then we have some gold tiles on the top, and I still have my 4 spaces to set up all the rooms. Okay, that's gonna be fine. A couple of cycles have passed, not that much progress, but maybe we can now think about what we actually want to install in terms of amenities and just recreational use. Naturally, there's going to be a vertical wind tunnel. There's going to be a room with beach chairs, a soda fountain, definitely. Party line phones, we already got that. Maybe some pixel packs would be nice. All the decorations, of course, are also somewhat going to be included. Let's go with an espresso machine. Arcane cabinet is also going to be included. A hot tub room. Oh man, we need to bring along some resources. We're gonna need a jukebox as well, and that is probably about it when it comes to recreational use. Maybe the sun lamp in conjunction with the beach chair. But yeah, somehow we have to make the space for all of these amenities. We're gonna keep the lowest room free, probably. Well, actually now we do have a maintenance room, so I don't technically need that anymore, and we could get started here with the recreational stuff. The only question that I still have is, do I maybe potentially want my water tunnel to also go up here? And this saltwater guys here kind of makes me think not. So I'm assuming my water tunnel is gonna go all the way to over here and then go up. So maybe we can already kind of indicate that. I don't have the materials either way, but this would be the water channel going up and coming over here. So this would kind of be the end of it. And we would see something along the lines of this. Okay. Right up here, maybe we're gonna have a kitchen, and now we have approximately this space here to set up all the recreational stuff, as well as get some great hall slash halls in the joint. So maybe the 2 upper rooms here we could actually use for the great halls. That might not be the worst of ideas, but we need to think about how we get the duplicants over there. You know, potentially just through the water. That would be amazing. And then we can have some fish inside the water to make this travel even nicer. However, this means I would need to reserve a little bit of space. Oh, come on, give me transit tubes. A little bit of space here in order to set up another transit tube access point. So that would be going over here, still with some gold flooring. And then we probably would give them ladder access to go down. And as of this point, we can start with the rooms. So this would be the first and second door. We now have a little bit of space to set this up. Something along these lines. Maybe also get some glass window tiles right there. Now this is 14 tiles, including the decoration. So we're not gonna have nearly enough space for all the duplicants. So we might have to add 2 additional rooms here. This is really bothering me, especially because of the saltwater guys here. Maybe I'm actually just gonna go ahead and remove it. I'm pretty sure there's a way for me to just completely get rid of it. We don't technically need it and it's so much in the way. Let me know in the comment section what you think about removing this part. Alrighty, couple more cycles have passed and you can see it's slowly but surely taking shape. I still have to send over some diamonds from the looks of it. Do I even have loads of diamonds here? I don't think so. We got about 4.5 tons or so, but we can definitely send that over. So I'm gonna go ahead and queue that up. I sent over a lot of steel again. Miscellaneous. Ah, okay, there it is. A diamond. Wonderful. We're gonna send the diamonds over that we currently have going on. I sent over, let's say, about 15 tons of steel. Maybe not quite, but it's definitely noteworthy. And it's gonna allow me to complete some of these structures. I still have to do the gold here though. So maybe every now and then I'm gonna poke out some steel tiles here so I still have access. If I go ahead and set up the rooms like so, we could have 10 mess tables per room, including some decorations. And if we do that 4 times, we have the 40 mess tables that we require for the hotel. But that would require us to actually get rid of the saltwater guys here. Still, I'm just gonna wait for your feedback on that. Now, I've been thinking with 40 duplicants, we actually need quite a few of these amenities. Like just one of these vertical wind tunnels is probably not gonna be enough. And also we cannot have it at the bottom layer. So it will have to go somewhere here. And I would assume we just want multiples of them. Now, how much power is this actually gonna take? 1.2 kilowatts. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the conductive wires might not even be sufficient in this case because even just running 2 of them would be too much. So I'm assuming maybe in certain scenarios, we're actually gonna revert back to the heavy watt wires. And then of course, at a certain point, we need to expand on the power we produce on this planetoid. Maybe actually right here, a nuclear reactor would make sense. But I'm assuming we might also get by just using the petroleum generators. Either way, I think what we could do is maybe have the wind tunnels here. So I'm gonna be removing some of these ladders, maybe keep some, let's just get rid of them altogether. And then I'm gonna poke out a little hole here. As for the mess tables, I've been thinking leaving 1 space free, then setting up 5 tables, 2 spaces free, another 5 tables, and then we still have the space for statues or whatever. We could go with a metal block here in order to set up some statues. And I think I'm gonna have one here. I'm not sure which way they're actually facing. It looks to me like I want them to be facing this way. Then we have another set of tables. And in the center, I wonder, could I have like the coffee machine, maybe a soda fountain? Not sure that is the right thing to put there. Maybe we're just gonna go with the water cooler. Yeah, I think the water cooler might be the thing to put here. And then the juicer and everything we're gonna have in the spa or fitness room. But yeah, looking at this, I'm not even sure we're gonna have enough space. Maybe I will have to translate some of the nightlife area upstairs. Let's just get started with the vertical wind tunnel. We can have it right here. So let's say we can have like 3 next to each other. The 4th one would probably be too much, or maybe we just access it from below. We could maybe think about making this accessible from the bottom instead of the top. Generally, I want to close this area off here, or we also make it accessible here with the transit tube. This also would require us to have some type of flooring here, and then of course we could take advantage of the pressure that we have here at the bottom in order to use the wind tunnels. And of course that pressure will have to go down again, probably. Here is where my transit tube access point would go, and then we could also round this off with a door here, and maybe even some window tiles. This would be my mesh tiles, and then we could easily access this, right? Yeah, I think this might be the solution for my wind tunnels. I definitely want to have them included, but just having one is definitely not going to be enough. And this way I will easily be able to also power them up. Let me actually get some proper cabling in the joint. And we also get some heavy watt conductive joint plates right there. Okay, hold the phone. I need to put them one more block down. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, this is actually gonna be perfect. Now, before I build the wind tunnels though, I need to make sure I can also place the background. So I'm just gonna make sure to set up some ladders, and then we're gonna go at it with drywall. Now for the wind tunnels, I think this needs to be dark. So I'm just gonna go with the charcoal background. And once that is done, I will be able to place the wind tunnels again. Well then, my suggestion would be to either work around the area like this. So we have one bigger great hall room, including some extra seats that could be used for the staff, for instance. But that still means we would need a separate room here at the bottom to complete the seats for all the hotel guests. And of course, that leaves us a little less space for all the other amenities, but I think we should get away because the other amenities, they aren't that big. And I don't think I'm gonna need more than 3 per type, sometimes even less. Like with the espresso machine, I don't think they use the soda fountain and the espresso machine that much. I mean, even the wind tunnels, we probably would have been fine just using the 2 because then the wind tunnel buff would last for a couple of cycles and all the hotel guests surely could use it. But yeah, I'm gonna be curious as to how we cramp everything into this space, and let me know what I should be doing about this. Either we leave it in, keep this as a staff eating area, or I'm gonna try to delete it the next time if I can do so. But right now I'm actually really happy how this is coming along. We also got many payloads with the plastic. I sent over some plastic and even more steel. I think I already mentioned that. Oh, looks like I trapped my duplicants while I was speaking here and did not realize. How did I do that? How did you even get here? But okay, I'm gonna try to move them both over here, and then we're gonna deconstruct a couple of tiles like so. They drop down, I can rebuild the tiles and everyone is happy. Okay, it looks like I missed all of my plug slugs actually dying because I just didn't... Oh no. Oh gosh, this is just horrible. I can't watch. Okay, stop it. How unlucky can you get? Anyway, I've been sending over a little bit of plastic. I think we're done with that by now. And I've also made quite a bit of progress here. Hooked up all of the power transformers so we can use the transit tubes from each level. I made sure to not hook up the party line phones just yet, and I also disabled the water coolers. I don't want my duplicants to take any unnecessary breaks. So I think now my intention is going to be to take everything we got here in terms of gases, use it to push it all the way up, and then I expect it to actually be output right here. So if I also make this too high and then maybe do something like this, there would be the next transit tube access point. Then all of the overpressure should be happening in these 2 tiles, and then it hopefully will be pushed down again. It might also be pushed up a little bit here, but I do need this part in order to get rid of the CO2. There we go. Got a couple of plug slugs back. They will have to be groomed and everything, but at least they didn't all die. However, they already ate all of their food again. Let me see. Do we still even have the cobalt material? Yeah, we have 22.7 tons. That's fine for now. I'm not going to be needing any more for the hotel, so we should be fine on that end. It's not like the plug slugs are really that important, but they do add to the barbecue that I need for my recipes. I'm actually going to keep this here as a maintenance corridor, and that also means I could, for instance, take my power and bring it in from this side. Maybe in this case though, we should just get rid of the door part here, and what we could do is move this one over, so I also still have the ability to set up my metal tiles. Then I'm gonna be bringing in the power from here. Let me just reroute those cables, and instead the conductive wires are gonna come from the top. Now let's build these out of another material other than cobalt. Oh, actually, why not, instead of making this a maintenance room, I'm gonna be filling this up with water, use some window tiles, because I just noticed I cannot have the gold tiles here either way, but we might be able to make this a little bit better by, let's just do it up to this point. Wait, that's wrong. I need glass. And then I would be cutting off the room right there. And I can still have a door like right here, but this will allow the water to go through. This means I also need to send over a little bit more glass. Do we have it here? No. Do we have it here? There is almost 2 tons right there, but let's go ahead and craft some more. For that, I'm gonna grab some of my granite, maybe just 90 crafts, and process it into sand. And we're just gonna send over all of the glass that we currently got.
Just lovely what these guys can accomplish when they actually work together. Gotta love it. Oh no, what am I doing? I'm using this as my pressure tunnel. Jeez. Yeah, there's absolutely no sense in exchanging all of this. Okay, but what we can do is exchange these here with mesh tiles, and then the door right here will have to go. Eventually I will just have to close this off. I was so fond of this idea. Maybe I'm gonna implement it somewhere else. Time to fly back home with a full load of polluted water and normal water. This here seems to be running fine. However, we are using up the petroleum, that is for sure. And once we have 40 duplicants using all of the infrastructure, we probably do it even quicker. But yeah, I think we've actually made it pretty far. All of the great halls are prepared. Well, except for one. I'm probably gonna implement it because I don't just want to delete it if I really don't have to. And just making this into a staff room is maybe not the worst of ideas. But of course, if many of you think I should just go ahead and delete it, then I'm probably gonna do it. Well, yeah, I would say with that progress out of the way, I'm gonna wrap up the video for today. I sure hope you enjoyed today's episode. The next time we're gonna be taking care of whatever is left up here and make this actually a paradise for the duplicants. And then sooner or later, we should probably invite at least one hotel guest kind of as a guinea pig in order to test out the facilities and kind of think what else we are gonna need. Today, we're gonna keep building on the hotel, and I've asked you the question whether or not we should go ahead and keep this water geyser, and you guys actually had a phenomenal idea, and that is using this part right here in order to build an aquarium using the salt water we get from the geyser. Now, I really like the idea. This way we don't have to do some weird stuff with the debug menu, and all we have to do is enlarge the room and maybe even exchange some of this stuff here with glass panels. So let's say this room right here is gonna be all glass panels right there, and then also the room here at the bottom is gonna be all glass panels just like that. This means we can get rid of everything inside the room itself. Then I think for now we also need to make our way inside of it in order to take apart the pump and everything. Also, the geyser becomes dormant in 17 cycles. I don't think I want to wait this long. We're just gonna go ahead and do it anyway. Naturally, this also means I need a whole bunch more glass. Let's maybe up the priority here. Or are we still crafting stuff? No, actually, yeah, we're still crafting the granite to sand. Maybe I just initiated that. Gossman is radiation vomiting. What the? Wait a second. Where are you? Oh my gosh, I totally forgot to refill the refrigerator there. I think this is actually going to be rather bad. That's 175 rats here per cycle. The liquid cargo though is on its way back, currently in flight, so there's not much we can actually do, can we? Let's see, how bad is it gonna be? I don't think that's bad. I think Gossman can just radiation vomit everything out of the system. By the way, in the comments you mentioned that the vertical wind tunnels, actually 3 duplicants can use them at the same time, so we're not going to be needing this many, and I've been thinking about replacing one with a industrial sauna. No, wait, just a normal sauna, not industrial. Now, of course, I cannot have May and Nisbet wasting their time here, so we're just gonna disable the buildings, and I might also take this apart. Actually, we can just let them enjoy their time for now. Like, Nisbet is gonna be extremely happy. And we can also see this seems to be working. We're taking the polluted oxygen here from the bottom. Yeah, at least I can see the turbine here. Good, that means we can now take apart the wind tunnel there and maybe replace it with a sauna right there, a hot tub. That's what I actually meant. So the hot tub is gonna go right there, and this is not gonna be needing any power. Well, it actually does, but I think it will also require steam or maybe just hot water. Now I think to make this a little bit nicer, I'm gonna reroute the wires here to go through the flooring. The hot tub is gonna require 200 lumber. That should be easy. I do believe we have at least a little bit, but unfortunately it's not on this planetoid. Oh, I wonder where we have the lumber. I know, it's not on the 3rd and 2nd planetoid either, so we found it somewhere else. So the hot tub will have to wait a little bit until I ship those resources over. Now here we have our saltwater geyser going for it. How do we do this? I think I will have to replace these tiles first, and then we're gonna be losing a little bit of that liquid. So yeah, we probably have to focus a little bit on making the glass. So let's give this here a little bit more of a a priority? Well, actually we are crafting quite a bit. So I'm guessing the glass automatically is being delivered. What do I have set up here? Yeah, the glass is being delivered automatically over to the hotel Planetoid. So that will eventually be taken care of. But having an aquarium right there is actually perfect. It's just gonna take a little bit of time to initially set it up, but we're gonna be fine. Good. While we wait on the glass, let's see if we get some new blueprints. I'm mostly looking for different types of drywall. Bright retro wall pot, no thank you. We got a violet glitter Atmo belt. Jeez, okay, that is actually pretty cool. Violet glitter Atmo gloves, so fitting gloves. Mealy teal planter box. Watermelon glovelets. Digital Satsuma, so that is a drywall. Okay, interesting. Some hype gym socks, and that was it. So at least we did get a new type of drywall, and I wonder if I could use them here. Actually, does that ooh, I can rotate the pattern. That could be a good thing or a bad thing, because it could cost me a lot of time. But if I do something like this, then we can do a really nice pattern, right? I just have to rotate it like so. Okay, that makes sense. So every other block is gonna be one of these, and I kind of want to make sure they line up in the center. And the center is approximately here somewhere. Let me do that here as well. So this would be the first block, and then we keep on going. So every other block would be one of those guys. And now hopefully, no, it doesn't add up. So I have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so these two right here are the center. I'm just gonna mark them with something else, and then this will make the pattern symmetrical. Okay, let's try that here as well. I got my second row done. And what are we gonna do with the third one? Are we just gonna keep on going? I guess so. Yeah, now we can have like the plus sign here. Gosh, I love this tiling. It's just unfortunate. It's just gonna be a little bit of a pain in the butt. Okay, for now, I'm just gonna do the upper portion here in order to check out whether or not it is something I like. And then, if possible, we also still want to go ahead and replace this transit tube here with a crossing. So eventually we can actually make this a proper underwater hotel. Okay, I'm making good progress. I experimented around a little bit with having all glass floors for each of the levels here, but I decided to only have the glass floors for the aquarium itself. And I also made this airflow tiles so the CO2 has a way to flow down. Now we're just gonna patiently wait until this is filling up a little bit more, and maybe on the top we can have some decorations. And of course we are just gonna try to make this look like an aquarium, eventually fill it up with a bunch of fish. Now we cannot really have the tropical pacu. That would have been great because of the saltwater theme, but I think eventually it's just gonna be too cold for them. Still, we can put some effort into it and try. It's a little bit unfortunate that you can see the cable behind this, and also that I cannot drag the cable through the neutronium, but that's just how it is. I also completely ran out of granite, so I sent over some from the main planetoid where we still have lots. So right now we can keep on going with the next level, which is still gonna be another great hall in order to wrap up this part of the base. Have some doors, have some glass, and then we're gonna go with the same decorations here. You know, I've been thinking if we only had one wind tunnel, then we could actually get it through with just one conductive wire, and we wouldn't have to use the ugly wires here. And I think that might actually be worth it. You know, I've been thinking too much like a normal working dupe schedule, but technically they will have downtime all the time. They will be able to use the vertical wind tunnels whenever during the day, and so they are not stressed. And since 3 duplicants can do it at once, we probably get away with this. 2 hot tubs I think are better either way. The hot tub itself is gonna take 240 watts, so that should be possible, and we can get away with these cables. That means though I probably want to power the transit tube from above. Maybe we could do it a little bit more hidden through the wall there, and also have this wire here go through the floor. In the meantime, we should have some petroleum ready for shipping. Let's see, we still have the polluted water in there. Well, that is unfortunate.
unfortunate, but we got 13 tons of petroleum here and another 9 tons. So we're gonna ship that over. I also brought some rat pills for Gossman. So everything should be fine, just delivering some petroleum, taking back some fresh water again. Also, I think eventually I want to make the wind tunnel here just 1 tile high, since the air is going to be pushed out here. You can see that if we line it up, the air is going to be pushed out to the top tile there. And then technically we could enclose this, just have this 1 tile high. I just got to make sure that we first clean it all up. Do I have some new blueprints? Did they just unlock again? I thought we printed everything. Basic gray gloves. Oh, okay, that was it. How disappointing. In the meantime, the saltwater geyser is doing its thing. Eventually, it's gonna be so full, like here with the upper tile, that it cannot emit anymore. And that's when we start cooling down the saltwater to the temperature we actually want. Right now, of course, it's cooking the base a little bit. And I guess we just gotta make sure to pick all of this up as quickly as possible. Okay, this is gonna take a really long time to actually cool down, but then we still have all of this water that is gonna fill up the funnel all around the hotel, and it's also still very hot. So we're gonna encounter this problem in the future as well. But right now, I just wanna see this here cleared up so that we can make the layer and kind of complete this. Actually, instead of cleaning this up, what we could also do is have these just be airflow tiles, right? That would actually make it much easier. So I can build the airflow tiles and then another layer right there. Looks like I'm gonna need to send over a little bit more gold and maybe even granite. Just gonna do it. And I think to stylize this a little bit more, I'm just gonna set up more of these airflow tiles. Even though they technically lowered the decor value, I think it looks nifty. Looks like Nisbet managed to trap herself once again. May is coming to the rescue. Wonderful. Oh, what happened here? No, looks like my rocket melted a whole bunch of things. What did I have here? Liquid loader, unloader. Yeah, it actually managed to melt everything here. Super confused about that because that's how I set up the other rockets. Ah, of course, I also used obsidian here, and I probably also used a crappy material. So I built the other one out of gold. Now I'm gonna build it out of cobalt, which is gonna be slightly better. Wonderful. Now my liquids can freely flow again. That's what I'm talking about. And just in the nick of time, look at that, we almost ran out of petroleum, but now new petroleum is incoming. That probably means I should also go ahead and reactivate our petroleum line, which I have right there. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, nice, I really like that. Now it actually looks like part of the contraption and the air can just flow back into the system basically. Now I'm wondering, maybe I'm wasting a little bit of space here and we could just have 2 hot tubs like on top of each other. Or maybe instead of 2 hot tubs, we could now have the beach chairs, like 2 of those beach chairs right here. Oh, come on, right here and there. Actually, we might need 2 spaces in between for the sun lamp right there, and then have another beach chair, but I do not want to build them out of sandstone. Let's go for ceramic. Yeah, something like that, but I kind of want to elevate the lamp a little bit. I think that would look niftier. So I have this lamp a little bit higher up, something along these lines. Yeah, honestly, I think that is much more fitting, and we can just fill up the room here with a painting maybe. Let's see, landscape, canvas, something along these lines. Yeah, just put it right there. And then I guess we can just have some crown molding right here to wrap everything up. Oh no, the sun lamp takes another 960 watts. This is just incredible. Okay, we'll have to distribute this well. Let's say this guy here is powering up the wind tunnel and maybe also the bathtub here. Then we have this cable here, which now again would make sense to run through here. Oh my gosh, this is gonna suck. But it's gonna be no problem for my proficient duplicants. Except they got themselves trapped now because this isn't charging anymore. Well done, well done. Well, I guess for now we can just hook it up like so. Okay, time to switch from gold to some more granite. Gonna restrict that, and you give me maybe some ceramic first and then also a little bit of granite. No, Nisbet, what are you doing? Just disable that right away. Come on, freaking slackers. Okay, not too shabby. I continued with the wallpaper all the way around the eventual water shaft. That's probably not what I'm gonna call it in the end. Either way, we still have to seal this off and probably make our way in from the top eventually. And also we need to find a way to get rid of the overpressure that is building up here. But yeah, now that I delivered some iron over the course of the previous episodes over to the main planetoid, I'm capable of crafting some more steel that we're gonna send over right away. Actually, I first need to wait on enough granite, so as soon as this number goes up a little bit, then I know I can build all of my tiles here. Now, this might or might not be my final design. Maybe I'm just gonna cut it off here. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we could do something like that, kind of rounded off. Or just that, or just that. Yeah, let me try to get rid of these guys. See if that is a little bit better. Now we have a nice spa room with a vertical wind tunnel. What we need next is an entertainment room with the jukebox and the arcane cabinets. And then maybe we're also gonna set up the espresso machine and the soda fountain. Or, you know, technically we could have another such room. Now I feel like we have way more than enough space to set everything up. There's actually one thing that I neglected. I think that was also mentioned in the comment section, and that is the mechanical surfboard. That would actually be fitting here, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think I'm gonna set that up in another room in this case. And also I feel like we could set up a gym room, maybe with a bunch of manual generators. There's also the juicer that I forgot about. We should add that. A party line phone that could also be fitting in the arcade room. And other than that, I think it's just decoration that is missing. So maybe right here we're gonna set something up like a gym. This doesn't need to be too large of a room, just enough space to set up a power generator. And then also probably something like a portrait that acts like a television frame or so they can watch TV while actually training. And of course, in order for these guys to even be utilized, we will have to set up some lights. And then I guess just connect this with a wire. I'm gonna go all out with a conductive wire. Looks like we can have 3 of these generator setups. It's not like the duplicants will be using them unless we actually set up a little bit of work time for them. But we can either roleplay or indeed set up a little bit of work time, so in that time they will be using this setup. And then I can still have my door here, maybe a little metal block as well. And we can keep going with another transit tube. Oh, okay, that's why I need my rooms to be at least 4 high, so I can get a proper transit tube access point. Why do you always have to do this to me? Okay, we can switch this around, no problem. Just take everything apart. Actually, the gym should have a water cooler, but on the other side I have so many water coolers. I also have many metal blocks. I guess it's thematically fitting here, so I'm gonna go with it. And now I actually have the space for my transit tube access point, and I should also be able to power this up. Now I'm gonna run into issues for almost every level when it comes to power. This power wire, just 2000 watts, is just not gonna cut it. I will find a way, we'll see. Maybe we'll have to do something with scheduling the individual duplicants the correct way so they don't get into each other's way. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to completely control it, and we might have to set up even more transformers. I'm not sure yet. I mean, something we could definitely do is get a large cable in here, and this would allow us to set up a couple more transformers here at the bottom, which might not be the worst of ideas, and I think we should do that. So everything is ready. So all I want is my power wire to continue, and I think eventually I would like it to be here. So we're gonna reroute this a little bit. Unreachable food, that doesn't sound good. Did you eat everything? No, wait, what kind of food do I have in here? Excellent fruit, omelette, berry sludge. Yeah, we should be fine. Oh, May, you absolute idiot. Come on. You guys have absolutely no discipline. And Lyra also has unpermitted food and power issues. Oh, what's going on? She can't fix the power transformer because she doesn't have any gold. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have to react. I think it might be easier to deconstruct this and then build it out of a different material that I actually have. Like lead should be fine. That should be a problem out of the way. And then we just have to send over a little bit of food. Gonna send over a little bit of surf and turf, that should be fine. And I just want to make sure we actually send it to the correct planetoid here. A little bit of granite is gonna go its way, but then the food should follow shortly. You know, if we also set up power transformers here at the bottom, it might be more convenient to have the wire on the top, honestly. I should probably do that, just have the wires on the top and get rid of these guys. And I think in this case, we're just gonna take a couple of power transformers. We could even
go with the lower tier, but I think it's gonna look a bit better if they are all the same. And then I guess we can start setting up a bunch of these transformers. Let me actually get started from this side so we don't set up too many. I think 3 of them are gonna be absolutely fine. Now maybe to make everything a little bit clearer, we're just gonna get rid of these cables for the time being. Yeah, probably all the way up to here. No, we can keep this. Alrighty, so far so good. I'm just waiting for a couple more materials. Also have to send over a little bit more of the cobalt. I'm gonna actually take apart some of these transformers and put them on a different level. Now that I, for instance, not gonna need this transformer here anymore, switching this around makes much more sense. And then we have all of these power transformers to take care of the initial machinery, maybe a couple more power transformers to take care of some other stuff if we cannot get everything in one line. This is mostly going to be true for everything we have inside of the entertainment area, since that is going to require an awful lot of power. Now, to sustain all of this power, we also need a couple of tricks up our sleeves. Like right now, I'm already using up my petroleum again. I think it's time to still set up a couple of solar panels maybe. I actually wonder, maybe we could do the same trick to just set up a whole bunch of solar panels and stack them on top of each other. Though, if we did that, yeah, we probably want to do it here. That is a good thing. Let's build this out of gold. That's gonna be fine. Let's maybe put this to the test right away. There it is. Wonderful. We're gonna set up a new rocket, and I don't think it actually matters in this case. All we need to make sure is to build one of these solar panels. We have almost 4 tons of glass, which is good news. We can just go ahead and set up as many of these as we can, and then maybe even already get rid of the engine. Is that gonna work? Oh no, I think I made a mistake. Let's put the engine back, see if that actually works, and we might also have to set up a few ladders. But if we can stack them up like this, they're definitely worth more than just one solar panel. And if I'm not mistaken, that is approximately the size of a solar panel. Yeah, look at that. The same size as the rocket platform. Oh no, I should build the ladders on the other side. Darn it. Of course, that makes a lot of sense once we want to replace this with heavy watt conductive wires. Now, I don't really like to build it out of gold, but it honestly doesn't matter. At this point, we have so much gold that we can definitely afford it. Okay, looks like this actually works exactly the same way. I could probably stack it up even more, but I'm missing the glass material, which will be sent over from the main planetoid. I think we're still crafting. No, actually, we stopped crafting. So let's craft some more, and this will be automatically sent over in order for us to build some more of these. I think this is gonna support our system quite a bit, at least during the day. But yeah, I would say with that out of the way, I'm actually gonna wrap things up. Nispet is now radiation vomiting. That is absolutely no issue and also no surprise. I think the next time we're gonna wrap everything up with the entertainment area, we're also gonna design a couple of backgrounds for these and then finish with designing the aquarium. Once we got all of that, we can think about our plan how to fill this up with water using our source here. I kind of intend to open this up for a brief second and see if we can get this to fill up.
Slowly but surely we have the ground structure that we want to have, the foundation so to speak. All we need now is to find a good purpose for this room, which is going to include all of these machines. At the same time, I also want to decorate the aquarium a little bit. This is now slowly but surely gonna cool down due to the fact that we are constantly cooling everything down. And of course, at this point, the water guys here is overpressured, so there's not gonna be any more water, but we do have a little bit of it. And as soon as we start filling up some of the bottom blocks, we can possibly push the water even higher up. Like, one thing I would like to do is possibly close this off, something along these lines, or maybe even across the entirety of the geyser. The question is just, maybe we want to make this with glass blocks instead, do something like that. Yeah, I think I want to test that out first, so we're gonna do something with the glass there. Now we should probably also get rid of these ladders, so I have the proper space to build something. This is gonna be my room here. Let me just get rid of everything, so we have a clean slate to build upon. We're gonna
need the mechanical surfboard. We're gonna need a espresso machine. Let's see. Jukebox and arcade cabinet probably should belong together. So I would imagine we divide this into various rooms. Let's say this is gonna be one room, but then I want to connect them together with ladders so we have a little bit more space. Now maybe we can even lower the ceiling a little bit so we have something going on here. Yeah, this could be like a corridor with an extra telephone. Let's put that right here. Oh, what am I building this out of? Yeah, let's go with copper. Maybe a pneumatic door right here, and then we somehow need to make our way up. So this will probably happen right there, and we would also go to the top floor. Now let me think. Do we also want a toilet maybe just for decorative purposes? Also, what about the infirmary? We're never gonna need it. There's not gonna be a duplicant in desperate need of healing. You know what? We're gonna keep the ceiling high enough. Then I'm possibly gonna make the second level here a little bit less high. Here we could maybe run a cabinet and also a jukebox. Let me see. Maybe I can put this between two pixel packs. Like this is gonna require 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there would be another pixel pack, right? Oh no, wait. I actually need a little bit more like that. And here I can have my jukebox. Yeah, let me get rid of those ladders first maybe. Now I can also have my jukebox right there. So this room would be filled out this way. Can I also rotate these around? Yes, I can. Then I think it would be fitting to have the mechanical surfboard here as well. But let's maybe put this a little bit over to this side. And then of course this side would be closed off. Just like that. And then right here at the top, we can have the rest of the machines and then fill everything up with decorations. So now we have a juicer, an espresso machine, and a soda fountain in these rooms. Now, how much is this gonna take? 480 watts, this one 120, and this one here another 480. Well, let's maybe get some of that stuff built. Also, I'm gonna wait until the meteor shower passed and then we can send over some more gold materials. I think I also need some refined cobalt and then definitely lots and lots of steel. Let's actually check it out. When it comes to steel, we have another 20 tons available now. And the reason we can't make any more is because we're missing the iron. We delivered iron to the main planetoid. Let's just go all out and do another 90 crafts. And then the steel is just going to be crafted accordingly. Okay, then I would say it's time for some decorations. We're gonna go with a whole bunch of metal blocks. I think they have the highest, though I do like marble as well. And obsidian would be absolutely bold. Yeah, let's have at least a marble block right here. And then I'm thinking we could have another one right here. That would actually be fitting. Now, how about some paintings? It's definitely going to be more difficult in certain areas. I can not really rotate this around, but we can have a painting here, maybe just above a mess table. That is not really going to be used, but you know, it's the lounge where you can just relax. And wait a second, I totally forgot about the sauna. There's actually a real sauna. I wonder how large? This is not very large, but of course this would have to go here. You know what? I have an idea. If we deconstruct this painting and then also maybe deconstruct these guys here, then I could put my bathtub, or the hot tub, I should say, right here. Though I have no way to get up there. That is annoying. However, I could have a portrait painting instead, or just move some paintings over here, leave the hot tub in place, but then build a sauna on top of it, which I also cannot really reach. Yeah, honestly, I think I want to leave things be the way they are and rather move the juicer over. It takes up way more space. But what I meant to do is put the painting right here, and then I can take my espresso machine, put it there, and this should leave me the space for that sauna. So I can go ahead and put that right there. This doesn't leave a lot of space for other decorations, so I think what I want to do is push this a little bit further and then maybe have something in between here. So we can now go with a metal block here, maybe, and then we take a portrait painting and put it right here. Actually, a square painting would be better in this case, so I can still have some decorations on the top here. Is this juicer? Yeah, it's reaching all the way to the top. Okay, I kind of like that a lot better. And now we're gonna put some mess tables here, and the rest is already full. Now this room here is still a little bit empty, and this one here as well. But do I need to add more stuff?
Most of the machines I only really need one of, but the sauna could be an issue. On the other side, all of these things will require power, and I cannot just go absolutely crazy because I do need to power a few things here. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and allow my duplicants to build this for the time being, and then we shall continue. Okay, I let the duplicants build for a little bit, decided to also put the espresso machine down in the arcade room so that we have a nice little area for the sauna. Now we also need to take care of the backdrop, but also I think we should maybe now consider the power. Like if we check this out here and also hook up the party line phone, then we are already over the wire limit. And this is actually going to be the case for each of the levels. So I think I have to do it completely differently by, for instance, hooking up all of the party line phones to one transformer. Yeah, honestly, we're probably going to need a whole bunch more of them. How am I going to do this? I'm just going to come out this way and then hop over. So let's say with this wire here, we're going to power up this guy here and also the top one right there. I could then have a power transformer right here that will take care of all the party line phones. So we can probably already go ahead and hook these up together. Let me see. I might first want to get rid of the wires here. Just all of these guys can go, and then the rest we're gonna connect together. By the way, I came back with my rocket here in order to supply some petroleum and also get some liquid in the joint once again. Looks like I first have to focus on building this wire so that my generators are even hooked up. But yeah, I'm gonna need another one right here, like so, and this one is gonna be connected this way. Okay, so we can get rid of these wires. Technically, yeah, we definitely don't need this here, and probably also this transformer. This can go. And then I would like to see another transformer here on the other side, so we will have to circumvent this. This sucks. So I think I'd rather go up and over at this point. This just makes more sense to me. And we're missing aluminium. Let's take the gold because I sent some over. You know, I think overall it would come out much cleaner if we powered up these transit tube access points with a heavy watt wire, and it wouldn't even be that bad. Maybe we'll have to exchange the window tiles here with some metal tiles, but overall I think the decoration is still gonna be acceptable because honestly this just doesn't feel right. Yeah, let me go ahead and make this exchange. This means first of all we're gonna need some heavy watt conductive joint plates, and they're gonna go in the center of the transit tube, and then we take some heavy watt conductive wires and just connect these up. Yeah, just check this out. This is gonna be so much cleaner, and then I can take care of this part here using the other large power transformers. So maybe the power spine here wasn't really that necessary if I also start adding the power transformers at the bottom, but surely for the top portions we can use them to power the additional transit tube access points. Now while just checking the overlays, I noticed that all of my bedrooms actually don't count as a bedroom because apparently the party line phone is a conflicting building. So I will actually have to remove those. Now this is really funny because I just spent a couple of cycles in order to power them up properly. So either we get something else that uses power in there, or we just completely abandon having to send power into this region. Yeah, this is actually so funny. Let's just get rid of it. We need to get rid of the power lines and we're gonna exchange them with a monument of some sorts. So once again, get rid of all the power cables. What a shame. What a shame. Now we can go for some metal blocks instead, which is also fine. This is definitely gonna look good. So for instance, right here, I have this power transformer powering up the transit tube access point, and this way we can also power up the entirety of the room. We are still below the 2 kilowatts. And then this guy right here is gonna power up the next room, and if I look at the numbers, well, I need to figure out what this is gonna take. 960 watts, so that is gonna be a little bit of a bummer. I would say we power everything up except the arcade cabinet, so we have the 960 plus all of this, and then maybe we can use the top one right there in order to connect up to a few of these. The sauna is gonna take 60 watts, are you serious? And then the juicer is gonna take 120, so it's almost nothing here. That means we should be able to hook up all of these guys as well. Very nice. Then I might want to lower this block here by 1. Are you guys stuck? I think you're stuck. No, wait. What is happening?
Why are you mingling? Wait a second, Nisbet, you could just go down here and use the transit tube point. What are you guys doing? They were just mingling around. I don't believe it. I ran out of water. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Inside my rocket, of course, we have a limitation when it comes to water. Wait a second, I'm sure we can fix this. All we need to do is filter out a little bit of liquid here. We don't even have to do that much, but it's gonna go over here inside the rocket. That should be fine. Or you know what? Instead of doing all of this, why don't we just activate one of our toilets? I mean, we have quite a few here and we just need to activate one. So I'm already filtering out the clean liquid here. This is all going to be clean liquid. And if we just hook this up, let's see. Yeah, we need to hook it up to this guy. That might actually solve my issues with making messes. And there it is. The toilet is running again. They can even take a shower if they really want to. Now I'm just going to allow this to completely fill up, and I might even do the other loop so it's already done. I mean, once it is filled up, it should technically refill itself. Now, of course, this isn't gonna be hooked up just yet, and it's just gonna overflow in time, but I think it's gonna take a good while. So back to powering everything up. Just give me a brief minute and I'm gonna be right back. Alright, I think I got it all sorted out. Now, this looks way cleaner than before, I gotta admit. I removed all the transformers that are necessary, put them on the respective level, and now all of the wires can cover everything without anything overloading. Instead of cutting the wires, I also just disabled all of the buildings, except, well, for the jukebox here. Oh, let me see. Did I take this into consideration? Yeah, looks like I did. Another thing that I added is the carbon skimmer right here, and I just integrated it into the loop that we have going on. So now I need a little bit of lumber to build the hot tub as well as the sauna, both of which are already hooked up. Yeah, everything is fine. Now the only thing that is a little bit weird is maybe this part here. We should also connect this. And then I got the sun lamp also hooked up separately. I think we should be able to connect this to this wire here, so we can get rid of the heavy watt wire right there. Very good. Now the power is sorted out. Oh yeah, I also decided to put the refrigerators right here. I actually made the experience that we should not have fridges everywhere. I was considering adding fridges to each of these rooms, but from what I could observe, the duplicants just go to the nearest fridge that is available. So if we have 2 fridges here, we can at least have 2 dedicated food storages or different types of food. And now the only thing I need to take care of is the steel surroundings. Some of the drywall pieces also need to be built. And of course, at some point we have to consider everything right here as well. Like, what does the juicer require? Water it is. The soda fountain also requires water, so that is a lucky coincidence. I did not actually plan this out. The hot tub on the other side is gonna require water at least at 37 degrees, so we need to preheat the water there. The water right here that we actually pump out of our source has a temperature of 42 degrees, so technically this would be enough if we just hook this up. Maybe we should consider insulating this here a little bit, and then we're just gonna bring the hot water over into the tub, and the cold water can probably continue to be used for oxygen, for instance. So we would be bringing this directly down here. Next up, we take care of the mechanical surfboard, so this would be hooked up right there, and all of these I want to exchange with insulated pipes. Then the espresso machine also requires water. Okay, so it's not a coincidence, it's just everything requires water. But in this case, it's just gonna be easier. We can go ahead and hook all of these up right away. The sauna on the other side is gonna give us back hot water, so the same thing we get down here. We could just go ahead and connect these, and I think as long as we don't have constant water flow, I can just go ahead and connect it like so. Okay, that's the liquids taken care of. We're also gonna be needing some steam in order to fill the sauna initially, and this might be... no, actually the sauna should be used frequently, so all of the steam should be used up rather quickly. So let's make the gas input. Now, where would we produce the gas? That is a good question. I did not really consider that. I would assume we're going to be doing something down here, but we would have to completely cut it off. Yeah, why actually not? Have a little heating chamber here, and then we probably need to go out with ceramic and bring this all the way over. Then we're gonna go up and over again. Yeah, this is a little bit of a gamble, I have to say. This is a really long way for steam to travel. Oh well, you know what? No risk, no fun. Let's go ahead and set up a chamber with ceramic. And all I really need is enough space for something to produce steam. Now, let me think. Is there a better method than the aqua tuner? No, honestly, the thermal aqua tuner is still gonna be the best to place here. And the reason for that is I can just use the water for the oxygen system and first cool it down. And the more duplicants I have in here, the more oxygen I need to produce and the more water will flow through the aqua tuner to heat up the steam. That means I might want to move this guy over so we can have the sensor here, a thermo sensor, and let's also hook it up. I can then also add a hydro sensor, and maybe on the top we're gonna have a chute. We're gonna go ahead and bring some water over here into the chute, and as soon as we detect a certain amount of liquid, we're gonna wait until it evaporated into steam, and this is then gonna allow us to suck it out. Let's maybe put the vent over here. That makes a little bit more sense. Ooh, actually not. I'm gonna get into trouble with my aqua tuner. I need some water to go into the aqua tuner, then it comes out and joins the line again. Have our bypass right there. And then we also bring up some more water into the chute, and the chute is going to be controlled by the hydro sensor, so we can get rid of this liquid vent. This is then going to allow us to also have a gas pump made out of steel right here, and also one more sensor, the Atmos sensor, so we only pump when there is actually some gas in there. That also means we need to reroute the automation wire a little bit. The hydro sensor should go up and affect the chute, and then the pump is going to be affected by the Atmos sensor. Little automation bridge there, and we're done. Yeah, I think this might actually be a nifty little contraption to try out. But with that, we would have everything connected up and we don't have to worry about anything anymore, except maybe that the air from the vertical wind tunnel is going to be deleted. But I hope that is not the case. If it is, it might actually be. We have to exchange these tiles right there. But yeah, I think we're making good progress here. Soon enough, we should be able to get the first things started, maybe have our first guest just to test the waters a little bit and find the weak spots. Before wrapping up the episode, I would like to get some proper background in the joint. We have the blue that I haven't used yet. We could, for instance, get started doing something like this. Just have the blue lines, something similar we did on the main Planetoid. Yeah, I might just go ahead and do this first. Next, we fill the bottom up with some pastel pink, and on the top, I would like to see some pastel purple. Next up, I'm gonna get started with a little bit of black, just like a triangle there. Then I'm gonna get some juicy watermelons in these gaps. And finally, we round everything off with black. That should be fine. Looking snazzy, I would say. Wait a second, what is this? Storage tile. I've never seen this. You can build a storage tile where you can store some stuff. Amazing. We're gonna be doing the entertainment area the next time when we also complete this room and kind of test things out. And I think the next time we might just have to invite some duplicants. We also have to think about the food. Food might be important. But let's focus a little bit on this. I would like to push the water up so it touches the actual top. And then when it comes to food, this could become a little bit of a pain in the butt. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to really feed them unless we sacrifice some of the mess tables. Come on, be pushed out. How much? Yeah, we are at 700. Okay, not bad. Yeah, let's put some drywall here, and I think the aquatic mosaic is just the best, even for the fish tank. So I'm gonna be using that here as well. Okay, I guess we'll have to send over a little bit more granite. Right now, I'm not sending over anything. Do I even have more granite? That might be a good question. Looks like this is gonna be working out. We're gonna be sending some of that over, and we are still building on the hotel here. But we're almost finished, and everything seems to be more or less in place. I still need the wooden material for the sauna and the bathtub that is eventually gonna go here. I'm still finishing the last of the piping and of course all of the bunker tile blocks and everything. Right now I activated the water sieve, so at least that is taken care of. The only thing I didn't take care of yet is the overflow. So at some point we're gonna be filling this up obviously, and then the polluted water should just continue. Now if I have a look at this, I already have polluted water coming in from here. So we could come up with something fairly easy. We're just gonna take this over here. Oh, not granite. Let's build it out of something else. Igneous rock, for instance. And then we're gonna bring this all the way over right there in order to join with the line.
We're gonna need a couple of bridges to accomplish that. Maybe let's cut this pipe right here. Yeah, that seems to be reasonable, and we can do the same thing over here. The overflow is coming down at this point. So for today, I figured maybe it is time to invite our first duplicants, kind of check out their schedule, what they are doing during the day. But in order to do that, I figured maybe it is now time to dedicate a food source to the hotel. At least 1 or 2 food sources we are gonna need. And of course, I would like to go with the best foods that we can make. We could, for instance, go for the mixed berry pie, which gives us plus 16 morale and has a superb food quality. We have plenty of sleet wheat grain and gristleberries. The only thing we would need is the grubfruit plants. We have plenty of grubfruit seeds, and all we need is oxygen and sulfur. Checking out my sulfur, it doesn't look like I have anything at all on this planetoid. I do remember it was on a planetoid that we haven't really colonized just yet. There's also nothing on the water planetoid. Let's check out the second planetoid here. We got nothing here. And we got nothing on the third planetoid. You know, I wonder, this could be the perfect opportunity to send out my driller again. If we just find an asteroid field. Yeah, like this radioactive asteroid field has 27% sulfur. The gas clouds don't have anything, but there's another radioactive field with the same stats, and they are probably within reach, right? Yeah, this should probably be all completed. I just want to make sure that we pick up everything here. Then the drill should also be filled up with 1,000 kilograms of diamonds. Now, if we change this to go over here, we're just going to be using 9 tiles. And let me check out this one here, 10. This one would be a little bit closer, but technically we should be able to make it over there and back, but let's maybe go here to get things started. Now, who exactly is the crew? Mima. That is probably good. Is she actually already in there? Let me see. Yeah, she's already in there. I totally forgot about her. This is good. We can open up the bunker doors and probably just send her on her merry way. And this way we'll be getting the needed sulfur. In that launch sequence, good luck. Yes, I was really hoping that my driller rocket came in handy at some point again. With that out of the way, we need to think about where to put our grubfruit farm. And I was thinking maybe in this place here, where we currently have the plastic tiles. Or maybe we even put it right there. I don't think I'm actually going to be needing as many plants as I have going on here. Maybe just this part is going to be enough. Let's see, that would be about 10 plants. You know what? I'm going to try that. I'm going to get rid of this stuff right here. We would be continuing the transit tube access point to access this room as well. Let's say we cover this up with a insulated layer. Then we need a transit tube access point right here. This cable here should be exchanged with a heavy watt conductive plate. So I'm going to do that first. Then I think we could probably just go for normal farm tasks, and I don't think the farm station is going to be necessary, though it might be handy in the future, and I still get to place my 10 tasks here. I would then have my pneumatic door here. Oh, maybe I first have to think about how to cool this down. I cannot be using this loop. I would have to use this loop here. So we could be going down here, do a little loop-de-loop, and go back up again. That might be the easiest. So I would be branching off right here, going down, and eventually coming up again right there in order to join the loop. This goes down and this goes up. Let me see, why did I not insulate these guys? Oh no, this isn't even reachable for me. Well, I might be able to take these apart. Okay, it's reachable. But that means I probably want to go ahead and insulate these pipes here as well. Then I would be coming down here. We're gonna switch to radiant pipes in this place and make our way back again. That should be plenty of cooling for this farm, and then we go back and join the loop. So eventually I can cut this pipe so we go down and up. But maybe before I do that, I cut this part so it doesn't get messy once they have it built. I'm also already gonna place the drywall, so that will be taken care of as well. You know, I've been thinking, if we place an auto sweeper, we can only cover 9 tiles, and that is just one too few to cover the entire farm. On the other side, I also still need a place to put my sulfur. Unfortunately, this isn't convenient. I only want to do it with 1 auto sweeper, and if we place it below the first one there, then the only tile we're not covering is this one here at the very end. So what could we place instead? Like, I already know I can have my conveyor loader here, and then it's just gonna join with our current line, and I think we can even be as bold as just dragging this straight up. Though we would need access in order to be able to build it. You know, technically we could just go ahead and continue the farm so we can set up a second auto sweeper. I think that might actually be worth it. So instead we would be closing this off right there, and all of this technically can go. Now I need to make sure to build this really quickly as soon as I have access to it. And the reason I have to use the high priorities is because I left my most advanced builder here on the hotel Planetoid. And yeah, admittedly right now I don't have enough duplicants to take care of the entirety of the base here, but it's still working. Nothing is really falling apart. But there we go, with a little bit of priority. Also, these duplicants are rather quick. But yeah, essentially this means we can open this up and keep on going a little bit. Oh, wait, I did not see that coming. We're gonna run into a little bit of an issue here. Maybe we are gonna run the pipe through here and then go up. Yeah, that probably makes more sense, and then we come down at this point. So this means I need to open this up and replace these guys here with another layer of igneous rock. Okay, I almost got it. We can already hook this one up and cut this one off. And then instead I want this to go this way. So not up anymore, but over. Whoop. And thankfully that is now fixed as well. I can continue my radiant pipes. They will be going this way. And now I can also have a couple more farms. I might not go as far, honestly. Yeah, let's maybe wait with that. My liquid cargo rocket is almost returning. I gotta make sure to open that hatch up in time. Looks like we still have some stuff going on here. Good, now the rocket can return properly, and my driller rocket is still gonna take 3.2 cycles. Wonderful, the rocket has returned. I do get a little bit more water, and ooh, wait, petroleum. Oh, it's just filling up the tanks. Yeah, I want to fill up the petroleum in the very end. In the meantime, on the Hotel Planetoid, we're still building that stuff. Looks like we are missing some ceramic. Yeah, I need to keep on sending stuff over. For that, I need to open up my bunker doors. We're gonna send over some ceramic. I should still have some, and maybe we're just gonna craft some more. 90 crafts of ceramic. Thank you very much. Okay, I can have my auto sweeper right here. That would mean another conveyor loader there. And we are just gonna bring this up. Then I can reach up to this tile. That means I can have my farms going up to this tile, and maybe instead of having the first farm here, we're just gonna replace this with a simple storage for the sulfur. So I would just have a storage bin right there instead. You know what? Instead of a storage bin, I think I'm gonna put a receptacle or maybe even a conveyor loader and then have it go into receptacles. That makes sense. So conveyor loader here and then conveyor receptacle. We can have one here and I guess another one right next to it. Can this one be reached? Might have to rotate it. Or we just put it here. That might be easier and more in line with what we're doing. So now all I have to do is move this through here, avoiding the conveyor loaders, and therefore just set up some bridges to go across them. And then this conveyor loader here, I'm already gonna build so we can set it up. It should allow for manual use and be filtered for sulfur. Of course, right now we don't really have any sulfur, but we're gonna get to that point. Allow manual use and maybe also put it at a priority of 6. Now, we haven't really looked at the power just yet, but it looks like there is a very obvious solution. The solution is less obvious than I thought, but I guess we can just do a wiggle-dee-jiggle-dee, or yeah, let's actually rotate this guy around. I'm just gonna go ahead and put this guy the other way around, and we should be okay placing the joint plate. We have almost reached the destination with our driller, just a minute or so to go. There it is, we have reached the destination, and apparently we already started drilling. So that is good. Let's check out the ship, view interior. I just want to see if we are actually getting the sulfur, and yes indeed. But there's also some bleach stone. We might want to be careful with that depending on the gases. But check this out, already 100 kilograms of sulfur almost. And if we check out how much this is gonna need, it's taking what? 10 kilograms a cycle per plant. Yeah, we're absolutely gonna be golden. We just need to send out the driller rocket a couple of times, and this little farm should be able to keep up. Oh no, Devon was trapped here. I didn't realize. How did you... of course, they can make it here, but sometimes they do get trapped, which is a little bit of a bummer. Like, where is the trap? Right there. Oh my gosh. You know, now his suit is actually full of poo, so I'm gonna unequip it rather quickly, and then Devin, you can pick it up again, so you're not gonna put that mess into my base. Good, my driller rocket is actually already full. We were only able to get a little bit of the sulfur going for ourselves. It's about 3,000 kilograms or so, and considering one plant is taking 10 kilograms, and we have about 17 plots, we're gonna need 170 kilograms per cycle, and that is not gonna suffice. I probably might even have to find more resources than these 2 radioactive fields. Though this field has restored another 425 kilograms of materials, of course also the material that we don't really want, and this one here only comes with 7.8 tons, and only 27% of those is actually usable sulfur. So what I'm trying to say, we'll have to see whether or not we have enough of that stuff, and in order to test this, I think I'm just gonna go with about 10 plants for now. Also right now I'm still pumping out the hydrogen gases. We only have micrograms left. I'm not even sure it's gonna be necessary to pump out completely everything, but I think what I want to do then is connect these 2 rooms together, though this might be a little bit chilly. No, it's gonna be fine. You know, we could have used the conductive wires here probably. That might be a little bit of a cleaner solution. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Just continue the conductive wires and replace all of this shebang, then get rid of this heavy one. Good. How much gas do we have left? 90 micrograms or so. At the highest 270 micrograms. Do I have the patience? Yeah, I think I have the patience because everything is so clean here. I don't want to mess it up. How much time do we have left? There it is back in 0.6 cycles. That's not good because as soon as my sulfur arrives, the duplicants are gonna fertilize the fields and it's gonna be wasted if we don't have any oxygen by then. So I think what we should do, maybe even if just temporarily, is already prepare the oxygen, though once we open this up it should distribute all on its own, right? And we still have the oxalide here in case we don't have enough of it. Okay, so all we have to do is wait for this to disappear, and it actually goes much quicker than I thought. How is it already disappearing? I'm already gonna open up the bunker doors. My rocket is arriving. Oh, okay, I think we almost did it. We are at 5 micrograms. That's usually when the gases disappear. And there is my rocket. We gotta hurry up. Come on guys, just disappear. Don't make it hard on us. Okay, I don't think we're gonna be needing the pump anymore. I'm already taking this out. Oh, and there is my sulfur. It is arriving. No. No. What? Oh, gosh. I hate when this happens. I probably... You know what? I'm actually gonna reload this. I'm gonna reload from the previous cycle. This is just too much for me. What a silly mistake. Okay, this time around I opened up the 2 blocks here to make it much quicker, and it actually seemed to have worked. So now we can go back to taking things apart and... Ooh, what's happening? Ah, that was a previous thing that I did to fix the pipes. So now I gotta make sure to only take things apart that I want to take apart without affecting the heavy watt conductive joint plate there. Good, finally, it disappeared. That means we can now make the connection, maybe even take apart this transit tube crossing and replace it with a normal tube right there. Come on, Ren, you can do this. Oh no, somebody's stuck here in the tube. Yeah, you get saved, Wonderful. Okay, there we go. We have filled this up with fresh oxygen and it should also be temperature regulated. That means we can now let the rocket arrive. I'm not even sure. We were much quicker than before. No, it is actually here already. That is the wrong door. I need to open up the other door, but that's fine. I'm gonna leave the door open here as well because we can send out the liquid cargo rocket to the Hotel Planetoid again. And my driller is back. That means sulfur is gonna arrive soon. And we get the spindly grub fruit plants. As soon as I get some eggs for the grub worms, I'm also going to be introducing them here so they can help out a little bit. But apart from that, we also need to add that to our recipe, the mixed berry pie. Right here, we're going to be getting all of these things. We need to craft that and also add it right here once we get the first one. So it is a spiced food. And then I think we might even need a separate fridge in order to store that. I wonder, do I have the space for something here? At least nothing that is capable of reaching the storage. On the other side, we don't need the oxalide refinery anymore. Yeah, I could definitely get rid of that because we simply have enough. I'm gonna rip this machine apart. We don't even need the access to the oxygen anymore. Just get rid of that, and then we can have an auto sweeper that pulls things to a fridge for the food that we want to send over to the hotel Planetoid. You know, actually thinking about it, we don't even need the layer of supercoolant anymore, because I only had that here, so the oxalite isn't capable of off-gassing, but technically it's not necessary at all. So I think I might be mopping that up as well, so we can set up 2 fridges and then just pull the stuff out that we want from the fridge. So in the end, I would love to see 2 fridges here. Let's also get the auto sweeper in. All I gotta make sure is that I can reach the tile right here. Wonderful, the grub fruit plants are already growing. This is good. Did my rocket arrive? No, we're still filling this up. So what I'm gonna do is send my rocket over to the hotel Planetoid again, so we can unload a little bit more petroleum. There it is, completely full, and we can begin that launch sequence. Get this rocket out of here and close the door. There's gonna be a meteor shower at some point. I think I still have stuff to build here. I also have to clean things up a little bit, so what I did is I put them in the storage here. Maybe at some point we just need to have a automatic dispenser, but for now that's good. So what I want to see now is a batch of these plants growing so that we can do our first cooking recipe here and then make sure it's landing in the spicer, and only the spiced food will be going to these refrigerators. And this is the food that is going to be exclusively for the hotel guests. Now there's actually only one food that is better, and that is the frost burger. So I'm thinking maybe we're gonna be adding that to the hotel menu as well. Now there's one more thing I quickly need to do, and that is set up a couple of blocks here so I can be a little bit more mindful about Nisbet's radiation sickness. Yeah, these crop fruits are growing quick. What is the life cycle? 4 cycles. Okay, maybe not that quick. Okay, I think we, just arrived with the liquid rocket here. I want to make sure that the next time we go home, we don't pick up the petroleum anymore. I might not... Oh, actually, I might need it. Jeez, I'm going through my petroleum way too quickly here. By the way, I'm gonna uncheck the petroleum for now. We seem to be unloading and loading up, so that is good. And when you look at that, we are at 97 or so %. So we're almost ready for the first harvest. 100%. Wonderful. My farmer should be coming along soon. There we go. Okay, and we also want to pick that up immediately. Yeah, it's being picked up and it should be going back home. So now we have a grub fruit seed and spindly grub fruit. The spindly grub fruit is what we want to send to our food storage, which is... Oh man, this is so complicated. Yeah, I guess it's this line right here. So we have to choose U, conveyor loader. We want to make sure we pick up the spindly grub fruit right there, and this should then be brought over here, at which point we can use it to, let me think. I have cooked seafood and barbecue here, and then omelets here. That's interesting, and surf and turf. So there's actually no convenient way for me to bring in the ingredients. Like, we do have some gristle berries and the sleet wheat grain in here, but I cannot really reach the gas range. This is such a bummer. I should have had my storage space somewhere in the center where I could reach it conveniently from everywhere. But I think originally I was just making the food here with one duplicant for the worker base, and maybe it would have been good to do it elsewhere. Honestly, I don't know how to fix that issue just yet. I mean, we can use something here to get the materials out. That could be a thing. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we don't need the diamond press here. This eventually is gonna go like right there. The diamond press right here can go, and this would possibly allow us to gain a little bit more space. Like, don't get me wrong, to make the surf and turf, this was more than enough. We almost got 2 million kilocalories, but now I want to see my molecular forge over there, and this can go. Devin, take this apart. And now technically we have the space for another gas range that we can place right here. Why the heck not? And we just gotta make sure that we also fill this up with a little bit of gas, which means I need to add a bridge right there. Good, now I'm probably gonna run into the issue that my pipes are a little bit too full. Yeah, look at this, it's not running consistently anymore, but all we have to do for that is maybe empty 2 packets right there. Let's go with these 2 packets. We're gonna empty those right away. There it is. It should now be able to freely flow again. Yeah, maybe not quite, but it should be enough. And now we can set up the mixed berry pie right here. Maybe that wasn't the worst of decisions. We can reach the storage here, and we can definitely cook a little bit. There's my natural gas incoming. Ooh, looks like I ran out of natural gas. Huh. Well, I guess that's fine for now. Where is my grapefruit? Oh no, I didn't need the spindly grapefruit. I needed the real deal. Okay, so I guess we can only do this once we have the worms improving on the plants. Now, this is such a bummer. Do I even have a worm? Let's see, maybe we're lucky. No. That would have been amazing to get one of these eggs right away. Okay, well, I guess my dream has to wait for a little longer, which is fine. But what are we gonna do with the spindly grapefruit? Like, what is it good for? We could make some roast grapefruit nut, and it looks like that is all we can do. Such a bummer, such a bummer. But in this case, we're just gonna go ahead and cook this up. There it is, the roast grapefruit, and my duplicants should be able to bring this back again. It was this line here, roast grapefruit. For now, it's just gonna go back into my fridge, and maybe at some point we're gonna find something useful to do with it. Good, with that knowledge out of the way, I would say we're gonna wrap it up. We are looking out for a worm. At some point we're gonna find one, hopefully in the printing pot. Also, the next time we might go ahead and invite a duplicant, see how that goes with the hotel. I've been away for a couple of days and I've been sick for a couple of days, which is why there weren't that many videos lately. But hopefully we can catch up a little bit in the next few days. I need to send over some materials apparently, and we also still need a way to power this up. I would suggest we're gonna be adding another power transformer, and we can have that located all the way on the right side right there, and then just have a bunch of power wires enabling these guys. Having a look at the main planetoid, I want to send over some materials. Currently we are not sending over anything. That of course is not good. We want to go for a little bit of ceramic, but then also, how is my steel looking? 17 tons, that's actually not too bad. Let's go ahead and enable this again. Whoop, I did probably set this to a high priority. Oh no, that was actually a previous pipe job here. Yeah, my pipes are still burning up at regular intervals, but it's not really that bad. Now, I've been thinking, when it comes to the steam, we need to be extremely careful. I probably have to set up some security measurements in order to only send the amount of steam that we actually need. Otherwise, the packets inside the pipes are certainly going to be cooling down to the point of breaking the pipes. Maybe once we have 40 duplicants, there will always be somebody using the sauna, and therefore the packets can move quickly enough, but I'm not so sure about that. You know, I might want to go ahead and upgrade either May or Nisbet to take over the creative job. It looks like either one would be fine with that job. I'm gonna go with May and put her into art fundamentals all the way up to masterworks. And this is then gonna allow her to once again be productive with the paintings and everything else. So I probably have to enable this, yeah, decorating. We're gonna put this to the same priority as everything else. Oh, there we go. She's already going to town. Now I will be able to see whether or not I put these statues in the correct orientation. And yes, indeed, they're looking into the room. This is exactly what I wanted to see. This is so confusing when actually placing them, because they seem to be looking into the other direction. And now if I want to, I can even go ahead and switch what we have going on here, though I'm not so sure I'm happy with what I can have here with these statues. I mean, they do give out the best decor, but maybe there would be better statues with a larger sculpting block. Let's just make sure, see what we can get here with... Ooh, that already looks better. Yeah, honestly, I do like these motifs a little bit better here with the duplicant on the statue. So as bad as it hurts, we're gonna take apart all these. And May is already continuing with the paintings. Wonderful. You know, actually looking at this, I believe I would like to implement an emergency ladder, especially because sometimes there are gonna be many duplicants using one of these transit tube access points at the same time, and therefore they will have to wait and I will get many errors. And since technically this bunkered tile row here isn't necessary, I could profit from getting all these materials back first of all, but then also installing another ladder. And of course we're gonna go with our plastic ladder all the way up to this point. This precaution is not going to be necessary for these transit tube access points since only 2 duplicants are going to be using it at the same time. I also would like to establish a transit tube connection right here. So this would become a crossing. We're gonna go through here, connect this up and add another ladder there. Okay, I think I've made some progress. Why are you mingling? I just don't like that. Either way, this broom is now finished. I closed it up and I also pumped it out. So we don't technically need this part here anymore. This can go, and we are also ready to hook up the water. So we just need to connect the pipes and then it should go through the system. And what it should also do is fill this up until we have reached over 500 kilograms. So below the 500 kilograms, we're still gonna keep this liquid vent open. And then as soon as we reach 1,000 grams of steam, we are gonna start to pump it out. Now, I don't necessarily want to do that right now because nobody is gonna be using it up, but you know, that's how it's gonna work. Now, the only thing here in the beginning that could happen is we are going through too much water. Oh, right now this is just looping back, so I guess we can get rid of this part for now, and there we go. Now it's going through here, or maybe we keep this in place and we only send it up if we are below a certain temperature, though I don't really have the space for that, honestly. Oh well, we'll see. Let's keep it running for the time being. I'm making good progress. I think I sent over enough steel by now to finish the bunker tiles as well as on the top here. We've made some progress when it comes to painting. I want to make sure that I have the same thing going on each level. So if I have this painting here, then I want it on the other side as well. And as for the statues, I would prefer if they are just facing inwards. It doesn't really matter which statues they are, so I can't promise it's always going to be symmetrical, but I'm certainly going to do my best. I think slowly but surely I want to test the waters with filling up the surroundings here. After some testing, I decided to do it manually. If we started right now, it's not going to take that long. The only problem is going to be my access point to this room actually, and we might have to put this towards the top, so this is not going to be convenient. Like, I can get down here this way, for instance, so all we would have to do is set up a transit tube access point, or maybe to be more consistent, we're gonna build that transit tube access point on the top here and just move up a little bit. And looking at this wire, we might actually be able to just use that. That would be convenient. Then all I would have to do is, for instance, move the pipe over here together with a vent. And then this would start to gradually fill this up. Not sure if I also have to do this on the other side, but this way we at least can get started. Now, just to be sure, here on the top everything is secure and safe, and then at the bottom here nothing can happen except for this part here where it can leak through. But I guess we just now have to remove this. Yeah, as a matter of fact, all of this can go, and we are gonna replace this tile. Though maybe I wait for the next cycle until I have this finished here. That's better. I also moved my food over here because I'm practically living on this planetoid. I'm only really moving back to the ship in order to restore my Atmo suits. But yeah, now it's probably time to invite our first duplicants, and for that what we could do is just add a mini pod. Now these mini pods, once placed, I cannot destroy. So let me think, is this really the place where I want it? Yeah, honestly, I'm not so sure, but I'm thinking I'm gonna be placing it here. And then I have some doors in order to prevent the duplicants that I don't want to enter. Sure, let's go ahead and build this too. Whenever I want to print a new hotel guest, I'm gonna be doing that here, and they will only be able to exit through the right side. Now hold the phone. I don't really need two of these guys, right? I can just go ahead, connect this. Not enough materials. Then let's build it out of something else. I think that is much more practical. Wait, I totally forgot to inspect it, and we have to activate it as well. So maybe right now I'm gonna allow the duplicants to get in there. And there we go. May is activating it. Wonderful. We can now print our first hotel guest. In general, whenever I intend to accept new hotel guests, I'm not gonna be picky. I'm just gonna choose the first duplicant that is in the list. So in this case, it is Liam, and I'm not yet sure about the naming scheme right here. Liam, you are gonna be guest number 1 right now. And then what I want you to do is take this bed right here. Then you also claim this toilet. Yeah, that is gonna be yours, guest number 1. Okay, and then you also get this table here. I'm already gonna activate the water cooler here. What else do we need? We need to activate your phone. No, I removed the phones, but we need to activate maybe one phone. No, that means my other duplicants are gonna use it as well. Oh well, it's also about creating some schedules. So this next schedule here is gonna be guest schedule 1. And we're gonna be starting with all a downtime for the time being. Get that bedtime in here. And then maybe we do just a little bit of work in the morning. And we also have to make sure that our guest here has nothing to do. So everything should be X, except for operating at the lowest priority. So operating is gonna be the manual generator here. So we only want to allow certain people into this room. Hold the phone, guest, you should be in that schedule. So now it's downtime and they're just gonna be hanging around. Now, where the heck are you going? Yeah, shouldn't be going anywhere except, well, taking a shower, that is good, taking a poop. and now he's going into this room. So they're going to be spending a lot of time into these rooms because they are recreation rooms. Now the top one is missing the recreational building. I think I'm going to be making some space for that. So just take this apart and then maybe place a water cooler or something else there. Actually, thinking about it, I'm not sure the water cooler counts. We'll see. Now into the training room, I only want to allow my guests at the moment, at least. Right now it's going to be their downtime, but technically in the morning they should work on this, at least once I got it connected. Also maybe suppress this warning, I don't need to see that. And now that we have the water cooler here, this is, oh no, it's a great hall. This is horrible, I didn't want that. So we might have to put another party line phone there. Yeah, there we go. Guest number 1 is actually working out just for the 2 hours, and then they're off to idle again. And I think they're just going to be pooping and eating whenever they please. Let's also enable one of these phones, even though my other duplicants are potentially going to waste a little bit of time. But this is the soft opening of the hotel. We want to make sure once we invite many duplicants that they're happy. And yes, here we go. Guest number 1 is using the toilet. And now this is also filling up with water. So let's go ahead and get rid of this finally. The thermo aqua tuner is still going for it, which means this is being heated up. Now at a certain point, I'm gonna need to regulate this, because if I just send it through the aqua tuner all the time before we have the guests actually using the sauna, this is not gonna go well. It might not go well either way. I'm thinking that I also need like a heat sensor in order to detect when it's just absolutely too hot. Very good. I would say guest number 1 here is actually pretty happy. Now, one thing I wanted to test was this mechanical surfboard, because this is also gonna spew a little bit of water, and I just wanted to know where the water actually goes, because we might just come up with a solution to catch that in the act. Yeah, there we go. Liam is using the surfboard. Oh my gosh, this is absolutely amazing. I never used that because of the practicality, but you know, we gotta start somewhere. And actually, before replacing these, I probably want to get rid of all of this and then maybe set up a little pump. Okay, there it is. All I need now, I suspect at least, is a mini liquid pump that we can place right there. And then I think I'm just gonna be bringing this over here. This might be the easiest. All I have to do is open up this tile. And then of course at the same time I can easily power this up. I'm also gonna enable the jukebox for little Liam here. Oh yeah, he loves it. There we go. I think this might work out, provided the mechanical surfboard only splashes towards the bottom, so it can just go through the ground. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be needing a mesh tile here. And then of course the pump right here can go for it, and it's just gonna be going into my system basically. Right now I'm still filling up the bottom part here. This might actually take a while to do. My water temperature at the moment is 90 degrees, so very soon everything is gonna be converted to steam, and then new water is going to be incoming. So I'm not even sure this is going to work. I might just accumulate an enormous amount of steam this way. And of course the steam will get hotter and hotter, except of course we can provide more water. But here we go. We have our first hotel guest. He's spending most of his time in the entertainment area. Of course, I will be doing that too. Now, let me see. Are we lucky? Yes, Sweetles. Yes, finally. Okay, we got a Sweetle. So that is going to be a very good point to wrap up the episode. I want to have my critter drop-off point right here. Yes, 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 build that. Now, I'm already missing the sulfur. What was my plan to get more sulfur? I totally forgot about that. Here we go, critter drop-off point. We want to drop off the Sweetles. And I think what is going to happen is they are just going to interact with the plants, and over time they're going to evolve into the grubs, which is what we actually want. Hooray, we got it! Sweetle larva. I'm so happy. So happy. What is it gonna do? Oh, wait, we need now to close this door. Otherwise it's gonna get away. Okay, nice. I'm glad we also got that initiated. We got our first hotel guest, and May is using that. What did I do? Ah, of course. I enabled this again. Yeah, I'm gonna disable this for the time being. Just cut this off right there, so my duplicants aren't doing stupid things. I had to open it up again so they could reach the refrigerator there, so that is kind of an issue. Here we go. I'm gonna keep on working here. We are almost completely done here. There's still the backdrop missing, and of course we need to enable all of the machines. Some of the machines are actually gonna require a little bit of attention, like the soda fountain, for instance. I believe we need some stuff for that. Actually, let me see. What do we even need? We need some carbon dioxide for that. Okay, that could be interesting to kind of recycle everything. That is so cool. So we recycle the pee, what they're breathing and everything. Love it. Alrighty, a couple more cycles have passed. I started to clean things up a little bit, bringing the materials all the way up to here. This is actually full, so I have to unload it. I now also made a more dedicated area collecting the polluted water from the petroleum generators and cooling down the liquid reservoirs, so I could clean up the bottom part here. Now I just have to collect all of the bottles, and actually I don't want to bring them here anymore, but what I might do is actually just destroy the extra water that we're getting that is not pure water but polluted or salt water. Now when it comes to oxygen in the future, this is a problem we haven't solved yet. Now I would like to get another plant here, honestly. So what we could do is go straight down here and actually have a gas vent on each level. That might just work out. Now it's probably not going to be good to daisy chain these. Instead I'm gonna set up separate pipes for each level. If I remember correctly, we have 8 levels, so we're gonna divide that by how many pumps? Yeah, this is perfect. We have the 4 pipes right here. What we could do is have 4 pipes going down. So I would want this to go over by 1 block. Then we're gonna switch to insulated pipes. And honestly, this can be a cheap material such as sandstone. And we're just gonna bring this all the way down to the lowest pair. Then we have a second pipe going all the way down to this one and that one. A third pipe going to this guy and that guy, and oh wait, what? Oh no, we have 10 levels. That is bad. In this case, I'm gonna do 3 pipes here and then 1, 2, 3 right there. This one will have 2 and the last one will also have 2 going down here. Okay, yeah, sure. I can live with that. Now we just have to hook this one up properly, so we don't want to go into this direction any longer, and we can keep this one in place for these guys right there. Have another pipe here and another pipe there. Okay, maybe I'm gonna make this insulated. Okay, it adds up, but I'm not too happy that this pipe is beneath the layer. So I think I'm just gonna bring everything up by 1 block and then we should be able to fix that. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I need a couple of ladders. Please game, you can do it. What did you do? No, he went outside. Okay, I think we really need to prevent this from happening. If I just have a door right here and don't allow my guests to leave, we should fix that issue. So everyone is allowed inside, but only Nisbet and May are allowed outside. That should fix the issue. Yeah, you can't complain now. It's all your fault. Wonderful. To wrap things up, I would say it's time to activate some more amenities. Just look at the surfboard. It actually works the way we set it up. So I'm also going to activate the arcade cabinet. And what else can we activate? Let me see. Gonna activate the second phone booth. And yeah, of course, we're gonna activate the beach chairs as well as the vertical wind tunnel. So that should be interesting to see. Guest 1 is definitely enjoying himself. Please be some sulfur. No, but some seeds. We could actually go ahead and just print them right here. So we already have them on the Planetoid, and then I think I'm gonna get started right here planting that. Though honestly, I wanted those seeds right here in the center. So we're gonna have 1 additional of these arrow pods, and that's where we have the bliss bursts that emit some spores. And we're also just gonna set up all the pods. Oh my gosh, can we really do that? There it is, wonderful. It might actually not be the seed that I was thinking of. Yeah, I think I was thinking about the body bot seed. So that is gonna need to swap. But still, once again, we made some good progress. Everything is a little bit cleaner. By the time we reach the next episode, we should be able to accept even more guests and also set up a delivery system for the food so we get that on a regular basis. Slowly but surely, we are getting where we want to be with the hotel. In the previous episode, we already invited our first guest. Where is he? Right here. Guest number 1, previously Liam. He is enjoying himself in the vertical wind tunnel. And May right here is currently using the beach chair, listening to some music. Amazing. And of course playing some arcade games. And of course shaking it off. And of course using the surfboard. Okay, so if they have downtime, they actually use every single appliance in the structure. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting when all the hotel guests mainly spend their time right here. There's definitely less work being done ever since I enabled the amenities, but what can I say? My 2 duplicants kind of deserved it, looking at what they accomplished here. I also want to go ahead and plant my bliss burst seeds right here, and I think what I want to do is just have them on each level. So there's going to be 2 bliss burst seeds, and then 2 different seeds, and then again 2 bliss burst seeds, 2 different seeds, and then finally another set of bliss bursts. Okay, and then for the other seed, I think I just want to go for choya seeds. Like, I can't really select them right now, but we should have plenty of them at home. Let's check it out. Maybe we can bring them over here, or we bring them directly over. Yeah, that might be easier. So right here, seeds, Joya seeds, somebody should be bringing them along rather quickly. Yeah, Ren is already on his merry way, and we don't need that many, so I'm gonna disable them right away again. But we need to send over some other stuff, such as granite, in order for the interplanetary launcher to even do something. Also, let's open this up now and open that up. Ooh, in the meantime, I noticed there is a mistake. We need another bridge right here, and I don't know why. This just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, because all the water would have to do is continue as of this point, but it doesn't really continue. Is there a problem with the pump? No, not really. So yeah, this should go all the way up uninterrupted and then continue here, but it doesn't, and that is so curious to me because it doesn't make sense. And then I guess as soon as I build this bridge we should be okay, though of course it's downtime now. For now I have to remove the working time here from the hotel guests because they also go here and start picking up stuff, and that is something I cannot really use right now. Wait a second, I'm using up the water completely right now. How is that possible? Of course it is going out here, so I don't even have anything to deliver. Okay, that makes so much more sense now. If I cut this pipe here just for a brief moment until we have loaded up the rocket here, then we should be fine. But of course, I'm filling up the whole bottom part here. Oh no, there's some polluted water there. It's 574 kilograms. That is a little bit too much. Maybe we can displace it somehow and then mop it up. In the meantime, I also want to send over some body butt seeds. Oh no, no pending deliveries. Are you serious? I have none of them. Oh, you know what? That is really bad. I figured we have at least lots of them. So I have 2 body butt seeds right here in my Great Hall. Is this really the only occasion I have them placed? And how is it possible that I have no other? Oh, check this out. The plants actually changed to grub fruit plants. So they are not spindly grub fruit plants anymore, but they are grub fruit plants. So the Sweetles actually do the trick just as well. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, look at that. We can do the mixed berry pie now. Oh my gosh, we have mixed berry pies. I cannot believe it. So I guess what we should do is add them right here. Mixed berry pies right there. They need to be spiced, of course. And then eventually spiced food only. We want the mixed berry pie. No, actually that's for the ingredients here. So never mind. The food itself will then actually be put in here. Yeah, that makes more sense. So what we should be seeing additionally to the surf and turf is now also the mixed berry pie right here in this fridge. In the other fridge I have the cooking ingredients for the gas range here, and I need the cooking ingredients here as well. The mixed berry pie requires gristleberries, grub fruits and sleet wheat grain. Actually all of that should be in here, which I can reach, so I don't really need that. Yeah, let's go back to spiced food only here, and we're gonna choose the mixed berry pie, and I'm actually gonna get it out of this fridge here so we can have just one type of food in each fridge. Well, there's gonna be the surf and turf and maybe the occasional omelet, though omelet I could now have here, spiced food only, and therefore we could get rid of it in this case. I'm not even sure I'm making still omelets, but there we go. Now we have 3 types of foods that I give my duplicants. They are all spiced foods. Yeah, this is really good, I gotta say. Though right now I think what I want to do is just accumulate a whole bunch of them, because technically that food is for the hotel guests, right? I don't necessarily need anything else other than surf and turf for my working duplicants. So I think what I'm gonna do is disallow mixed berry pie for everyone, and I'm just gonna accumulate a whole bunch of it, and then we can continue from there. Oh, check this out! I have 12 body body bot seeds in here. Okay, so it somehow worked. I still have the body bot seed. I just missed how they got it in there. And now that I'm sending over a little bit more granite, we can also send the body bot seeds. Come on, 3 more to go. Wonderful. In this case, I should be able to plant my Joya seeds, so they will go everywhere I don't have a seed just yet, right here in this row. Oh no, it replaced my body bot seeds. That is so disappointing. I figured I could do that. But yeah, you can actually change them as long as you haven't placed them just yet. Wonderful. And then finally, there's gonna be the body bot seed. So I just have to wait for the delivery there. I think I just saw it arrive. Yeah, there we go. Body bot seeds. Wonderful. I'm so glad my fear actually hasn't come true of not having any of these. We have plenty. Well, enough for the hotel. Are we still cleaning up? I think it looks rather cleaned up right now. Yeah, most of the stuff has been picked up. So now I just want to see whether or not I can mop up this little piece of polluted water. That would be absolutely amazing. And also, I think I want to reconnect this pipe again. Also, looks like we're almost done with the decorations. I'm gonna switch that to a worm. Also, it looks like we have plenty of oxygen. I'm gonna disable the notification here, just so that we don't have any ugly notifications hanging around. Also, I'm now gonna enable all of the water coolers as well. And then let me see, what about the food? We do have some berry sludge here at the moment and berry sludge there, but eventually the food needs to come from the main planetoid, and therefore we also need a way to store an excess amount of it. Now this could potentially be a bigger problem because we need to store it at a low temperature, or maybe it is enough if we just store it at 0 degrees or so. Let me see, what do we have in terms of rocketry? I have a rocket port extension. What? Ah, this is what I was looking for. Finally, they made it. Or maybe I just missed it the previous time. So I don't have to daisy chain the silos anymore in order to reach a distance. What I wanted to see for me is a way to send over materials automatically. So with the automation broadcaster, I can send a signal whenever we require food, right? Though this needs access to space, which is a little bit of a bummer. We can, for instance, have it here just for testing purposes. And then the automation receiver is what we would put on the first planetoid. Now this guy also needs to be exposed somehow. I guess we can have it right here if I remove a piece of ladder. So that's gonna go right there. Okay, let's get that built. Okay, there it is. Automation receiver, unnamed broadcaster out of range. Wait a second, we got it right here. So this needs to be renamed to hotel food delivery. Okay, now wait a second, how are we supposed to do that? What is this doing? Sends a green signal. Ah, finally. Okay, so I think I remember this wasn't the case, that they didn't have an automation slot. No, I think I'm mixing something up here. Either way, we can send a green signal when we are full. That means we need to reverse that. We want to send a red signal when we are full. That means I would be going with a NOT gate. Now, where do we want to route the wire? I would like to make some kind of a storage, a food storage area here. So I think we're just gonna route it this way, get some cabling going there. We're gonna go straight over and probably down the ladder shaft here. Now, when I have multiple fridges, it doesn't matter how many fridges are full. Just one full fridge is gonna send a green signal and therefore disable it. That is not necessarily what I want, so we need to set up some AND gates probably, and then for each input slot here we can have 2 fridges going out. Now let me think, what we could do is just have them stacked up all the way to the top, but that doesn't sound like enough food. I'm a little bit bothered by this area here, and also the fact that this is all polluted oxygen, so we would have to pump this out. I might just make it here, honestly. Yeah, it's also a little bit closer to the guests. It might make more sense, and then we still have the space on the top here to do a zoo if we decide to do that. I'm not sure yet. All I know is we want a whole bunch of fridges in pairs, so 2 of these are gonna get an AND gate, and then the 4 of them are gonna get an AND gate combined. Then we can have another 4, another 4. I mean, we technically don't need more food than that ever, probably. So we have 4 pairs or 16 in total. Oh, that's 19. Sorry, it is early in the morning. I wasn't even thinking about it. Either way, there's going to be an AND gate for each pair. And I guess in this case, we're just going to do 8 fridges. That makes sense in terms of hooking them up to the automation wire. So all of these, of course, are just going to go straight into the input slots. Then we need an AND gate for every other one as well and connect these together right there. So now the final AND gate is only sending a green signal if all of these 4 fridges are completely full. Then we can have another set of AND gates, though I think I'm only going to be needing 2 of them. Yeah, let's put another one here. And of course this has the input of the last AND gates from before. And now technically we have our final AND gate, and this one here is only gonna be green if all of the fridges are completely full. Now, I don't necessarily want that. What I want to see is maybe something like this. So either all of these fridges are full or all of these fridges are full. It's gonna send a green signal, or of course, if all of them are full. Now, together with the AND gates, this is using a little bit too much space. That was just to exemplify what I want to do with it. And I think I'm gonna set this up a little bit better so we can wire it towards the left side, then go all the way up the ladder shaft. So this should just be connected. Okay, I rerouted it a little bit so that I have 4 outputs. That means only 4 fridges need to be full for the system to shut down. I'm not really sure that has been a really good idea, because I'm just assuming the duplicants would be filling up the fridges from one side to the other and not actually do that evenly. And we might be able to prevent this from happening by filling up the fridges ourselves using the auto sweepers. All we have to do is maybe set up 2 auto sweepers so they can still reach all of the fridges but also each other. Oh, wait a second. How can I not put that here? How does that make sense? Ah, it's the automation slot. Okay, I get it. Man, did you seriously have to do this to me? I guess we can have it right there. And that means there's one single tile both of the auto sweepers can reach. Let me get maybe rid of this ladder, and then we can set up a conveyor receptacle. So I would be putting that right here. Also get some conveyor rails rolling. I'm just gonna bring them over here, and they would be going all the way up to where we get the food. Now this would be on the very top probably, yeah. Right now I'm just dumping everything, so I think what I'm gonna do also maybe just temporarily is set up a conveyor loader that my duplicants can use. Now if I put this right here, the food should be delivered. At some point the system is gonna shut down, and at this point we hopefully still have enough space for the remaining food that is incoming. And all I care about is the food landing inside of the fridges so that we actually cool it down and it never spoils. You know, this plan might just work out. Let's also make sure that our guests can actually eat the new food. I'm not yet gonna disable the surf and turf and the berry sludge since we don't have enough food over just yet, but I'm gonna allow the mixed berry pie now. Another thing I noticed is we ran out of oil, and that is because I did not... Yeah, I shut off the oil wells actually. Is there a reason we cannot enable them? The temperature is fine. We should have enough water as well. Let's just get this started again. I'm gonna go ahead and hook up these 2 oil wells. Let me see, should we have enough power? Yeah, probably most of the time, and we still have the natural gas here as well. As a matter of fact, this is completely full and the geyser is still in use. Am I not? Yeah, I'm not sending this over. We should be using more power and therefore activate the oil wells. This is gonna produce a little bit of oil again, and then my water pump can just bring it up. I still haven't completed this pipe here. I think 2 oil wells are gonna be enough, and then my petroleum production can kick off again. In the meantime, we have all of the fridges going on. This is going to be a slight issue when it comes to different ingredients. For instance, we only want the spiced food in here, and we only want the mixed berry pie. But what if I have multiple types of food? Are we just going to go with the mixed berry pie forever? I mean, this could be a strategy, because if I have the food mixed up, I'm going to run into the issue that we only have certain fridges full, or maybe one fridge is full with surf and turf, and then there's no space for the mixed berry pie. Then if I lack one food completely, the system isn't gonna shut down. Say I use 2 fridges for the mixed berry pie and 2 fridges for some other food, then if these 2 fridges are full, we're still not gonna be getting any signal to shut down the system. So we would have to make an individual system for each type of food. I mean, we could say, for instance, we only use the right storages here for the mixed berry pie, and then we use the left side oxalate for a different type of food and we just make a separate delivery system, so we would be needing another one of these broadcasters. I think I might be testing that out. For now, let's just have the spiced food here and set this up. And I want this at a fairly low priority. Let's just go priority 4 or so. Actually, it can be priority 1 because the duplicants will only take the food to bring it to the hotel guests. So I'm gonna do the first 4 fridges with mixed berry pie. We might upgrade that to 8 fridges in the future. For now, all I'm interested in is getting this built here, so I'm gonna be right back. Of course, I totally missed the window of opportunity and already spoiled my first mixed berry pie. It is now stale at 3%. What can I say? It is now set up, so it's automatically being delivered to the freezing system here, which is still functional, and then it's being put in the fridges where it can remain. Now, the only thing we have to take care of is to take this signal and then deliver the food whenever we are ready. In the beginning, this is not going to be an issue. I'm probably going to be using this guy, though right now I'm using it to deliver oxalate. Oh, I totally forgot to check on that. Yeah, it's about time to send over some more oxalate here for the 3rd planetoid. So I'm going to be allowing the manual use again. This is already set up to the correct planetoid and it should be delivered. Yeah, so we would have to use another one. Let's maybe go with this guy here for our food delivery. It's already set to the correct planetoid. How are we going to do this? If I just set up a conveyor, then a lot of the food will spoil eventually. Actually, it might not spoil because this is in a vacuum. That might be interesting to explore. So say I put the food right here, for instance, and then deliver it right into the interplanetary launcher. I can take my cabling from here, and then I think the only issue would be this metal tile right here, though right now it is cold enough. Sure, why not? This might actually work out. So we always keep this conveyor loader full. We also keep the interplanetary launcher full. And whenever we need to deliver more stuff, we can do so. And then we might have to use the second interplanetary launcher here. Oh, Ren just got shot by a rat bolt. Oh, Ren, oh my gosh, you have to go to bed now. Ren, you take your time out, okay? Yeah, loads and loads of oxalate right now is being delivered. We don't really have to go on this platform anymore. So the accident with Ren there was just a mistake on my part. I could have easily disabled the system with this signal switch. So in this case, I think I'm only gonna have a maximum of 2 types of foods. So the mixed berry pie is gonna be 1, and then maybe we can do a frost burger or so. I'm not yet sure. Looks like we also need to hook this up to power. Now, I'm assuming that not all of the machines are gonna be active at the same time. Though honestly, we could probably divide this up. Right now, I have way too much strain on this wire, and all we would have to do is set up another transformer. Yeah, I think that is gonna be the much better solution. We just do something like that, and then eventually we can cut all of these lines here. And all I have to do is connect these together again. Okay, that should be okay for 1 wire. Even if it goes a little bit beyond the limits, usually not all of the machines are active at the same time. And I actually just noticed we didn't have a way to get in here, but now Ren has access. Come on, do me the favor. Yes, wonderful. Edible mixed berry pie is gonna go in here. Now I need to be slightly careful. If I tell the duplicants to bring the mixed berry pie here, they might bring the unspiced version. And the unspiced version should go in here, which has, yeah, let's just put this to the highest priority. But still, it might be a better idea to go with another fridge all the way over here. We don't even have to power it. Actually, this would mean we also need another conveyor loader. You know what? We could just set it up over here because this is always frozen. No, actually, it's not enough space. I would need 1 more tile. I wonder, what if we opened up this metal tile? This would give me 1 more space. Let's actually just replace it with drywall. Now, hopefully nobody is gonna get hurt. Okay, that might actually work out. Now I can have my auto sweeper here, which can still reach everything. So I wonder, could I put my food here? Does that actually count as being on a tile? I think it might. And then all I need is my conveyor loader here. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Let's get rid of this again. Gonna bring this over here and straight up. Actually, I need to be careful for my food to not spoil. I think it's better to go straight up. Actually, I need to be careful for my food to not spoil. We're gonna take this route here. Very good. I'm briefly gonna shut down my system so my duplicants can work on here without dying. Looks like we're almost done building everything, so we should be ready for the first delivery. Just a few more rails and cables. Right now, of course, this is sending a green signal, so we are ready. Let's see if we can grab the signal. What we want to do is enable or disable the payload launching. So when we receive a signal, we want to enable this guy. So I wonder if we can bring this a little bit closer. Like, honestly, what happens if I build this here and then exchange the tile with a mesh tile? Yeah, there we go. It actually works. So it has line of sight through the mesh tile, which is absolutely amazing. This means I can simply bring the wire up and connect it. And this automation receiver, of course, is gonna check for the hotel food delivery. So right now it should send a green signal. Conveyor loader is also ready. Allow manual use, highest priority. Oh, no, wait, not manual use. And it can also be a low priority. No, let's set it to the highest priority. The manual use thing is the most important. We're gonna go for mixed berry pie. And the same thing right here. This has the highest priority, spiced food only though, and mixed berry pie. So now mixed berry pie is going to be stored in here with the auto sweeper at priority 7. The duplicants are going to bring it over here at priority 9. And then the auto sweeper will take over and fill up the conveyor loader. But I think I want to move up the auto sweeper one more block. That just makes more sense to me. Oh no, I just noticed something horrible. This liquid vent overpressures, and it does so at 1,000 kilograms of steam. I had no idea. So right now we cannot really utilize that system unless we have plenty of duplicants. Yeah, we need way more duplicants for this to work. Now this is gonna be a real pain in the butt when it comes to frame rate. I'm already struggling right now. But yeah, here we go. We have our food delivery system in place. This guy here should... Actually, let me see. Yeah, there should be an errand at some point for the food to be delivered. Now this might be a little bit of a risky business, though I'm hoping that the duplicants cannot get hit while they run through here, but then it will be delivered. Currently we have a red signal. Why is that? Hotel food delivery out of range. No, wait a second. Are you telling me we have to relay the signal? Like we have to set up a signal here and then we can reach the other planetoid? I'm not so sure. It just says out of range, but I did not pay any attention to this. Yeah, I think this might be something we can test out. You know, I don't really have the space or infrastructure for it, but we do have solar panels that I don't really need. So I think what I'm gonna do is just set up a receiver here and then a broadcaster as well. And we're gonna connect them together with an automation wire. And it looks like the oil is incoming once again. Yeah, look at that. We are getting oil, dumping the water and everything else, and that is being delivered then. There it is. Automation receiver. No, it's still out of range. This receiver is too far from the selected broadcaster to get the signal updates. This is so stupid. So I cannot even do this distance. Do I need a shuttle in between? But that would be a waste of resources. I guess it's only for the initial cluster and then you cannot interact with the other planetoids, but that is frustratingly disappointing. Oh well, I guess I'm gonna wait on the comments. You guys usually know how to deal with these issues and whether or not I'm doing something wrong. In the meantime, we're done here on the hotel planetoid. Well, at least almost. There's still a bunch of things to be built and of course to be cleaned up. And then we are still filling up this entire shaft here with water. Slowly but surely, we are working towards wrapping up the series by finishing the hotel and then inviting the hotel guests. I'm just assuming as soon as I invite all the 20 additional duplicants, we will not be able to continue playing anymore. We will be able to observe maybe a little bit, but this is definitely gonna drown my frame rate. Maybe I also want to work a little bit towards sustainability. For instance, my power system slowly but surely runs out of juice. No, actually that's a lie. We still have 1,300 degrees of temperature in here. So despite the fact this all solidified, we can still suck out a lot of the heat. And then of course we still have the secondary system. So I would say this system here is indeed sustainable. When it comes to petroleum, I have to check. The third planetoid I think does have a little bit of the oil. Yeah, right there. And I exchanged the liquid pump here with gold amalgam so we don't overheat. And currently I have 2 oil wells running for it. If we check out the water we are taking from the cool steam vent here. At the moment this guy is active, but it only has an average output of 1.72 kilograms. And if I'm not mistaken, 1 kilogram is already gone with 1 oil well. Right there. So there's no sense in adding more oil wells unless we also add more water. Either way, all of this precious oil is then being pumped up into the system and into the payload launcher here. As you can see, going to the second planetoid, I think. And right here, we are processing it to petroleum. Now, Ari right here doesn't really have anything to do. I think we could go ahead and finish the secondary system. What do I need? Nothing. You could go in here. So I wonder, why aren't you building this? Of course, I'm just missing the gold task. This is an easy fix. All I need to do is bring a little bit of gold into this conveyor loader and it's going to be brought over so we can finish that build. In the meantime, on the water planetoid, we're making progress. I already got my little water shaft here almost filled up at the bottom. Also, what is this large power transformer doing? Nothing. Why did I put it here? I totally forgot about that. That is indeed interesting. Not so sure. All I know is we are sending over our first food. Let's maybe check out how this is going. We already have the gas range here. Do we have a little bit of food? There's none in here and none in there. Let me check this fridge here. Ah, we got some mixed berry pie. Well, I guess it's because it's also here in a frozen and sterile atmosphere with the hydrogen and everything. But this should then go up theoretically. So right now it is stuck in here and it doesn't go up because... Wait a second. You know, I'm not so sure. It says here mixed berry pie, but the auto sweeper is easily ignoring it. Let me just allow manual use and see. Yeah, there's no pending deliveries. That doesn't make sense, does it? Mixed berry pie. So mixed berry. Am I stupid? Why isn't this working? So right now we are receiving a red signal. Ah, I remember. Oh no, I haven't played the game in such a long time that I totally forgot the frustrating part from the previous episode, and that is that we cannot really relay the signal from the hotel planetoid, so we cannot send a automation signal. And that honestly essentially means we're just gonna send food over nilly-willy probably. Yeah, I gotta say, this was extremely disappointing that I cannot send the signal from the hotel planetoid. I would have used it in different circumstances probably as well. Still, that doesn't solve me the riddle. Let me see. Ah, it has to do with the priorities. They are both priorities 9, but of course this should be priority 8, which means this here. Do we have the mixed berry pie in here? Yeah, this should be priority 7, which it is. Okay, that seems to be working. Now the auto sweeper should do its thing, and the mixed berry pie is going all the way up, and since it's right here inside of the interplanetary launcher, it shouldn't be losing any of the freshness. And in this case, it can just stay here until we have accumulated to 200 kilograms of mass, and then we are sending it to the hotel planetoid. Okay, I can live with that. Now, let me see. I'm still missing the gristle berries, which are right here. So maybe we need to be a little bit careful. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we need the gristle berries, don't we? Hold the phone. So gristle berries. We first have to cook up the bristle berries and then use those. What about the surf and turf? This requires cooked seafood. Now the cooked seafood, let me check that out quickly. I have to reorient myself. The cooked seafood only requires the pacu fillets. Wait a second, why do I have the bristle blossoms in the first place? Like, I need them here, I know. But right here I'm cooking omelets, I don't need them for that. The roast grub fruit, the barbecue, it's not required. Pacu fillets, no. So I'm not cooking anything here that requires the bristle berries. What about the gas range? Right here. The surf and turf requires barbecue and cooked seafood. And that's all I'm cooking here. But then again, it says I have 0 kilograms of bristleberry, and gristleberry I have also 0 kilograms. Wow, I've played this safe game here for such a long time that I forget things that I did in the beginning and why I did them. Either way, we do need the gristleberries and not the bristleberries, which means I need to cook them up. So we're gonna set this to forever to cook up gristleberries, and that should allow us to get the mixed berry pie as well. Berry sludge, of course, it's the berry sludge that requires it. Oh my gosh, okay. I have this at priority 5 at the moment. This is the micro musher. The gas range on the other side is at priority 5 as well. And then let me see, gristle berries. I'm cooking them up here. So this is priority 5 as well. So I'm assuming they will just be doing both recipes as of this point. Right now we do have 261,000 kilocalories of berry sludge. And of course we have 2.2 million of surf and turf. So we have a lot of surf and turf, I gotta say. But yeah, I'm just gonna allow them to keep going a little bit and then we see whether or not we are accumulating some of the other stuff. My petroleum rocket is almost ready. Oh, by the way, I put in some work in between the episodes in order to set up the solar panels that I took apart at some point. I'm now missing some glass, I think. No, actually, I still have the glass. I sent some over. Totally forgot about that, but I didn't want to put anything here in order to still take advantage of the tower here, even though with every subsequent solar panel, it gets a little bit less juice. But this is definitely going to help us, especially during the day, to sustain everything. Like the petroleum right now was being used up way too quickly, and I could prevent this from happening this way. At the moment, we are still finishing the oxygen pipes. So all of the pipes that will be providing the oxygen. And one more thing that we need to take care of, possibly in today's episode, is getting lumber. We need 100 lumber for this, and then another 200 lumber for this. And I definitely want to get the hot tub and the sauna in place. So looking around the planetoids, I think my biggest problem is that I have absolutely no idea where I could find the lumber. Maybe we haven't even discovered the planetoid yet. I thought I did see a tree once, but maybe this was wrong. Could I potentially do some more exploring maybe? I could definitely make my way over here, for instance, in order to check out what we can find here. Maybe there's another planetoid nearby. I still have my explorer rocket here. Let me see. There's nobody inside though. Currently, Jean is actually piloting this vessel. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. We have 20 tiles available. If I go right here, I can discover both of the question marks and then still make my way back. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm already opening up the bunker doors. Launchers ready. Wait a second. The Trailblazer module isn't ready yet, though I do need 2 Trailblazer modules and an additional duplicant inside to even make it worth it. So maybe, yeah, let me go ahead and put a bunch of ladders here. And then this battery module, I'm gonna swap for another Trailblazer. Or maybe actually we could do an orbital cargo module. That also makes sense because all we need is a bunch of materials to build a rocket platform. We already get 400 kilograms of cobalt from the Trailblazer module. So if I go ahead and build an orbital cargo module, I should be able to shoot down the additional 400 kilograms required. And there it is, my orbital cargo module. Let's make sure to put in some cobalt. We can store 6,000 kilograms in here. That is actually insane. I only needed 400 kilograms. Oh, it's so cool. Check this out. It's like a revolver. We now have 1,320 kilograms in here. This is technically enough. Let's decide for the second duplicant. Like, we can take someone that is not really important. We could even go with a dreamer, to be honest with you. But let's go with Meep or so. We're gonna acknowledge the warnings and begin that launch sequence. And there it is. Hopefully, we're gonna discover the lumber planetoid. Now, I guess if there was a little bit of lumber already, I would have it on this planetoid. The thing is, without any duplicants on the planetoid itself, you cannot really search for it. Lumber would be easily distinguishable from the other materials, so I'm just assuming I'm either stupid or there is no lumber that I discovered yet. Well, I guess we will figure out in about 6.5 cycles when we actually reach the destination, and then we should be able to use the telescope. Do I even need more of the data banks? I'm not so sure, but I do have endless materials in terms of plastics. On the other side, we already accumulated quite a few data banks here. Let me check out the research. I know I haven't done everything just yet. I'm gonna be needing like 20 here. Yeah, I'm gonna be needing 435 right here. And then if we check at the bottom, there's another 370. Okay, I guess we can keep going a little bit until we have about 1,000 discs or so, and that should be enough. More than enough. It looks like I ran out of rat pills with Lyra here. We should be able to simply get them in here using this conveyor loader. So instead of oxalite, we're just gonna do the rat pills. Where would that be? Medicine? Rat pills? Okay, now I need to be careful. That was already 470 rat pills. Ooh, I think I just dropped them again. I'm so stupid. Okay, now we have 20 kilograms of rat pills. Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem. I should have a little bit more control how many things I'm sending over to the third planetoid. We could use use item meters for that, but honestly sometimes it's not worth the trouble. Like I only have to do this every 100 or so cycles, and if I send over 400 rat pills I only have to do it every 400 cycles. Okay, nice. Now I have 100 rat pills that I sent over. Let's bring these guys here somewhere else, and now I'm just bringing over some oxalite to wrap everything up and then send the payload. This is another thing, like I always need to make sure that I'm bringing the oxalite or filling up the machine so stuff gets sent in the first place. So right now Lyra is vomiting all over the place, but she will be doing great again once the pills arrive. In the meantime, we're still flying over for another 5 cycles. So let's leave this be for a while and check back in just a second. In the meantime, I already want to prepare the food. Right now, all we want to keep in here is probably the berry sludge. So let me change the other one maybe. So I'm just gonna add berry sludge in here. We're gonna copy the settings over so everything else is being expelled. And in this guy, we don't want to store the berry sludge, but we want to store the, where is it? Up here, mixed berry pie. Okay, that's gonna be our main food source in this fridge, and once my duplicants, the worker duplicants, have gone from this planetoid, we're gonna switch the second fridge to contain the other type of food that we want to provide. Oh my gosh, guys, I didn't even consider this solution. We could just grow our own trees. I mean, I do have a couple of these acorn seeds, right? And right now I'm getting some more. Now, what do we need to actually grow these? It only requires a little bit of dirt and polluted water. We can easily provide that. This is amazing. Why didn't I think of that? There it is, our test farm tile. We're gonna plant that acorn tree and then just let it grow for some lumber. The lumber I'm actually gonna directly send over. So as soon as we get some, it's gonna be sent over to the water planetoid, and then we can use it to build the sauna and the hot tub. You know, I noticed that we're not actually gonna be successful in distributing the oxygen, especially on the left side, because everything is technically walled off. And also, we don't need to use these expensive pipes. I didn't think about that. Like, all of this material we can save and just use normal piping, because by the time it reaches this point, it will be distributed into the base either way, and it doesn't matter if it's insulated or not. So we could just go with normal sandstone pipes. They're mostly inside of the contraption. So as of this point, I'm gonna change to sandstone pipes, and we're gonna bring these over to the left side as well. Exchange this tile here with a gas vent. So this will be continuing over and also going down at this point. Then right here, we don't really need one, but the next one here would be continuing. Then exchange these. This one would continue as well, filling up this part. And I guess so on and so forth. Let's go ahead and do this. There's one last pipe we have to relay. Bring down here some bridges, and we're all done. Yeah, this should be good. Then we can exchange this tile here with a gas vent, and we should have our oxygen distributed everywhere. Well, will you look at that? We have reached our destination right here, and indeed discovered another planetoid. We cannot oversee it just yet, but it is the gassy moose planetoid. By the way, there's another question mark to discover. This is not going to be a planetoid, most likely, but here we go. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, this has all been in vain, because now we have access to lumber, and this arbor tree is indeed growing some branches. So in due time, we should be able to finish the hotel planetoid, including the sauna. Now currently we don't have any of the mixed berry pies. There is the refrigerator here that should contain some. Let me see. Look at that. We now have 14 kilograms. That is not too shabby. But yeah, it's gonna be a while until we can actually send them over to the hotel planetoid and fill up the fridge, therefore also invite the guests. Right now I'm still struggling a little bit with the power. It has improved since I added the solar panels again, but yeah, it's not quite as convenient yet. And of course we still have to bring the petroleum every now and then. Like right now I'm fueled up again, so I'm guessing I'm gonna leave the premises here, make my way back to the hotel planetoid with the liquid rocket. In the meantime, we have arrived. We're gonna be discovering some more tiles, and then we just make our way back. Good enough for me. Wonderful. Already making my way back. The other point of interest was a chlorine cloud. Not that interesting to me, but also the planetoid. I don't think we're actually going to be doing something with it unless it is useful. Right now, the resin might have been useful, but technically we don't need it. The goal was to build this hotel and to also get a sustainable base. So I think the main focus we have to invest still is to get enough food for the entirety of the 20 hotel duplicants. We probably need more farms and maybe some other additional things in order to sustain the base resources that we require. So I think what I'm gonna do now is fill the rest up with drywall here, so we have at least this one finished. Now here in the cellar everything can be black, and the same thing here for the ladder part. I want this all to be a black background, including all of the transit tube access points. You know, I noticed my duplicants aren't running around with their Atmos suits anymore, and that is because they never go back into the Spacefarer module anymore. They have a bed to sleep. All of the food has gone from this place, so it does make sense, but I'm still a little bit worried once they do something upstairs. Okay, we are about to finish the piping. My duplicants are extremely quick. Like, I think May is the quickest duplicant I have in my entire colony. I mean, check this out. Meep is starving. Ooh. Oh, I have nothing in this fridge. What was I doing? I didn't even check, you know? He's got 987 kilocalories left, and Gene has 2,500. So Gene is gonna make it no matter what. 2.4 cycle. That's not enough. We're gonna lose another duplicant. Wait a second. Are you serious? Is there nothing I can do? I mean, it's even gonna be a close one for Gene, right? Because they use 1,000 kilocalories per cycle. On the other side, I could now test your theory, because technically this vessel here isn't important anymore, and we could try to abandon it, because this would make us much quicker. I don't want to abandon it on the third planetoid, so we would have to make it at least to this tile. Oh my gosh, Meep is gonna die! No! Yeah, he's never gonna make it. I mean, at least don't do anything. Just disable the building. Just hang around, don't do anything. Keep your kilocalories in check. It has been a huge mistake to take Meep with us. I mean, Gene would have survived it. We didn't even need a second duplicant, and it's just such a waste. I'm sorry, Meep. You're down to 300 kilocalories, yeah. And then Gene might not even make it, you know? Holy cow, this episode took quite a turn, I have to say. Now, before Meep dies, maybe let me check out their priorities. So Meep was life support, toggling, tidying, and a little bit of supplying and storing. So it's not like he's the most important duplicant. We can train up another one. Gene on the other side, I really don't want to lose. So at least Fate chose the correct duplicant to kill off, I guess. How about the radiation? Yeah, it's okay. We're down to the last 100 kilocalories. As for Gene, okay, she's still doing okay. And now we're down to 0. And I think this is where Meep is just gonna fall down, right? There it is. 0. Yeah, he's truly dead. I just don't know what to say. Actually, you know what? We could have tried to abandon on this planetoid here and then just make our way back. Yeah, we could send a rescue mission to get those guys back. Sure, you know, I want to test that out just because I haven't considered this option yet. So I think I'm gonna revert back to the last save game here, the autosave. And I don't know if this is save scumming, but I mentioned the abandoned ship. I just didn't think that it would be wise to go to the third planetoid, but of course it's wiser than duplicant die. Okay, there we go. Let's put this to the test. I hope I get to keep my databanks and everything that is contained within this ship, but all we want to do now is abandon the ship and actually make our way down to the planetoid. This is gonna destroy my ship, but look at that. Some escape pods and debris. Checking out the planetoid, this should land all somewhere here. Actually, wait, where are the crashes? Whoa, hold on. Where is my debris? Is it all on this tile? Are you serious? Oh no, never mind. There's some more here. Can we pick it up? Yes, but what do we do with it? And where the heck are my duplicants? Right there. Looks like I crash landed at the bottom. So where is Meep? Ah, they're actually both right there. Okay, they're overlapping each other. Check this out. Wonderful. And Gene actually went first. So they first went for some oxygen because I totally forgot to re-equip their suits. And now they are just idling around, even though Meep is dying. No? Huh? Wait a second. I don't get it. When did he eat? What just happened? Maybe they ate something here. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, I don't think a lot of our stuff from the rocket has been saved, but at least we do have Meep back right here. And now all we have to do is send a rescue mission. Like, we didn't even need this Explorer rocket anymore. What we could do, though, is take this rocket here very briefly with Mima. She doesn't have anything to do right now with the driller rocket, and we're just gonna bring our duplicants back. Now, this one here has enough food, 182,000 kilocalories. So I'm gonna be changing the destination to to this planetoid here, and we just have to wait for someone to fill up the oxalite. Should happen in just a moment. Wonderful, there it is. The warnings are drill cone, missing diamonds, that doesn't matter. We're not gonna drill anything. So now we're making our way over to the third planetoid on this landing pad here in order to rescue Gene and Meep. Now, what happened here? Broken. Is it too hot? Maybe it got a little bit too hot. I'm not sure. Yeah, this could very well be. Like, the Weezwards cannot really keep up. Do I have another material here? Not really. I should have built them out of gold, so we'll probably have to fix that as well. Good. I'm actually glad I changed this. I mean, it would have been possible to train up another Meep since he wasn't that important in his role. But still, I think this was the better solution, and we got to see the abandoned ship mechanic once again. So I think with that out of the way, I'm gonna wrap it up for today's episode. We already built the sauna, as you can see, and actually the hot tub, so we don't even have to send any more lumber back. That means we can empty this. Very, very nice. And as a matter of fact, what we're gonna need instead is some bleach stone, and the water that we are inputting here is a little bit too cold. Why? There's 40 kilograms of water in here. How can I get rid of it or heat it up even? Of course, right now everything is still going towards the oxygen system and filling up the water shafts. So until I filled up the water shafts, we probably have to do something else, like the sauna. I would like to figure out, it has an automation slot, but it's only to enable or disable the building, so we cannot really detect when somebody is using it, and therefore we are dependent on as many duplicants as possible using it, so that the steam that is inside of these pipes here isn't gonna cool down. Okay, but this still means we have to wait for a couple more cycles until we invite more duplicants, especially until we have our food ready and maybe also the water shaft completely filled up. Currently, most of the water is actually going towards filling up the water shaft, but it is still like only 5 to 7 kilograms per second. So that is still gonna take a while, but we also still have to clean up. Okay, nice. In terms of infrastructure, we now have built everything. There's still some drywall to be built for the recreational areas, but other than that, we are pretty much ready. So we only have to take care of the details, maybe the food, maybe add some more farms, and then we can get this hotel running. In the previous episode, we had to abandon ship. Well, we didn't really have to. There was another opportunity that I just didn't think of. So instead of abandoning the ship, we could just have landed it. But you know, in a state of panic, I just didn't think of it. But then again, we would have had to disassemble the ship either way, because I have no opportunity on this planetoid to refuel it, really. But yeah, right now my driller is approaching the planetoid so we can save our 2 duplicants. And there it is. Okay, now all we have to do is get them in there. How can I do that? I think what I have to do is disable the atmosphere checkpoint. Yeah, I'm gonna disable that for a brief moment and then send Gene over to the rocket that has arrived. And I'm gonna be doing the same thing with Meep, just bring him over into the rocket, but we still have to actually specify that here inside the crew menu. So Meep and Gene are part of the crew just like Mima, and they should be able to now go back home. We can acknowledge the warning, begin the launch sequence, and then hopefully everyone is gonna be happy. Yeah. Just enter the ship, please, and fly back home. Wonderful. And of course, before we forget, enable the atmosphere checkpoint again, and we're golden. That should be a successful rescue mission. Good luck! In the meantime, on the hotel planetoid, we're making some progress. I'm now focusing on building the pipes so we can fill up the left side here with some precious oxygen as well. And afterwards, I figured what we should do is still set up a rocket and then maybe just relay the signal. You said it is possible. For instance, we could have a rocket right here, send the signal to the rocket and then back to the main planetoid. The other suggestion was just to store as much food as possible, and then once we overfill, we just keep on storing it. So technically this isn't necessary. What we could just do is say we always enable the interplanetary launcher, and as soon as we have enough food, we're just gonna send it over. And especially right now in the beginning, it really doesn't matter, so we can just set up this switch. There it is, we have it enabled. Now new food can tag along. Let's actually see. There are some errands for this, so right now nobody is taking care of it though. This will become much better once we get our 2 duplicants back from the 3rd planetoid. There it is, my rocket should be arriving any second now. Come on, boots, 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 boots. There it is, wonderful. Gonna close those bunker doors, and now I need to be slightly careful because if they exit right now, they're gonna be burnt up. So I need to make sure they go all the way back home. like Meep, you're not going to repair. What you want to do is go back into the base in order to get a new Atmo suit, right? And then the same thing here with Jean. She's eating some berry sludge. Yeah, scolding. That's absolutely expected. However, Meep should be going out of the scolding environment. Wonderful. No, wait, where's Jean? Darn it. Jean, where are you? Oh my gosh. There she is. Okay, going back into the base. Thank you. Also, check out my mixed berry pie stash here. That is just absolutely amazing. I'm gonna keep this at priority 5. This can also be priority 5 because it's regulated by the auto sweeper. But yeah, we have an awful lot of fresh berry pie. 30 kilograms should be enough to get the thing going. That means maybe we can invite 2 or 3 more guests, but there are a few more issues we have to resolve before we do that. First of all, the sauna right here. It is going to require 25 kilograms of steam per use. We can pump 500 grams per second. So one thing we could try is to regulate it with a gas meter valve, though this one would be much better situated inside of the contraption, honestly. You know, I might be able to make my way inside of here, just set up a bottle emptier maybe there. And this would allow me to access this part in order to expand it slightly. Now my steam here is currently at 111 degrees, so we could easily add something like salt water without risking anything. On the other side, then I risk having salt water spilling inside. That is not good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try it with water. Just fill this up enough so we can open these 2 tiles and nothing is gonna happen. Currently, there's not really much water going back to my rocket here. I wonder, is it full enough? Not really. Can we stay here? I don't want to mess this up again. Yeah, we have lots inside the fridge. There's also still 9 tons of oxalite and enough rat pills as well. Also, you let me know to change this to brackine. Of course, we should accommodate that, but of course that is still something we'll have to provide. And there is my water. Wait. It did not even go here. Oh my gosh. Is it this metal tile that was in the way? I'm not sure. Yeah, looks like we're still missing a bunch of important pipes. But let's think about this. We only really want to send over steam that is necessary. Right now, we probably have way more than 25 pipes. No, we actually need 50 pipes full of 500 gram packets basically, which is why I want to install the meter valve so we can run through exactly 25 kilograms. Once that's done, it's gonna wait. For how long? That really depends on how many duplicants we'll have. We could go with a safe margin, so there's always a slight downtime with the sauna, or maybe we can detect it. No, there's no detection. We don't really know when it requires new steam. So either we do it periodically, set on a timer, or another option would be to just allow the steam to flow in a circle, so we can always go back to the room and actually get steam that is hot enough. But I still think it's going to result in a couple of issues. Right now, all I need is this liquid lock. Okay, now we should be able to open this up, but only destroy the buildings. Thank you. Okay, now it is open and let's just see what happens. Okay, this seems to be okay. Okay, this is heating up. Let's take care of what we need to take care of. And that is building a gas meter valve out of steel. I'm gonna place it here. And then we need to build this over. This can go at the bottom as well. And then we want to lead it through this pipe. The gas meter valve comes with automation slots, a reset meter, and a output. We probably don't need the output because we just want to set a interval at which we're gonna trigger the reset meter. This can be anywhere, for instance right here where we have, let's see, yeah, probably just a timer sensor is gonna make it the easiest. Okay, and now I gotta make sure that we build all of this as soon as possible. This has now the highest priority and hopefully we can do this before we overheat the water here. Oh man, this doesn't look good. Maybe this is gonna struggle a little bit more once it reaches temperatures. Oh, this is not good. I'm gonna regret this. Thankfully, there's always a little bit of water left, probably. Yeah, okay, that looks better. It's 7 kilograms now. We can do this with just minor damages, please. I know, I think Nisbet went out to get a rat pill. That is not good. You need to finish this. Actually, right now, it seems to be more or less under control. This is the only spillage here. Oh, May, please finish it. Okay. it is finished. No power. I forgot the power. Well, I mean, it's not a huge issue, but we do have to build this quickly before bedtime, actually. And then also build this insulated tile. Niece bed, current errand. Okay, okay. Oh no, they are already in their idle phase. I just hate it. The wire is finished, and yeah, we couldn't finish the insulated tile. I should have prioritized it as well. Oh man, they're wasting so much time. Look at this. And this is probably the only thing that annoys me over time with Oxygen Not Included. Just things take an enormous amount of time over time, and you just don't get enough stuff done. I mean, Niece bed it's her current errand for the entirety of the day. Then they sometimes interrupt their task to get wrap pills, and of course we had some overheat damage. Oh, this is so frustrating. This is why I love Factorio so much. You can be so efficient in the game if you know what you're doing. But we open this up again in order to let out all the steam. It's not even that bad. I want them to repair the pipe now, and then we rebuild this ceramic tile, okay? Dude, are you serious? Repair. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, now at least we should be safe again, even though we have to mop up a little bit. And of course, I did not fix this, but I don't think this is gonna be the last time I'm actually getting in there. The next time I'm gonna make it a bit more elegantly and maybe off camera. And with elegantly, I simply mean just using oil instead of water. That would have been great. Yeah, I even forgot the backdrop, and I also want to make this square, so these two blocks are going to move over, as well as the large power transformer. But more importantly, we now want to set the 25 kilograms, and if we do this correctly, for instance, just set the green duration to 1 second, and the red duration to 600 seconds, then this would activate the sauna once per cycle. Now this might already be too much for just one duplicant, but all I want to test out whether or not it works with the gas meter valve. The problem could be that the pump is not quick enough. No, actually the meter valve should just take care of that problem. So in this case, I'm gonna reset the timer so it gets reset here as well. And then we're running 25 kilograms through this thing. Right now we are at 10 kilograms. And there it is. Those should be the last remaining kilograms. And in that time, I don't think the steam is gonna heat up or cool down that dramatically, right? Right now we are at 109 degrees and we started from 111 or so, maybe even less than that. So at maximum we lose a couple of degrees, just allowing it to flow through. But if something gets stuck here, if there is a remainder, then this is gonna cool down enough in order to break the pipe. So let's hope the meter valve is exact. Yeah, there's nothing left in here. And is this one full with, 27 kilograms? Ah, that's interesting. So we can store a little bit more. But it also means that the meter valve allowed more through than 25 kilograms. And you know, exactly that could bite us in the butt, that it is not exactly 25 kilograms. And I've been observing that in previous save games as well. We had to make like an overflow. I mean, we could just bring this all the way up and make an overflow here somewhere. But I'd much rather have this meter be exact. That would have been amazing. Let's try to reset it one more time. You know, it could be that 1 second is too much. What if we go down to 0.1 second? So it just barely activates. Is this even a thing? Yeah, it looks like a thing. So if I reset the timer now, then it should still work. But because it's only like 1 tick or so, it's not going to do the extra 2 kilograms. Ah, check this out. Liam is actually already enjoying the sauna, which is amazing. That means there is... Wait, I should call him guest 1, actually. Yeah, okay. So the steam has been used up except 2,700 grams. And now new steam is incoming. And if we did it correctly, we should once again have 27 kilograms in there. 27.7 kilograms. Okay, so that was my mistake to have it enabled for too long. With just 0.1 second, we actually get the exact amount of 25 kilograms. Now I have the issue that I still have 27 kilograms in here, and I wish I could just expel it, but I guess I have to deconstruct it. And I probably also have to deconstruct the hot tub because there's nothing I can do to eject the water. That is already too cold. And you know what? I just remembered something. The hot tub, I think I have to build with steel material for some reason. I think it tends to overheat otherwise. So I'm gonna do that right now. Build this out of steel again. And now before this happens again, I'm just gonna shut down the green duration. And then later, once we accept a bunch more guests, I'm gonna revert this change. Okay, there is my hot tub. It says pipe blocked, but that is just a temporary thing. And now, ooh, Ooh, I'm not sure I wanted this. Yeah, 42 degrees. That should be hot enough. Ah, I see. The problem is when the water is stacking up right here. So we might also have to limit that. This is not really good for me. I cannot have my water lingering around here. Otherwise it's going to be too cold. Except the hot tub, of course, is being used frequently enough. So we might have to go through a tapidizer phase and heat up the water instead. Wait a second, we might be able to just utilize the water from the sauna, right? Because that will be extremely hot. Ah, it's already down to 37 degrees. Okay, we need a better solution. That means this pipe here has to go and we're gonna do it differently. I also still need the bleach stone. Maybe we need a source of bleach stone, thinking about it. Either way, what we could do is instead go down here and then I'm gonna be bringing this over and joining this pipe here, so this doesn't have to go. Little bridge right there, and that should be good. That means we don't need this part here anymore. This can still stay, though we could also just lead it back into the surfboard. Honestly, considering the situation, this might be much more practical, so maybe let's cut this off for now. And we're just gonna recycle the water here, and then this can all go. Yeah, honestly, it's gonna make it even cleaner. Alright then, wonderful. The modifications have been made. We now have oxygen everywhere, and also the pipes have been remodeled. I'm now just using up the very last of the water that I have, but it looks like we do have a little bit of liquid going on here, and also some of the debris actually got stuck there. Another meteor shower. Oh no, I totally missed that one. Well, we gotta suffer a little bit. No. Okay, well, what a shame. Either way, what I meant to say is we still want to pick up the debris here, so I will have to make my way inside. But what I meant to say is the piping is now done, so the hot water should go into the hot tub, and I also felt like the metal flooring isn't helping. So I wanted to test out putting it on insulated tiles. But that essentially means we can get things going at least for, let's say, 2 periods or so. We're gonna reset that timer and allow 25 kilograms of steam to go into the sauna, and then hopefully also fill up the hot tub. And then we'll see whether or not the liquid still cools down as quickly. Now I think before I actually send one duplicant back, I also want to make sure to bring along the materials that we can make use of at home or that we don't need here at this planetoid. And in order to do that, we're simply going to set up an automatic dispenser here, and then we're just going to bring along the materials that we want. Let's say all sweep only and at priority 1, so if I have anything else, it's going to be taken care of. Currently the duplicants are bringing the sweeping materials to this storage. That means I have a lot of stuff right here in this tile, and we can just decide what we want to go for. So I will probably be a little bit more picky about the materials. Let's say the refined stuff we keep here, but resources like lime, graphite or fossils will be sent home. Looks like we have someone using the phone. There we go, guest 1 is answering. I need to fix this, but let's maybe also do the backdrop here. I need to unlock some more blueprints. I haven't done that in like 2 weeks or so, so we should be getting 6 digital jelly. Okay, that might actually be nice for the entertainment room. Rocket melon atmo belt. Jeez, pipe ceiling light. That actually looks nice. Manny rock crusher. Dreamy retro wall pot. Some basic orange pants. Blue awning stripe. I thought we already had something like that. Solid Satsuma. Nice. Okay. An orange drywall. I like that. Green glitter Atmo gloves. The swell. We got a new painting. That is amazing. Ballad shoes. Must be practical in this colony. Glossy glee. Ah, that is just another balloon. Underdog gym socks. And that was everything. Looking at the pipe ceiling lights, this might actually fit in my bathrooms here. Yeah, you know what? I think this would be very fitting indeed. I really like that idea. Good thing we unlocked it. Can have one in each bathroom. Then we can make use of the new drywall pieces, setting them up in a checkerboard pattern, then rotate it around, and this should give a very nice look for the gym room. Whoa, wait, where did my food go? Oh man, I think they must have stored it in here or something. I don't know. There is some berry sludge here, okay? But just a little bit. Oh my gosh, Gossman, you need to fly back home. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and begin that launch sequence so Gossman can grab some new food. But then also, where is my other food? It's not in here. I'm certain, well, it is in here actually. There is some muckroot and excellent fruit. But I was sure I have more than 4,800 kilocalories. Just Where? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had some berry sludge at some point. Okay, well, maybe now it's time to send over our first portions of food. How much do we currently have? About 43 kilograms. So we could say we want to launch at 46 kilograms, right? Plus the 3000 grams. And then if we change the destination and set it again, this should be shot. Okay, and we're gonna put it up to 200 kilograms again. So now it's gonna go over here. Let's see, it will be put down here to the bottom where a duplicant needs to pick it up right now, but I've already set it in this conveyor loader at priority 7, so it is gonna go all the way down into this conveyor receptacle, and then it's gonna be brought into one of these fridges at priority 8, and then it should be brought down here to these fridges at priority 9. How long is this gonna take? Just half a cycle. Okay, we should be able to survive it, but I'm really surprised. I'm so sure we had like 20 kilograms of berry sludge still. Well, maybe we're lucky and we can spawn some food. No, not really. I think for now we need to eat up the swamp chard hearts as much as it hurts. So I'm actually gonna allow these for everyone, because if we have any in the colony, I would say they can just eat it up. The same thing with the excellent fruit. Where is it? Right there. We can just go ahead and gobble this up. To be honest, the muckroot as well. Let's just get rid of that by eating it. And then maybe even meal lice, because I have a lot of that stuff just hanging around. I don't know what to do with it. Okay, wonderful. There is my food, and there it drops. And somebody is picking it up right away. Of course. I'm such an idiot. I can't do this manually. I need to do it with an auto sweeper. Otherwise, they're always going to bring it to the highest priority, which is this fridge. And at the moment, that's okay. But obviously, this will have to be optimized. So we need a definite spot for the payload opener and where to actually drop the food. Maybe we're just going to directly bring it all the way down, because what is left otherwise that we need to send over? We need to keep a supply of certain items, of course, like brackine and sand, maybe even more delicate materials, but we can always opt to do that with the rocket that is bringing the petroleum either way. So we can just stock up the rocket, and then when the rocket comes here, it will be automatically brought over. Well, automatically with duplicants. Sometimes by automatically, I mean, I'm not doing it myself. Okay, I've observed the situation a little bit and I have really bad news. First and foremost, the timer still goes off even if you have it set to 0 seconds. Well, this is also good news because we can just have it set to 0 seconds and it's still gonna give an impulse. The bad news is that we now have stuff in our pipes and of course the pipes are breaking. So I temporarily cut this off until we have more duplicants. This issue is gonna resolve itself once we have more duplicants using the sauna on a regular basis. Another issue I discovered is right here with the wind tunnel. It seems as though powering it with a conductive wire isn't enough. If I unpause this quickly, it just doesn't seem to get the power. Let's see this again. Guest 1 is trying to use it, can use it for a little while, and then it seems to be shutting off. And it also, it might also be the pressure. Liam, try that again. Wait. Intake requires gas. Okay, we have no gas at the bottom. That seems to be the problem. Let's check this out once again. I don't get it. There seems to be enough gas. Maybe it's the water here at the bottom. That could be an issue. Though before I mop this up, I need to wait for the remaining steam here to actually break all my pipes. Well, maybe we can extract it before it breaks. Alrighty, I'm about to wrap up the video. Right now, I disabled the hot tub with the automation grid, and if we have a look inside, the temperature always goes down to 37.7. So I'm a little bit confused. If I enable this and then check the water again, actually there is none inside right now. No, actually it just dropped below 36.4 degrees at the moment, and now it became 50 again. Is that because we had some incoming? I'm not 100% sure. That is so weird. I don't think I understand the hot tub well enough. Now it's water 45 kilograms at 52 degrees. Before it was 100 kilograms at 36 degrees. I have absolutely no idea what is going on. All I know is I also need a little bit of bleachstone to make this work. But you can see I've been cleaning up a little bit. I also hooked up the lamps. There's just one cable that I have to build still, so we can do this here from the top. But other than that, I'm pretty happy with the progress so far. I think the next time we are gonna invite up to 5 hotel guests in order to test the facilities a little bit more and maybe see something that we still have to take care of. But yeah, until then, I would say I'm just gonna keep on going. There are now a few little things that we need to take care of. For instance, we still need to enable things like the espresso machine or the soda fountain. I think these are the only 2 things that I currently cannot run. One of them I think runs on CO2, so that would be very convenient. Checking the chooser, we can see we're gonna need some bristleberries and mushrooms and meal lice. So I'm not really sure I want to go for all of that, but probably for the sake of having everything in the hotel, we might tackle it still. Then as for the soda fountain, this one requires the carbon dioxide, and that is everything we're missing. So maybe that is another thing we can take care of. Wait a second. How does it use the carbon dioxide? Oh no, we actually have to bottle up the carbon dioxide. There's no direct intake pipe for that. So we will have to gather the carbon dioxide at the bottom and then maybe add a canister filler. Yeah, honestly, we can probably do that right now. I wonder, do I have this thing activated? Yeah, it is indeed activated, the carbon skimmer here. But I really think we should only activate it if the entirety of the room at the bottom is filled up with carbon dioxide. So what I'm gonna do is check a gas element sensor. We can, for instance, put it right here. Yeah, that seems to be appropriate. And then we only activate the carbon skimmer if the CO2 has reached these levels right here, because that means we cannot really take care of it. But other than that, we can just use a pump in order to gobble up some of the carbon dioxide. And then, of course, we want to put it into a canister filler, something like that. Now, let me put this one more block over, and we're gonna have a mini gas pump right there. Now, I don't really want to lead this directly over here. Actually, we could, right? Because everything is just gonna be gobbled up. Yeah, honestly, let's just try this out. I'm directly gonna connect this. This should already be hooked up to power. Well, not quite, but there we go. And once that is done, we can pick up the carbon dioxide in gas canisters and bring it over here to the soda fountain. So I'm already gonna enable this, since the only thing we're really missing is the carbon dioxide, right? Now, what about the espresso machine? You are gonna require some pincha pepper nuts, which I think we should do. Yeah, we only need a mushroom farm and a pincha pepper nut farm in order to get things rolling, right? Because I already have a lot of meal lice from the main planetoid as I'm using the seeds to spice the food. Okay, I can definitely see this working. We're almost done, guys. This is amazing. Now, I don't think I'm actually gonna be doing the petting zoo. I first invite all the duplicants, and then if the game still runs well, then we can consider the soup. Other than that, this might be the end. We'll see. I'm also ready for a fresh project. I really want to dive into something else, maybe even something other than Oxygen Not Included. For instance, I feel ready for the next part of Factorio. Been hinting at that for a couple of times, but I'm also interested in other stuff as well. Alright, that has been it for this compilation part, episodes 61 through 80. At the moment of recording this, we've caught up with the main series, but as I'm progressing through the main series, there is going to be at least one more movie part that is going to summarize the wrapping up of the series. But with that out of the way, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting the videos. Have a great time and see you in the next one. Bye bye.